After entering the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda that flashed with purple lightning bolts, Duanling Tian felt an immense pulling force sweeping toward him. In just a blink of an eye, he found himself in a place shrouded by white mist, making it hard for him to see clearly. He instinctively extended his divine consciousness to his surroundings. Huh? My cultivation! Duanling Tian inhaled sharply as fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He found that his divine consciousness and his cultivation had fallen to that of an advanced supreme god. It had not been long since he became a supreme powerhouse, so he still remembered what it felt like to be a supreme god. Duanling Tian sensed the energy in his body and confirmed that he no longer had the strength of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. It seemed like he had returned to the realm of advanced supreme gods. However, he also found that his law of space was still at the paramount stage, and his law of time and law of life were still in the perfect form. His other laws were also at their original levels. Similarly, his 4 Daos of heaven and earth also remained unchanged. It was just as the heavenly text had said before this. My soul and cultivation were suppressed, and I didn't even feel anything. Heaven's methods are truly mysterious. Once again, it struck Duanling Tian how profound and formidable heaven was. It was much more complicated than what the Void Elder had speculated. After all, the Void Elder thought that after becoming a level 9 supreme powerhouse, he could perhaps defy the rules of heaven. Duanling Tian had inherited the Void Elder's memories, so he naturally knew that the Void Elder's knowledge of heaven was limited. Not only that, but seeing how even a level 9 supreme powerhouse had difficulty surviving the end of the world brought upon by heaven and only managing to leave behind a wisp of his soul in a realm of origin to pass on his legacy, it was clear that heaven was much more complex than the Void Elder had speculated. Moreover, when he first encountered the Void Elder's wisp of soul, it was already fading away, looking as though it was going to be extinguished at any moment. Based on this, it could be seen that heaven was much more formidable than what the Void Elder thought. Duanling Tian was thinking about this matter when a mechanical voice rang in the air. To those who are entering this place for this first time, choose the law and the Tao of heaven and earth you want to observe within a quarter of an hour. The challenges you will face will be related to the law and Tao of heaven and earth you've chosen. If you wish to stop the challenges, simply say out loud, "Stop the challenge." The number of challenges you pass will also determine the quality of the laws and for Daos of heaven and earth you can observe. If you wish to advance further, simply say, "Continue the challenge." If you want to switch to a different law or Tao of heaven and earth, you'll have to restart the series of challenges again. Duanling Tian knew that the mechanical voice belonged to heaven. The introduction was brief and easy to understand. Those who entered from the new entrance would be brought to a training ground before they were given an introduction. After a moment, Duanling Tian said, "The law of time and the devouring Tao." His law of space had reached the paramount stage, so there was no need for him to further comprehend it. After entering the realm of supreme powerhouses, he found it much more difficult to comprehend the laws. It was 10 times more difficult than before. It was no wonder so many people were unwilling to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses before comprehending at least one law to the paramount stage. Fortunately, heaven had given the heaven-traversing pagoda a new function that would greatly benefit him. Among the laws he comprehended, the law of space, the law of time, and the law of life were his strongest laws in that order. As such, he chose the law of time. As for the Daos of heaven and earth, he had just had a breakthrough in his sword Tao recently, and he had yet to completely comprehend the sword Tao in the Void Elder's memory. As such, he was not in a hurry to further improve his sword Tao. As for the limitless Tao and the mastery Tao, his comprehension of them was not low, and he also had yet to completely comprehend the 2 Daos in the Void Elder's memory. The Void Elder's comprehension of the Daos of heaven and earth did not include that of the devouring Tao. It was not that the devouring Tao was harder to comprehend. It was just that he had his hands full comprehending 3 out of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Since Duanling Tian did not comprehend the devouring Tao as well, he felt slightly curious and decided to choose it. Start the challenge. After Duanling Tian's voice fell, a humanoid phantom figure appeared. However, its appearance could not be clearly seen. It launched a powerful palm strike toward Duanling Tian as soon as it appeared. It seemed as though it was teleporting when it moved, but this was not the case. It was the law of time that caused such an effect. The phantom figure had the cultivation base of an advanced supreme god, and its law of time was far inferior to that of Duanling Tian. As for its devouring Tao, it did not affect Duanling Tian at all. Duanling Tian knew the attack was easy to deal with because it was only the first challenge. He waved his hand casually, and a sword ray shot out before multiplying into tiny sword rays in just a blink of an eye. Then, they pierced the phantom figure, effectively destroying it and its attack. The second challenge begins now. Following the successful completion of the first challenge, the second challenge appeared. Although it was slightly more difficult than the first one, Duanling Tian still easily passed the challenge. Duanling Tian continued on to the third challenge, the fourth challenge. Apart from Duanling Tian, more than 70% of supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds and the outer boundary also entered the heaven-traversing pagoda through the new entrance. All of them hoped to grow stronger quickly and rise to a new level. As time passed, the supreme powerhouses who had yet to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda through the new entrance also began to grow restless and impatient. Why aren't they out yet? After the new change of the heaven-traversing pagoda was announced, the general strength of the supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds also began to rise. As for the advanced supreme gods who had previously rejected the call from the realm of supreme powerhouses such as Duanling Tian's two senior brothers from the Myriad Laws Academy, they were now anxiously trying to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. They wanted to become a supreme powerhouse as soon as they could so they could also enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to grow even stronger. The duo could accept Huangfu Mengyuan being stronger than them, but Duanling Tian's strength seemed to light a fire under them, urging them to grow stronger as fast as they possibly could. Time flew by, and in just a blink of an eye over a millennium had passed. During this time, Duanling Tian's comprehension of the devouring Tao grew more and more profound in the heaven-traversing pagoda. However, it was still not on par with his comprehension of the mastery Tao and the limitless Tao, let alone his sword Tao. After all, he could still comprehend the two Taos through the Void Elder's memories. Needless to say, Duanling Tian's strength had also improved. He used to be a level 7 supreme powerhouse, but he was now a level 8 supreme powerhouse. This progress was not surprising since he had already comprehended the sword Tao to the 8th stage. For a level 6 supreme powerhouse to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, one must comprehend a law to the paramount stage and one Tao of heaven and earth to the 7th level, which would bring about the fatal heavenly tribulation. After successfully overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, one would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In comparison, it was much more straightforward to progress from the 7th level to the 8th level since one did not have to face and overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. One would be able to proceed to the next level as long as one's Tao of heaven and earth broke through to the next stage. At present, only two people were aware of Duanling Tian's breakthrough: Feng Yingkong and Xueqing Zhu, Feng Qingyang's wife. 3 centuries ago, Feng Qingyang and Xueqing Zhu from the outer boundary finally became a couple. Although Duanling Tian contributed as well, the main reason they got together was due to their similar temperaments. After spending time together, they naturally got together. As for Duanling Tian's bet with Xueqing Zhu in the past, he had to cancel it. After all, the new entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda was not in the solitary destructive heaven but the Jade Emperor heaven. The bet was made before the new changes to the heaven-traversing pagoda were introduced. No one knew after all that there would be such a shocking change, which also attracted level 7 supreme powerhouses. After Xueqing Zhu learned about the new changes to the heaven-traversing pagoda, she still intended to honor her promise. Even if she wanted to enter the pagoda, keeping her promise was much more important to her. However, Duanling Tian, under Feng Qingyang's threatening gaze, disagreed and nullified the bet. Later on, Feng Qingyang and Xueqing Zhu spent a lot of time together and finally became a couple. Duanling Tian was naturally happy for his master for finding a life partner. Apart from that, over the past 1,000 years, thanks to the changes of the heaven-traversing pagoda, the strength of the supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary improved greatly as well. During that time, dozens survived the fatal heavenly tribulation and became level 7 supreme powerhouses as well. As time passed, many people grew tired of seeing the heavenly text. In a secluded courtyard in the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land, Duanling Tian picked up a cup of tea and took a sip before he asked with a smile, "Master, did your wife enter the heaven-traversing pagoda again?" Feng Qingyang nodded. "Yes," she said, "her sword Dao's on the brink of a breakthrough. If she's successful, her sword Dao will surpass mine." A hint of helplessness could be seen in Feng Qingyang's eyes, and his expression was complicated. In fact, he had reached the threshold of the 8th stage of the sword Dao hundreds of years ago, but he was unable to break through the bottleneck. As such, his cultivation had stagnated as well. "Master, it's not so easy to reach the 8th stage," Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. "If I didn't have the Void Elder's memory, I wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the 8th stage of the sword Dao now." Duanling Tian was aware of his own limit. If it were not for the Void Elder's memory, it would have been impossible for him to surpass his master's sword Dao even if he surpassed his master in other aspects. His master was a real genius of the sword Dao. Feng Qingyang said with a smile, "In any case, I hope she's able to break through. Perhaps if I look at both of your sword Dao, I'll be able to break through the bottleneck." Then, Feng Qingyang looked around and asked, "Where are your wives and children? Are they not back yet?" Feng Qingyang had not seen Duanling Tian's wives and children for a very long time. "Huaner has entered the realm of supreme powerhouses some time ago. She's now in the heaven-traversing pagoda. As for Kur and the others, they're still outside. They've been thinking about going to the outer boundary to gain experience and enter the realms of advanced supreme gods and supreme powerhouses as soon as possible," Duanling Tian said helplessly. "As for my 2 children, Yen Tian and Xiling, while I was away, they took Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold to the outer boundary. They used the spatial supreme treasure of the Dragon Clan. My doppelganger was almost fooled by them. Fortunately, they were discovered in the end. My doppelganger is there with them, protecting them." Duanling Tian's wives naturally were not as reckless. They knew he would worry about them, so they would not sneak off to the outer boundary without telling him in advance. His son and daughter, on the contrary, were rather rebellious and left without any worries. In their opinion, their father rose to the peak through his own efforts. As such, they wanted to do the same and did not want to be sheltered from hardships. However, Duanling Tian knew how difficult his journey was and how many life-threatening situations he had faced in the past. He had no one to rely on and had to fend for himself. As their father, since he was capable, he naturally did not want his children to suffer the way he did. "It's normal for children to want independence when they grow up," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Duanling Tian was just about to respond when he suddenly received a message from Xiaomu Bai. Seeing the change in Duanling Tian's expression, Feng Qingyang asked, "What's wrong?" Duanling Tian put down the teacup in his hand. He frowned slightly as he said, "I just received a message from Lord Xiao. 3 new level 7 supreme powerhouses from the primordial world went to the misty places there to test the strength of the creatures there. In the end, all of them died." Feng Qingyang inhaled sharply upon hearing this. He asked, stunned, "None of them survived?" "Yes, that's what Lord Xiao said," Duanling Tian said with a nod, lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table in front of him with a frown on his face. There were a few dozen level 7 supreme powerhouses now thanks to the heaven-traversing pagoda's change 1,000 years ago. Alas, 3 of them perished at the same time. "Among those 3, Feng Qingyang said. He hesitated for a moment before he continued to ask, "Is Aguli among them?" "Yes." "How did you know that?" Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Indeed, Xiaomu Bai had mentioned earlier that Aguli was one of the 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses who died. "Are you sure?" Feng Qingyang asked, narrowing his eyes. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. Feng Qingyang smiled wryly. He had always been very curious about the mysterious place that the 9 entrances lead to, He traveled to various places just to confirm the 9 entrances in all those places lead to the same place. If it weren't because of the fact that his strength was limited, he would have gone to that mysterious place. For all these reasons, when you mentioned 3 people from the primordial world died, I thought of him immediately. Egu Li's enthusiasm for that mysterious place left a deep impression on Feng Qingyang back then. He could tell that Egu Li would not give up easily. Given the chance, Egu Li would explore that mysterious place behind the 9 entrances. Unexpectedly, even after joining forces with another 2 new level 7 supreme powerhouses, he still died. I'm even more convinced now that the reason the heaven-traversing pagoda is helping everyone grow stronger has something to do with that mysterious place behind the 9 entrances. Those 3 were likely killed by more than one creature. Unlike before, you and Egu Li managed to retreat safely because both of you only encountered one creature. If there was only one creature, there's no reason for them to die. Duanling Tian said seriously, "It's a pity they died inside the entrance. I wonder if they left any clues behind on their doppelgangers." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he exchanged a look with Feng Qingyang, and both of them rose to their feet immediately. The duo heard the doppelgangers were unable to enter the 9 entrances, so they knew the trio who perished there were not doppelgangers. Although doppelgangers would vanish soon after the true bodies died, they could still leave clues behind. For this reason, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang decided to go to the primordial world to investigate this matter. They wanted to find out what happened to the trio. After all, even a creature that was almost as strong as a level 8 supreme powerhouse would not be able to kill 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses so easily. After the master and disciple arrived in the primordial world, they went to the Adagon tribe immediately. Since Duanling Tian had visited once with Xiaomu Bai before, he knew the way there. Duanling Tian extended his divine consciousness when he arrived at the Adagon tribe. The atmosphere was solemn and eerie. Everyone seemed lifeless, as though they had lost their souls. What's going on? Duanling Tian was puzzled. When a powerhouse of the Adagon tribe came out to welcome the duo, they found out that the tribe was greatly impacted by Egu Li's death. After all, everyone in the tribe regarded Egu Li as their faith. They worshipped him and treated him like a deity. Now that he had fallen, it was as though their world had come to an end. Duanling Tian asked, "I came to ask if Egu Li's doppelganger mentioned anything before it disappeared?" The old man was one of the few world supreme powerhouses in the Adagon tribe. He only became a world supreme powerhouse within 1,000 years ago. Similar to many imminent world supreme powerhouses, he entered the heaven-traversing pagoda and grew stronger. After becoming a world supreme powerhouse, the heavenly tribulation was no longer a threat to him. Duanling Tian had heard about this from Xiaomu Bai. Speaking of Xiaomu Bai, he was already a world supreme powerhouse before the new entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda appeared. Thanks to the heaven-traversing pagoda, he was very close to becoming the 3rd level 7 supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world after Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian. In fact, Xianxia had already become a level 7 supreme powerhouse 300 years ago. However, since he was a native of the Transcendence world, he was not counted even though he was now residing in the god-defying world. "Yes?" the old man said grimly. "Before his death, he told us what they encountered there. He said they intended to test the strength of the creature guarding the entrance. However, when they started fighting, 2 more opponents that were stronger than the first one appeared. Those 2 were humans. They had no chance to escape at all and didn't even exchange more than 20 moves before they died." The old man continued to say, "Egu Li said one of the humans was slightly stronger than the creature while the other one was much stronger than the creature. The trio was easily suppressed by the duo. They had no chance to escape back to the primordial world at all." After listening to the words of the world's supreme powerhouse, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang exchanged a look and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They did not expect that there were also humans in the mysterious entrances apart from the powerful creatures. Based on their original speculations, the creatures were like guardians. With the appearance of humans, that place behind the entrances became even more mysterious. "Can you repeat his exact words to us?" Feng Qingyang asked the world's supreme powerhouse. After listening to the last words of Eguli's doppelganger, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang also inquired about the other two who had also gone to the mysterious entrance with Eguli. Before they left, they also consoled the world's supreme powerhouse. Please accept our condolences. After that, the duo went to the forces that the two individuals belonged to, which were also among the top forces in the primordial world. They were both friends of Eguli, and one of them was on par with Eguli before he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. When Eguli proposed that they explore the mysterious entrance, the duo readily agreed and accompanied him since they were curious as well. Alas, they did not expect their hasty decision would cost them their lives. All the years of cultivation and hard work went to waste just like that. It seems like that place behind the entrances is just like ours with both creatures and humans. After visiting the other two forces, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang returned to the god-defying world with heavy hearts. I have a feeling that a storm is coming our way, Feng Qingyang said as his eyes flashed. Duanling Tian nodded with a slight frown on his face. He felt the same way. Duanling Tian enjoyed his current peaceful life. He did not have to worry too much since he was now strong enough to deal with any threats and protect those he cared about. However, the 9 entrances in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary and the recent event in the primordial world made him feel that the peace was about to be broken. I'm going to ask my family and friends to return and cultivate in my little world, Duanling Tian said in a low voice. It's the safest place for them, and I'll have peace of mind as well. Apart from his parents, his wives, and his friends who were in the god-defying world, Duanling Tian also summoned his children Xuanai and the 3 little ones back from the outer boundary regardless if they were willing or not. Father, brother Ling Tian? When Duanling Tian's doppelganger showed up in the outer boundary, Duanyen Tian, Duan Siling, and the others were stunned. They were unaware that Duanling Tian's doppelganger had been following them in the outer boundary. They could tell that it was his doppelganger. Come back with me. Before the others could even react, Duanling Tian waved his hand. A powerful force swept toward the others, and they vanished into thin air, leaving the outer boundary. Faced with Duanling Tian's overwhelming power, they could only comply. He did not even allow them to speak until they returned. During the process, Duanyen Tian tried to struggle while Duan Siling, Han Xuanai, and the others were relatively quiet. Smack! Seeing how unruly his son was, Duanling Tian slapped his son, causing his son to stop struggling immediately. Upon his return to the god-defying world, Duanling Tian gathered everyone before he explained the current situation to them and told them about his and Feng Qingyang's speculation from 1,000 years ago. Before the historical gap, heaven annihilated everything to use the energy to fortify the defenses against foreign invaders? So heaven intentionally set a limit to our cultivation to better guard against the enemies? So the recent changes are because heaven can no longer help us and wants us to face the threat on our own? Duanling Tian's family, friends, and even his seniors from the Myriad Laws Academy were shocked when they heard his words. Although he did mention that everything was just speculation for now, they thought that everything made sense and regarded his words as the truth. Everyone felt pressured after listening to Duanling Tian. Even Duanyen Tian had quieted down. However, his determination to grow stronger did not diminish. He became even more determined to grow stronger. Even if I have to stay in Father's little world, I have to grow stronger as soon as possible so I can help. I'm Duanling Tian's son. I must uphold his legacy, Duanyen Tian thought to himself. Over the years, Duanyen Tian might have taken a few unconventional routes, but they were all driven by his desire to walk in his father's footsteps. Duanling Tian's journey from obscurity to the height of fame, earning the respect of all the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world, filled him with pride. He did not aim to outshine his father. He only wanted to uphold his family's honor. Although it's just a speculation, I hope all of you will stay in my little world until we can confirm the truth, Duanling Tian said. Father, the divine offering land is also part of your little world. Can I stay in the divine offering land instead? Duanyen Tian asked tentatively. In the past, I'd say yes, but not now, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. Although I can travel to anywhere in the divine offering land quickly, it'll still take some time. Until we can determine the threat, you should all stay in my little world. Duan Ling Tian was very firm when it came to his family and friends' safety. At this moment, Huangfu Meng Yuan said, "Little junior brother, let second junior brother, third junior brother, and fourth junior sister stay in your little world. As for me, I won't do so." After 1,000 years, Huangfu Meng Yuan had already become a world supreme powerhouse. As for Duan Ling Tian's senior brothers and senior sister, they had already entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. Eldest senior sister, since you're already a world supreme powerhouse, there's no need for you to stay in my little world if you don't want to, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Considering Huangfu Meng Yuan's talent in both cultivation and comprehension, Duan Ling Tian knew she was more than capable of becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse before the disaster struck. Yang Yuchan shook his head and said, "Eldest senior sister, if I weren't already a supreme powerhouse, I would have listened to you even if I felt reluctant to avoid worrying you. However, I'm a supreme powerhouse now. I should improve my strength in the heaven-traversing pagoda to prepare for the disaster. It's my duty to safeguard this world." Before Huangfu Meng Yuan could respond, Hong Yifeng and Lang Chun Yuan also echoed Yang Yuchen's sentiments. Since they were supreme powerhouses now, they were not willing to play it safe. They were determined to forge their own paths and catch up with Huangfu Meng Yuan. They did not even think about catching up to Duan Ling Tian since he was a monstrous talent. Huangfu Meng Yuan wanted to dissuade them, but when she saw the resolute expressions on their faces, she only sighed helplessly. "All right, do as you please. You're all supreme powerhouses now. You're no longer novices," Duan Ling Tian said, reassuring the slightly downcast Huangfu Meng Yuan. "Eldest senior sister, their decision is understandable. If any of my family and friends were supreme powerhouses, they wouldn't want to stay in my little world as well. Although they could cultivate as normal in Duan Ling Tian's little world and even make speedier progress, it was mundane compared to the outside world." Duan Ling Tian was actively looking for a way to remedy this. He planned to ask Xiaomu Bai if there was a way to completely integrate the divine offering land with his little world so his family and friends could live in a lively environment. However, doing so might affect the lives of the others living in the divine offering land. For one, it would be more inconvenient for others to leave the divine offering land. Since he had yet to discuss this matter with Xiaomu Bai, he did not inform his family and friends about his plan yet. At this time, Lang Chun Yuan said to reassure Huangfu Meng Yuan, "Eldest senior sister, don't worry. We'll look after ourselves." Meanwhile, Duan Yen Tian, who was standing not far away, listened to the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and his seniors. He was clearly envious of them. "If only I were a supreme powerhouse, then I wouldn't have to stay in father's little world." Duan Yen Tian was unwilling to stay in Duan Ling Tian's monotonous little world. He really wished he could stay in the divine offering land, which was a part of Duan Ling Tian's little world. Alas, Duan Ling Tian was very firm about them staying in his little world, which made him feel helpless and hopeless. After bidding farewell, Huangfu Meng Yuan and the others went to the heaven-traversing pagoda to raise their strength. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian sent his family and friends into his little world before he looked for Feng Qingyang to discuss his plan. "You want to integrate the divine offering land with your little world?" Feng Qingyang asked as his eyes lit up. He continued to say, "With this, the inhabitants of the divine offering land will also be protected. However, their personal freedom might be restricted." "Indeed. That's why I plan to discuss this with Lord Xiao," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod before he sent a message to Xiaomu Bai. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's plan, Xiaomu Bai mulled over it for a moment before he said, "This matter isn't difficult. You can easily integrate the divine offering land with your little world. Half a year before you take action, we can tell the inhabitants of the divine offering land that we're going to seal the divine offering land for 1,000 years. At that time, they won't be able to travel to other realms. Since we're giving them a 6-month notice, those who can't accept it can leave, while those who accept it will remain." Duan Ling Tian nodded after listening to Xiaomu Bai's suggestion. It was indeed a good suggestion. After a moment, He asked, "What about the world-guarding formation?" After all, the divine offering land was also part of the world-guarding formation for the God-defying world. If he integrated it with his little world, it might affect the world-guarding formation. Xiaomubai said with a smile, "That's not a problem. After you integrate the divine offering land with your little world, I will select another realm of gods to take its place." Over the next few days, the divine offering land became a hot topic in the God-defying world. This was due to the sudden announcement that the divine offering land would be completely sealed off in half a year. For the next 1,000 years, it would be impossible for others to travel to the divine offering land, and it would be impossible for the inhabitants of the divine offering land to leave. The other aspects would largely remain unchanged. After the divine offering land was sealed off, the concentration of spiritual energy in the divine offering land would increase substantially, which would significantly help the cultivation of the inhabitants. Their efficiency would increase by 2 times. After careful consideration, Duanling Tian chose to seal the divine offering land for 1,000 years instead of 10,000 years. After all, 10,000 years were too long. After 1,000 years, he would re-establish the connection between the divine offering land and the other realms of gods. At that time, those who wanted to leave could leave and those who wanted to enter could enter. He would leave the connection open for half a year before closing it again for another 1,000 years. He planned to repeat this until they knew more about the disaster. Duanling Tian did not find this troublesome. After all, everything was for the sake of his family and friends. He wanted to provide them with a more comfortable living environment. After all, if he did not do this, his loved ones might feel as though they were being confined in a cage. Apart from their safety, there was also another advantage. After the divine offering land was sealed, the spiritual energy would increase, and it would help with their cultivation. Where are you going? The divine offering land. In half a year, it's going to be sealed for 1,000 years. During that time, the spiritual energy will increase, which means cultivating there will be twice as effective. Similar discussions could be heard in the various realms of gods. Unexpectedly, instead of a decrease in population, the divine offering land saw an increase in population. Although some people left after the announcement, more people stayed and came to the divine offering land. Half a year later, Duanling Tian integrated the divine offering land with his little world, placing it in a relatively central area close to the divine tree of life. Since there were many cultivators in the divine offering land, he set up a formation to protect the divine tree of life. The divine tree of life was also powerful enough to alert him if a world supreme powerhouse approached it. However, there were not many world supreme powerhouses who stayed in the divine offering land. In fact, there were very few supreme powerhouses who stayed in the divine offering land. Most supreme powerhouses were aware of the reason why Duanling Tian decided to seal the divine offering land, and they had left in advance. After all, with their cultivation base, they would need to cultivate in seclusion at some point. Perhaps they could ask Duanling Tian to let them leave, but after thinking about it, they thought it would be much more convenient if they left. Duanling Tian could finally rest assured after the divine offering land was sealed. After all, this meant that his loved ones were safe. Suddenly, he recalled something, and he frowned. The integration of the divine offering land and my little world doesn't affect the heavenly tribulation at all. Duanling Tian did not expect that even after the divine offering land was sealed, heaven's rule still applied. However, this isn't surprising. Otherwise, many people would be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he found that the credibility of the Void Elder's memory had fallen. He felt the latter's memory was not entirely reliable. Previously, due to the memory, Duanling Tian assumed that after becoming a level 9 supreme powerhouse, one would be on par with heaven. However, it was clear to him now that heaven was far more powerful beyond their imagination. Apart from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda, Duanling Tian spent most of his time in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to discuss the Sword Tao. During this time, he also discovered that he was unable to open his little world, where his loved ones were residing, while he was in the heaven-traversing pagoda. This was clearly a restriction placed by heaven. One day, Duanling Tian saw a person whom he had not seen for a long time. It was none other than Xue Qingzhu, his master's wife. She was also one of the city governors of the Jin dynasty's 13 cities, and she was also the first among the 13 to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Over the past 1,000 years, another 2 city governors successfully became level 7 supreme powerhouses as well. With this, the Jin dynasty's 13 cities became one of the top forces in the outer boundary, surpassing the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion that had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses now. Xiao Tianxia, Duanling Tian's old friend from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, had successfully become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After all, when Duanling Tian met him previously, he was already a saint who was very close to becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. His breakthrough was a matter of course. As for the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's World Supreme Powerhouse, Zhao Anyi, who once helped Duanling Tian capture the culprits who murdered Duan Yue, he had also become a level 7 supreme powerhouse a few hundred years ago. Little Tian, Xue Qingzhu called out when she saw Duanling Tian. Madam, did you have a breakthrough in your sword Dao after entering the heaven-traversing pagoda this time? Duanling Tian asked. After Xue Qingzhu became Feng Qingyang's wife, he began to address her as Madam, as a sign of respect. After all, she was his master's wife. Duanling Tian thought about teasing Feng Qingyang if Xue Qingzhu had a breakthrough. He thought it would be amusing. It's not so easy to break through, Xue Qingzhu said with a sigh. Although the 8th stage of the Sword Dao seems to be within reach, it's extremely challenging to take that last step. I really admire you. You managed to comprehend your Sword Dao to the 8th stage so quickly, and became the first level 8 supreme powerhouse in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. When Duanling Tian broke through, he intended to keep a low profile. Alas, heaven had a different idea. As soon as he broke through, the heavenly text appeared and announced that he was the first level 8 supreme powerhouse to appear after the gap in history. Needless to say, that heavenly text stirred up a huge commotion in both the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Everyone was shocked by how quickly he progressed. At that time, Lei Hong, who hid somewhere in the sun-bright realm, saw the heavenly text, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it! Why did that brat break through so quickly? Lei Hong cursed out loud. He felt extremely vexed. He would not have felt as vexed if his cultivation base had fallen. Back to the present. Seeing that Xue Qingzhu had come out of the heaven-traversing pagoda, he did not want to be a third wheel, so he quickly entered the heaven-traversing pagoda again. He was only in the pagoda for 3 days before he came out. This was because he learned from his doppelgangers that one of the 9 mysterious entrances had suddenly disappeared. The disappearance of the entrance caused an ominous feeling to rise in the hearts of those who had been paying attention to this matter, including Duanling Tian. After leaving the heaven-traversing pagoda, Duanling Tian met up with Feng Qingyang, Xue Qingzhu, Xiaomu Bai and Zhang Shan. All of them wore grim expressions on their faces. What's going on exactly? The news came from the primordial world, Xiaomu Bai said in a low voice. After the deaths of 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses from the primordial world, many people began to pay attention to the 9 mysterious entrances. Yesterday, someone discovered that one of them had disappeared. After news of that spread, we found out that every domain, including our God-defying world, that had those entrances had also lost one entrance. It's better for us to be cautious, Feng Qingyang said solemnly. Unsurprisingly, the disappearance of the entrance raised discussions everywhere. In the past, Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian speculated that heaven was using the heaven-traversing pagoda to prepare them to face powerful enemies. For that reason, they had been preparing to face invaders that might come through the 9 entrances. It was also for this reason that they were blindsided when one of the entrances disappeared. While they were discussing this matter, Xiaomu Bai's expression suddenly changed drastically. Zhang Shan, who was the first to notice the change in Xiaomu Bai's expression, asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian, and Xue Qingzhu shifted their eyes to Xiaomu Bai in unison. Based on their understanding of Xiaomu Bai, they knew he was not one to easily lose his composure. What happened? Duanling Tian asked. Have the invaders appeared after the disappearance of the entrance? Xiao Bai took a deep breath, but his voice still trembled slightly as he said, "The other 8 entrances have also disappeared. At least, the ones in our God-defying world have completely disappeared. I still haven't received news from the other worlds." When the first entrance disappeared, Xiao Bai had personally gone over to confirm it. After that, he had instructed people to keep an eye on the remaining 8 entrances. Just a moment ago, those people had reached out to his doppelganger, informing him that the 8 entrances had also disappeared. What? Feng Qingyang's expression changed dramatically as he asked, "The remaining 8 entrances have disappeared as well?" Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he fell deep into his thoughts. Xue Qingzhu was shocked as well. Although she was not a native of the defying world, she was naturally privy to Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang's speculation. She also believed in their speculation. She could not figure out why the 9 entrances suddenly disappeared. She speculated out loud. Could it be that heaven had already dealt with the threat? Perhaps that's why the 9 entrances disappeared. Impossible, Feng Qingyang said, shaking his head. If heaven were capable of doing so, the 9 entrances wouldn't have existed for so many years. Not only that, but it wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to create the heaven-traversing pagoda. This is definitely not as simple as it seems. I also feel that something's not right, Duanling Tian said, agreeing with Feng Qingyang. However, we can only observe the situation for now. First, let's confirm if the 8 entrances in the other places have also vanished. Xiao Bai and Zhongshan left to confirm the matter and returned quickly. The 8 entrances have also disappeared everywhere. The time of disappearance is almost identical to the time ours disappeared. However, there's no movement after the disappearances of the 8 entrances. There's no sign of invaders, Xiao Bai said. As soon as Xiao Bai's voice fell, clouds suddenly converged in the sky as purple lightning flashed brightly. This had become a familiar phenomenon in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. This was the phenomenon that heralded the heavenly text. From today onward, there'll be a new entrance with green lightning bolts to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Those in and above the realm of advanced supreme gods can enter this entrance. Those who overcome the challenges there will be rewarded. The realm behind this entrance is called the trial space. The rewards inside include, but are not limited to, the heavenly talismans and insights into the 9th stage of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Unsurprisingly, the heavenly text stirred up a huge commotion in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Duanling Tian and the others exchanged a look after reading the heavenly text. It feels like heaven is trying to get more people to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, Xue Qingzhu said. Considering the timing of the heavenly text and the disappearance of the 9 entrances, she could tell that something was wrong. Her feelings only grew stronger when she read the next heavenly text. The trial space will only be open for a month. Those who failed to enter during this time will have to wait for another 1,000 years for this opportunity to come again. The expressions of Duanling Tian and the others changed upon reading this. This was unprecedented. Even advanced supreme gods could enter the trial space. Advanced supreme gods and ordinary supreme powerhouses must be going crazy now, Zhongshan said. This doesn't seem right. I'll go to the entrance in the Jade Emperor Heaven and stop people from going in for now. Let's wait for about 20 days so we can observe the situation. As a lord of the god-defying world, it was Xiao Bai's duty to look after the safety of the inhabitants of the god-defying world. Although he did not think heaven was trying to harm them, he could not help but feel vigilant after the recent events. I'll return to the Jin dynasty's 13 cities to stop everyone from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda as well, Xue Qingzhu said anxiously. After all, there were many people she cared about in the outer boundary. She naturally did not want any of them to be in danger. I'll go with you, Feng Qingyang said before leaving with Xue Qingzhu. Meanwhile, Duanyen Tian, who was in Duanling Tian's little world, quickly expressed his desire to enter the trial space. Father, I saw the heavenly text. I want to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, Duanyen Tian said. A few years ago, he had become an advanced supreme god. At this time, Duanling Tian looked inward and noticed a group of advanced supreme gods was regretting their decision to stay in the divine offering land, which would remain sealed for 1,000 years. Naturally, after seeing the heavenly text, they could only sigh helplessly and wait for the trial space to open again. Initially, Duanling Tian did not plan to pay attention to these individuals. However, the event had stirred up a commotion among many. He did not want the divine offering land to be thrown into chaos, so he quickly opened the connections to the various realms of gods in the god-defying world. Those who wish to leave the divine offering land have 1 month to leave. After that, the divine offering land will be sealed again for 1,000 years. Duanling Tian's voice resonated through the divine offering land. It was as though an almighty creator was speaking to the lives he brought into existence. Duanling Tian's words set off waves in the divine offering land. After all, many had made a fuss because of this matter. Now that they got what they wanted, they could leave and enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to grow stronger. Most of the people who kicked up a fuss were advanced supreme gods. As for the few supreme powerhouses in the divine offering land, most of them had a good relationship with the Xia clan. They knew the risks that came with leaving the divine offering land, so they did not have any plans to leave. Moreover, as supreme powerhouses, it was not difficult for them to leave if they wanted to. Even those who were not close to Duanling Tian could speak to those who could, such as people from the Xia clan in the divine offering land. Father, you allowed them to leave, but why won't you allow me to leave? Duanyen Tian was naturally eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He desperately wished to catch up to his father, but with his current strength, he felt like he was lagging far behind. Now that there was a chance to narrow the gap between them, he naturally did not want to miss it. Be good and stay here, Duanling Tian said. Although he was pleased with his son's determination to grow stronger, his son was too rash. After he disciplined his son physically, he explained the reason behind his decisions. After gaining an understanding of his father's concerns, Duanyen Tian also calmed down. However, he could not help but think to himself, couldn't he have explained it earlier? Was it necessary to use physical punishment first? Father's not like that with Si Ling at all. He's so biased. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of his son's thoughts. Even if he were aware of them, he would not have paid attention to them. In the following period, Duanling Tian closely monitored the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. He had also received news from the god-defying world's Jade Emperor Heaven that Xiao Bai tried to stop people from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. However, due to the sheer number of advanced supreme gods, he was unsuccessful. He could only stop a few of them. After all, unless he was willing to kill indiscriminately, it was impossible for him to stop so many people. Moreover, even if he persisted, he knew people could still enter the heaven-traversing pagoda by going to the entrances outside of the god-defying world. After all, the new addition to the heaven-traversing pagoda was too tempting. During this time, many people from the myriad worlds and the outer boundary who previously entered the heaven-traversing pagoda through the entrance with purple lightning bolts also came out. In the god-defying world, Duanling Tian contacted the doppelganger of Huangfu Meng Yuan, his eldest senior sister from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction, and told her about his suspicions. The doppelgangers of his second senior brother, third senior brother, and fourth senior sister also showed up one after another. In the outer boundary, there was a sense of unrest in the Jin dynasty's 13 cities upon the return of Xue Qingzhu, the former 7th city governor. Those from the outer boundary had no doppelgangers, but they could still be contacted through other methods. Most people trusted Xue Qingzhu wholeheartedly. Although the allure of the heaven-traversing pagoda was very strong, they had greater trust in her. Since she became a city governor, she had never led them astray and brought glory and numerous benefits to the Jin dynasty's 13 cities. They knew that she would not let them suffer losses. Before Feng Qingyang and Xue Qingzhu left, Duanling Tian also requested that they inform the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion about this matter, and also asked the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion to inform the nearby Azure Cloud Saint sect about this matter. He had a little connection with these two forces, so he decided to give them a reminder. However, whether they listened to him or not was entirely up to them. Apart from this incident, the myriad worlds and the outer boundary were generally very peaceful. After all, so many people, especially advanced supreme gods, had entered the heaven-traversing pagoda. With fewer people present, there were naturally fewer conflicts. Time raced forward. In just a blink of an eye, 32 years have passed. On this day, Duan Ling Tian was in the solitary destructive heaven, a Devata realm in the god-defying world. He was comprehending the sword Dao at this moment, hoping to break through the 9th stage. Although he did not know what the future held, he knew that improving his strength would only benefit him. Not only would he be able to protect himself better, but he would also be able to protect his family and friends. With this in mind, he cultivated tirelessly. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening sound that seemed to shake heaven and earth rang in the air, causing the ground to quake. Following that, an extremely powerful energy descended from the sky. Buildings in the solitary destructive heaven began to collapse rapidly in succession. Many places were reduced to ruins in just a moment. The majestic force swept out in all directions, bringing with it destruction. He's there. I found him. You Luo He. How dare you cultivate the forbidden sacrificial technique? This is unacceptable in the divine land. Now that I found you, I'm going to kill you. A voice reprimanded harshly from outside the god-defying world. Following that, wave after wave of powerful energy swept out. In fact, the energy was not directed at the god-defying world. They were only shockwaves from a battle in the distance. Nonetheless, they were enough to bring destruction to the solitary destructive heaven. There it is, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself after he flew up high into the sky. He looked at the colossal tower in the distance. It was the heaven-traversing pagoda. At this moment, the heaven-traversing pagoda exploded with a dazzling white light. Subsequently, countless cries of agony and despair rang out one after another, sending shivers down people's spines. At this time, another voice said loudly and disdainfully, "You weaklings think you can kill me? What a joke!" As waves of energy continued to collide with each other, the solitary destructive heaven could no longer hold on and collapsed. Duan Ling Tian stood in the void. Due to the destruction, Feng Qingyang, Xue Qingzhu, and the others who were originally in his line of sight disappeared. This is bad. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed immediately when he sensed something. He discovered that his little world was shaking. Not only that, but the divine tree of life that once was filled with vitality had dimmed in just an instant. The world-cleansing divine water's aura was also weakening like a dying flame. What's happening? Duan Ling Tian was perplexed and frustrated. Before he could even react, the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water faded into oblivion, leaving no traces behind. Following that, his little world and the divine offering land also began to collapse. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian could not spare any of his attention for the group of people in the divine offering land. His attention was solely focused on his family and friends who were near the now-destroyed divine tree of life earlier and in the divine offering land. The laws have vanished? When Duan Ling Tian made a move, he discovered that he could no longer mobilize the law of space and the other laws. He was only left with his own strength and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Although his strength was greatly weakened, fortunately, he was still able to protect his parents and his wives. Si Ling, Nian Tian. After protecting his parents and wives, Duan Ling Tian wanted to search for his children and other family members and friends in the divine offering land. However, he discovered that everyone in the divine offering land had disappeared into the black void that appeared after the space shattered. He extended his divine consciousness, but he could not sense their presence at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a pulling force sweeping over him, his parents, and his wives. The force seemed to have come from the black void behind the cracks. At the same time, the sound of the distant battle also began to fade, and in just a moment, silence returned. During this time, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, and just as he was about to resist the pulling force, it suddenly vanished. Then, He found himself standing in the midst of towering mountains with rivers snaking through them. Duan Lingtian was shocked. What happened? Don't tell me that we were forcibly sent to the place beyond the mysterious entrances. Duan Lingtian's mind was racing. Scenes of the heaven traversing pagoda exploding flashed in his mind, accompanied by the voices and cries he heard. There was no doubt that he would not be able to forget them. What happened? Duan Lingtian's parents and his wives, who were by his side, were also confused. Brother Tian, what do you think happened? Kur asked Duan Lingtian, bewildered as she surveyed the surroundings. Her bewildered expression turned into one of shock and fear as she said, "Was it my imagination? Did the divine tree of life and sister water disappear? Wait, I can no longer sense the laws." Kur got along very well with the world-cleansing divine water while she was in Duan Lingtian's little world, and they both addressed each other as sister. At the same time, Li Fei Huaner and Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, he was their pillar of support and their guiding light. Due to their complete trust in him, they dutifully stayed by the divine tree of life and cultivated there. They refrained from venturing into the divine offering land, not wanting to worry him. As for Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, they lived a life of retirement near the divine tree of life, thinking that it was the best option. They naturally did not expect Duan Lingtian's little world to collapse. However, thanks to their decision to stay near the divine tree of life, unlike many others, they were able to stay by Duan Lingtian's side after he protected them in a timely manner. "I don't know what happened as well," Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Since they were fine, it meant that the others were also fine. The only problem was that he did not know where they were sent to. It was obvious to Duan Lingtian that the pulling force came from the black void. Now that it had disappeared, they had also regained their mobility. "It's true. I can't sense the laws as well," Huaner said grimly. Duan Lingtian sighed. "Earlier, when I was still in the solitary destructive heaven, I saw the waves of energy descend from the sky. I heard a few voices as well." After Duan Lingtian recounted what he had seen and heard earlier, Li Fei said, "We heard the voices too. Someone said, 'You Luo He, how dare you cultivate the forbidden sacrificial technique? This is unacceptable in the divine land. Now that I found you, I'm going to kill you.' Who's you Luo He? You heard it as well?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. After all, he had sealed his little world, but somehow, the others in his little world heard and saw the commotion outside. Feng Tianwu said, "It's not just that. We saw the heaven-traversing pagoda explode as well, and we heard the screams of agony." After discussing this matter with his wives, Duan Lingtian concluded that the fragmentation of his little world was likely not an isolated case. It was likely that other people's little worlds also shared the same fate as his. After all, little worlds were intricately linked to the laws in space. Duan Lingtian carefully recalled what happened again. After the commotion and the explosion of the heaven-traversing pagoda, everything tied to the laws collapsed. When the solitary destructive heaven was destroyed, he was transported to the dark void. It was at that time that he discovered the laws seemed to have disappeared. Shortly after that, he was brought here where the laws were also absent. At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. "No, it doesn't make sense. We might not be in that mysterious place. I remember when Master entered one of the 9 entrances, he had made a move with all his strength. He didn't mention anything about being unable to mobilize his laws. What's happening exactly? Things seem different from what we've speculated. Who is Yu Luo He? Clearly, he was under attack because he cultivated some forbidden sacrificial technique. What's the divine land that they mentioned?" Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, his parents and his wives heard him clearly. "Perhaps we're now in the divine land they mentioned?" Duan Rufeng speculated out loud. Li Ro asked worriedly. Si Ling and Yen Tian were in the God-defying world. There are also our in-laws, Xue Nai, Little Black, Little White and Little Gold. I wonder if they're okay. All of them are relatively strong, so they should be okay, Duan Tian said. He suppressed his emotions and gradually calmed down. He knew he could not be impatient. The most important thing now was to find out what this new place that they had been forcibly sent to. Even now, Duan Tian was still perplexed, grappling to understand what had just happened. It was too sudden and he was caught off guard. Nonetheless, even if he had yet to figure out the situation, he knew that it was serious. Now that he had been sent to this place, whether he could leave and return to the myriad worlds or the outer boundary or not, he knew he had to learn as much as he could about this place. Ha! All of a sudden, Duan Tian sensed a familiar energy surging from Kur's body. It was the energy of a supreme powerhouse. He asked, surprised, "Kur, you've broken through?" Kur seemed distracted as she sensed the changes in her body. She murmured, "It seems like I've broken through, but it's different from what Huaner described." Huaner was the first among Duan Tian's wives to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. She was also the first to become an advanced supreme god among them. Earlier, the energy of advanced supreme gods was surging in my body. After it circulated in my body a few times, I broke through. It just happened suddenly and very naturally. I didn't even feel the pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses, Kur said, describing her experience. After a moment, she seemed to have recalled something and said, "By the way, during the breakthrough, I seemed to have glimpsed flashes of the sword Dao in my mind." Among Duan Tian's wives, Kur was the first to master the sword Dao. She had comprehended it to the first stage. Swoosh! Suddenly, another wave of energy surged. This time, it came from Huaner, who was standing nearby. "Huaner, you broke through as well?" Duan Tian was shocked. Compared to Kur, Huaner's breakthrough was more profound, since she had already entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. "Brother Tian, I have a feeling it has something to do with this place. When I arrived, I could feel that my sword Dao that was at the third stage was improving. After that, I broke through and became a level 3 supreme powerhouse." Upon hearing these words, Duan Tian quickly turned to look at Li Fei and Feng Tianwu. After confirming that they did not show any unusual signs, he turned to look at his parents. Similar to Li Fei and Feng Tianwu, his parents also did not display any unusual signs. It seemed like coming to this place did not affect their cultivation at all. It seems like this place and the Sword Dao, or the 4 Daos of heaven, are intricately linked, Duan Tian said as his eyes flashed. "Laws don't exist in this world. We can sense them or use them at all. Apart from our cultivation base and our internal energy, the only thing we can use here is the 4 Daos of heaven and earth." After that, he said, "For now, let's find a suitable place to settle down first. Perhaps we might run into other people. We can also familiarize ourselves with this place." Duan Tian and his family traveled for a few days before they spotted a group of people. They seemed to be in a hurry. "Excuse me." Duan Tian approached the group of people, hoping to learn more about this place. The expressions of the group of people changed when they saw him. Even after confirming that he did not have any ill intentions, they only walked past him and hurried away. Before Duan Tian could react, another group of people appeared. Clearly, they had been tailing the first group of people before this. In just a moment, the two groups began to fight. Duan Tian frowned, but he did not intend to intervene. They were in a new place. Before he had more information, it was best not to get into any conflict. The two groups of people were only average in strength. Without the laws, even the most powerful one was only comparable to an intermediate supreme god. Apart from that, it seemed like none of them had comprehended the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. All in all, most of them were weaker than intermediate supreme gods, possibly even weaker than rudimentary supreme gods. Duan Tian returned to his family and continued on their journey. At the same time, he said, "There must be human settlements nearby, considering those people's presence in this place." As expected, after 3 days, Duan Tian and his family arrived near a small city nestled next to a mountain range. Although it was small, it was bustling with activities. People could be seen coming in and out of the city at this moment. As Duanling Tian and his family drew closer, Kur, Li Fei, and Li Ro attracted the attention of the people in the surroundings due to their beauty. Huana wore her veil as usual, so she did not attract any attention. However, their attention was fleeting. After all, there were many beauties in this place. There were many women here who cultivated techniques that allowed them to alter their appearances. As such, they could make themselves look very beautiful. However, these techniques naturally could not change their souls. Speaking of souls, Duanling Tian had noticed soon after he arrived that one's soul energy would surge out on its own. It could be sensed from afar, easily revealing one's presence and identity. Apart from that, based on the few people he encountered, he found that the language spoken here was similar to that in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. If it were not for the absence of the laws and involuntary overflow of soul energy, he would have easily mistaken this place for the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. After entering the city, Duanling Tian discovered that the people over here also used divine crystals and divine rocks to trade. He sighed in relief. After all, he was in possession of a huge number of divine rocks and divine crystals. Alas, the relief did not last long. Soon after that, he discovered that his spatial ring was gone. He speculated that the spatial ring had been destroyed. Duanling Tian lamented the loss of his spatial ring. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Li Fei for her necklace that was made from divine crystals. He planned to exchange them for divine rocks so he could buy daily necessities. Li Fei's necklace was not made from ordinary divine crystals. They were very big. Divine crystals of that size were very rare. Duanling Tian had given her the divine crystals because he was aware of her fondness for shiny things, and she strung them into a necklace. Since she wore it on her neck instead of keeping it in her spatial ring, it was, fortunately, not lost. Now that everyone's spatial rings were gone, not only were they penniless, but they were also without weapons. After wandering the street for a while, Duanling Tian saw a shop called Precious Treasure Pavilion. It was several stories tall and decorated opulently. Curious, he approached the shopkeeper and asked how many divine rocks he could exchange with his divine crystal. He was aware of the usual conversation rate, but his divine crystal was no ordinary crystal after all. A divine crystal of this size? Swoosh! To prevent the shopkeeper from cheating him, he deliberately displayed his sword Dao that was at the 8th stage. The invisible sword energy surged around for a moment before it disappeared. The shopkeeper's expression turned into one of shock as he exclaimed, "A Supreme Dao Powerhouse? A Supreme Dao Powerhouse?" This was the first time Duanling Tian had heard of this term. Obviously, it was a term for those who had mastered the 4 Daos of heaven and earth in this world. The shopkeeper became much more respectful after this discovery. He gave Duanling Tian a favorable exchange rate before asking if there was anything else he could help Duanling Tian with. Based on how reverent he was, it was clear that Supreme Dao powerhouses held a high status in this place. Since the shop was not too busy, Duanling Tian decided to ask the shopkeeper a few questions. "I actually have a few questions." After that, Duanling Tian learned that this place was called the Divine Land. Currently, he was in a relatively remote city called Peace City in Distinct Province. The city was home to 2 prominent clans and 1 gang, and one of the clans owned the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Apart from that, Duanling Tian learned that the strongest cultivators in the 3 forces were only supreme powerhouses, not supreme Dao powerhouses. This was the reason the shopkeeper was shocked to find out that he was a Dao cultivator. Duanling Tian found an inn to stop in. After settling down, he and his family sat down and chatted. "I didn't expect that there are more than 4 Daos of heaven earth in the Divine Land. There's no weapon Dao here. Each type of weapon Dao is considered an independent Dao," Kur said with a sigh. After gaining some understanding of this world, she was not as worried about Duan Xiling and Duanyen Tian's safety. After all, their strength could be considered formidable here. That's right. We only have 4 Daos, but here there are many kinds of Daos. Just the weapon Dao alone has hundreds of Daos. Since the laws did not exist here, the people here naturally did not know anything about the laws or their powers. Earlier, Duanling Tian also asked the shopkeeper if he had heard of Yu Luo He, but the shopkeeper had never heard of that name before. The shopkeeper also knew nothing about the forbidden sacrificial technique that was mentioned. However, the shopkeeper explained that he was not knowledgeable about such matters because he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. If it were not for his business talent that was recognized by the clan, he would only be serving tea, doing chores, and running errands for the clan. I plan to visit the 3 major forces in Peace City tomorrow. I'm sure the people there will be able to provide us with more information, Duan Tian said, sharing his plan with his family. He planned to visit the forces alone, and he asked his wives to look after his parents. The 4 women did not have any objections. Initially, they had felt uneasy in this unfamiliar world and felt as though they were in constant danger. However, as time passed, they felt more at ease. Unexpectedly, someone came looking for Duan Tian before he could visit the 3 forces in Peace City. The other party claimed to be the clan leader of the Yen clan in Peace City. I'll go out and meet him. Since his wives were in the courtyard, Duan Tian decided to meet the visitor outside. As soon as he saw the other party, realization dawned on him. After all, the shopkeeper of the Precious Treasure Pavilion was standing behind the other party. Although the shopkeeper was low on the hierarchy, his cultivation was not too weak. This was thanks to the abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in this place. The concentrations of heaven and earth spirit energy here was comparable to that in places with the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in the myriad world and the outer boundary. Sir, it's a pleasure to see you again, the shopkeeper said respectfully. The middle-aged man standing in front of the shopkeeper looked at Duan Tian with bright eyes as he said respectfully, "Greetings, I'm Yen Hu the clan, leader of the Yen clan in Peace City. I came to give you a gift, sir." Yen Hu handed an item to Duan Tian as he spoke. Duan Tian accepted it. It was a sword-shaped jade pendant that contained a trace of the sword Dao. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it, but he could easily sense it with his divine consciousness. However, the sword Dao in the jade pendant was only at the first stage. For those who had yet to comprehend the sword Dao, the jade pendant would be useful. Even then, it could only give a basic comprehension of the sword Dao. "I have no use for this," Duan Tian said casually, returning the jade pendant to Yen Hu. Not only was the jade pendant useless to him, but it was also useless to his family. After all, his family could learn more about the sword Dao from him compared to the jade pendant. Yen Hu was stunned by Duan Tian's words. Then, his eyes widened as he asked tremblingly, "Yes, sir. Does this mean you've mastered the 2nd stage of the sword Dao?" He knew that only Dao cultivators who mastered the 2nd stage of the sword at the very least would not have any use for the jade pendant. "You can think so," Duan Tian replied vaguely with a faint smile on his face. Yen Hu's hands trembled as he took the jade pendant back. He took a deep breath before he asked, "Sir, can I ask you to help the Yen clan? The clan will compensate you generously for your help." With that, Yen Hu returned the divine crystals Duan Tian had used to exchange for divine rocks earlier, and he continued to say, "These are the divine rocks from earlier. Think of them as a gift from me." Duan Tian did not reach out for the divine crystals. Instead, he asked with a faint smile, "What do you want me to help you with?" Duan Tian did not mind helping the other party if it was just a small matter. After all, as the clan leader of the Yen clan, he believed the other party would be able to provide him with valuable information. However, if the matter was too complicated, he would refuse the other party. Duan Tian gained an understanding of the situation after listening to Yen Hu's explanation. As it turned out, the sword-shaped jade pendant in Yen Hu's possession had drawn the attention of the other 2 forces in Peace City. The 2 forces coveted it, and it seemed like they were ready to join forces to deal with the Yen clan. Initially, Yen Hu planned to give the jade pendant to Duan Tian and make the 2 forces abandon their covetous ideas. Naturally, he claimed that he had given it away. The 2 forces would not easily believe him. As such, he hoped that Duan Tian would step forward and say the jade pendant was in his possession even if Duan Tian did not plan to accept it, hoping that Duan Tian would scare the 2 forces away. "So that's what you need help with?" Duan Tian said with a smile. In that case, you can spread the word that the jade pendant is now in my possession. Tell them to look for me if they insist on a confrontation. I'll be waiting for them. To Duanling Tian, this was just a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning at all. He accepted the divine crystals that Yen Hu brought out earlier, planning to return them to his wife, Li Fei. After seeing Yen Hu out, Duanling Tian returned to the guest's courtyard and returned the divine crystals to Li Fei. Li Fei said, surprised by the divine crystals, "Brother Tian, these are?" Duanling Tian smiled before he recounted what had happened. Li Fei nodded after he heard that the clan that owned the precious treasure pavilion wanted Duanling Tian to lie for them. On the other hand, after Yen Hu returned, he quickly spread the news. He did not forget to include the inn that Duanling Tian was staying in. It did not take long before the other two major forces in Peace City received the news. Yen Hu gave the sword Dao pendant to a Dao cultivator? Is it true? Did he disclose the other party's location? Does he want us to confirm the matter ourselves? The sword Dao jade pendant was crucial in helping them to comprehend the sword Dao. As such, the leaders of the two forces quickly rushed to the inn to confirm Yen Hu's words. When they discovered that Duanling Tian was indeed a supreme Dao cultivator, they could only choose to withdraw no matter how reluctant they felt. Were we too forceful? If we had handled it more tactfully, perhaps the Yen clan might not resort to this. The two leaders shook their heads and smiled wryly after leaving the inn. They did not expect the Yen clan to go to such lengths to avoid giving up the sword Dao jade pendant to them. After all, it was a self-defeating move. At the same time, Yen Hu also received news that the two forces had been successfully deceived. He quickly visited the inn again with a few elders, not only to express his gratitude, but also to answer Duanling Tian's question. During his first visit, Duanling Tian had mentioned that he wanted to speak with knowledgeable people from the Yen clan. As such, the elders that Yen Hu brought were the most knowledgeable even if they were not Dao cultivators. One of the elders had ventured out of the distinct province before. He narrowly escaped death before he successfully returned to Peace City. After all, it was dangerous for those who did not comprehend the Dao to venture out so far. After expressing his gratitude and introducing the elders to Duanling Tian, he gave Duanling Tian a spatial ring. The spatial rings were different from the spatial rings in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. The latter relied on the law of space while the former relied on the materials it was forged from, which were of higher quality compared to the latter. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian could sense a trace of spatial energy from it. This was the first time he had sensed the spatial energy after coming to this world. Unlike the spatial rings he was familiar with, the spatial rings here could not self-destruct. Although the rings were bound to their owners, after the death of their owners, anyone could take possession of the rings. Duanling Tian inquired about the value of the spatial ring. After finding out that its value was not particularly high, he asked Yen Hu for more spatial rings for his family. After all, they no longer had their spatial rings after coming to this place. Yen Hu was initially confused when he found out that Duanling Tian and the others did not possess spatial rings. Not only that, but they also seemed to lack divine rocks. After all, supreme Dao powerhouses should not lack these things. Realization only dawned on him after Duanling Tian told him about his origin. Duanling Tian did not hesitate to disclose his origin to Yen Hu because he was certain that Yen Hu posed no threat to him. Moreover, he would soon leave this place. After listening to this, the old man, who had once left the distinct province, said, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, the world you came from is created by the life creation chart. Based on the legends, the sacrificial Dao you mentioned is also related to it. It's created by the life creation chart?" Duanling Tian was shocked. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "Please elaborate, senior." The old man hurriedly said, "Sir, you're a supreme Dao powerhouse. I'm not worthy of you addressing me as senior." After saying that, he told Duanling Tian about the legends and tales he had heard over the years. In the history of the Divine Land, it was said that someone used the life creation chart to create a new realm. Not only that, but the other party was also said to have forcibly moved others there. The most shocking thing was that the owner of the life creation chart was said to be able to control everything in that realm, including the flow of time. It said that in the new realm created by the life creation chart, the owner could establish various laws, among which were the elemental laws that formed the foundation of the life creation chart. Duanling Tian's heart moved slightly when he heard the words elemental laws. These were likely the laws that they mastered. Apart from the 5 elements, space, time, and life were also considered elements in this world. The person who forged the life creation chart and created a new realm shared it with his wife. However, for some reason, his wife met a tragic end later. Subsequently, he comprehended the sacrificial Tao and used the life creation chart to bolster his strength by sacrificing the people of the new realm. Eventually, news of his sinister acts spread, and an alliance was formed. In the end, they managed to kill him. In fact, they were rather lucky. If he was just a little stronger, it would have been easier to ascend to heaven than to kill him. After that, news of the life creation chart began to spread. The 5 people who joined forces to kill him each protected a piece of it. The sacrificial Tao he comprehended was also declared a forbidden technique. Those who cultivated the technique were dealt with harshly in the divine land. Duanling Tian's emotions were in turmoil. He did not expect the truth to be so shocking. After all, according to the old man, the myriad worlds and outer boundary were nothing more than realms created by the life creation chart in the divine land. Although the old man had said that the story was merely a legend, Duanling Tian was certain there were some truths in it. He wondered if Yuluo he managed to obtain the life creation chart or forge another one, creating the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Were of all them livestocks to Yuluo he used to bolster Yuluo he's strength? After all, based on the snippets he had heard before being transported to this world, it was said that Yuluo he had cultivated the forbidden technique. Did the gap in history happen because Yuluo he sacrificed all of the lives in the realm for his cultivation? Was he sacrificing lives again before this, causing us to be transported here? However, that doesn't seem right. Why didn't he kill everyone? Why did he only kill those in the heaven-traversing pagoda? Duanling Tian felt chills running up his spine when he thought about the destruction of the heaven-traversing pagoda that preceded the destruction of the solitary destructive heaven. Why did he try to stop people from entering the 7th level of the realm of supreme powerhouses after the gap in history? Why was there no mention of the 9 entrances to the divine land before the gap in history? Although Duanling Tian still had a lot of questions, he was quite certain that the 9 mysterious entrances in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary led to the divine land. Duanling Tian still had many questions. Why was it that the 9 mysterious entrances to the divine land did not exist before the history gap, when the Void Elder was alive? Why did heaven purge the world before the historical gap but not after? Why was it so difficult to enter the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses after the historical gap? Why did heaven make it easier for others to become level 7 supreme powerhouses after he and Feng Qingyang became one? It seemed like heaven did a complete turn and wanted to produce more level 7 supreme powerhouses. Last but not least, why did the 9 mysterious entrances suddenly disappear one after another? In fact, Duanling Tian was right about his speculation regarding the newest entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda that appeared previously. Yuluo he had used them to lure cultivators, who wanted to become stronger, into the pagoda to raise his own strength. Even now, when he recalled the horrifying screams of agony and the scene of destruction of the heaven-traversing pagoda before the collapse of the solitary destructive heaven and the space, chills still ran up his spine. After listening to Yen Hu and the others and obtaining some information, Duanling Tian said, "Thank you, clan leader Yen." Yen Hu shook his head and said with a smile, "Sir, there's no need to thank me. What I did is far less than what you'd done for me," Yen Hu said sincerely. Now that Duanling Tian helped the Yen clan to protect the sword-shaped jade pendant that contained the sword Dao, it was possible that the Yen clan might have a supreme Dao powerhouse in the future. With that, the Yen clan would dominate Peace City, which would undoubtedly be a great blessing. After seeing Yen Hu and the others out, Duanling Tian returned to his courtyard and recounted what he had heard to his wives. Unsurprisingly, his wives were astonished by what they heard. "I didn't expect that something like the life creation chart existed. I can actually create a new world. Then, is it really true that the myriad worlds and the outer boundary were created by the life creation chart? Was the creator from the divine land and the owner of the life creation chart? No wonder we can't sense the laws here. As it turns out, laws only exist in worlds created by the life creation chart. The next day, Duanling Tian also told his parents about what he had learned, and they were also shocked. They did not expect that the realms of gods, Devata realms, mundane realms, and everything else were created by a supreme powerhouse in the divine land using the life creation chart. Father, Mother, I plan to bring everyone to the capital city of distinct province, Duanling Tian said. The capital city is the most prosperous place in distinct province. After being forced out of my little world, if Xinyan and Xiling were also sent to distinct province, it's likely they are in the capital city. Let's stay there for a while to see if we can find them. Duanling Tian had already come up with a plan. After arriving in the capital city of the distinct province, he planned to temporarily settle down there. He planned to make a name for himself there, hoping that his family members who were separated from him would hear about him and look for him. If he was famous enough, his fame might even spread beyond distinct province, spreading to the ears of his family members who were outside of distinct province. Duanling Tian's parents' eyes lit up when they learned about his plan. That's a good plan. Indeed. With this, hopefully, we'll be able to find our grandchildren soon, Ro said. She was genuinely worried about her grandchildren, and it had affected her sleep recently. After spending another day in Peace City, Duanling Tian obtained a map and left the city with his family for the capital city of distinct province. To speed up their journey, he carried everyone. However, even with his speed, it still took them almost 10 days to reach their destination. It could be seen how big the distinct province was. However, it had to be said that he would stop to rest every night in a city and only travel during the day. If laws existed in this place and Duanling Tian's speed was like when he was in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, they would have arrived in just a day or two. Duanling Tian and the others did not feel much when they arrived in the capital city. After all, they had seen cities that were larger, grander, and busier than the capital city of distinct province. Let's find an inn first, Duanling Tian said. After finding an inn to settle down, Duanling Tian went out alone to gather information. He wanted to find out about the number of major forces in the capital city and how strong their strongest powerhouses were. When he was still in Peace City, he had learned about the classification of cultivation in the divine land. Based on the classification here, he was at the 8th Tao establishment stage. To reach this stage, one had to comprehend a Tao of heaven and earth to the 8th stage. Cultivators at this stage were not as powerful as level 8 supreme powerhouses were in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. They only had a slight advantage against a level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds because those from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds could use the laws. The strongest powerhouse in the distinct province is only at the 6th Tao establishment stage. With this, Duanling Tian knew that his plan had a higher chance of success. As long as defeated the strongest person in the capital city of distinct province, he would become the strongest person in the province. This would naturally give him fame. With fame, his family and friends who were separated from him would hear about him and come looking for him. I'm also curious about the abilities of the cultivators in the divine land. After learning about the strongest powerhouse in the capital of distinct province and the sect that the other party belonged to, Duanling Tian returned to the inn. He bade farewell to his family before he made his way to the Misty Cloud sect. The Misty Cloud sect was located 100 miles to the east of the capital city of distinct province. It was nestled within the mountains, and it was like a paradise. However, in comparison to the top forces in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, it was still a bit lacking. Duanling Tian stood with his hands on his back as he hovered in the air in front of the entrance of the Misty Cloud sect. He said loudly, "I'm Duanling Tian, a wandering sectless cultivator from the countryside. I came today to challenge the ascending cloud sage of the Misty Cloud sect to replace him as the strongest person in the distinct province." Duanling Tian's thunderous voice swept through the entire Misty Cloud sect, shocking everyone. The disciples guarding the entrance were also shocked. Although they had met many cultivators who came to challenge the elders of their sect, they had never met anyone so bold as to challenge the strongest person in their sect. Moreover, the other party did so in such a direct and domineering manner. Duanling Tian naturally knew that his approach was disrespectful, but he did not care. After all, following the principle of the strong being revered, he, a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator, could be said as relatively polite considering the fact that his opponent was only a level 6 Dao establishment cultivator. Swoosh! 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 Soon enough, several figures flew out from the Misty Cloud sect. They glared at Duanling Tian with hostile gazes. Duanling Tian was not surprised by their reaction. After all, it was only normal for them to react in this manner. You're Duanling Tian? Do you really think you're worthy of challenging my junior granduncle for the title of the strongest powerhouse in the distinct province? A burly and bald man stepped forward at this moment, glaring at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was reminded of Lei Hong when he saw the other party. Their facial appearances were not the same, but they had similar height and body type. I wonder if Lei Hong entered the heaven-traversing pagoda after the new entrances appeared? If he did, he's definitely dead now. If not, then he's likely in the divine land as well. After that, Duanling Tian smiled faintly at the burly and bald man and said, "Otherwise, why don't you test my capabilities?" "That's what I thought as well," the bald man said with a sneer. He raised his hand, releasing a surge of powerful energy that turned into a snake-like long whip. Without wasting time, he brandished the whip and flew toward Duanling Tian. Swoosh! Without any warning, the long whip suddenly straightened itself and turned into a sharp sword, which was aimed at Duanling Tian's forehead. The man stared at Duanling Tian and did not conceal the killing intent in his eyes at all. "You want to kill me?" Duanling Tian asked, amused. After all, the man had grossly overestimated himself. Even the strongest person in the Misty Cloud sect, a level 6 Dao establishment cultivator, was no match for him, let alone the bald man who was only a level 4 Dao establishment cultivator. Based on the other party's weapon of choice, it was clear to Duanling Tian that the other party cultivated the whip Dao. "Since you plan to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless," Duanling Tian said expressionlessly. He did not dodge at all as the man approached him. He raised his hand casually, sending a sword ray whistling through the air. Whoosh! The sword ray was like a meteor as it flew out. In just a blink of an eye, it pierced the bald man's forehead. The bald man, the people who came out with him, and the disciples guarding the entrance did not have time to react at all. Everything happened so quickly. The bald man froze for a beat before he suddenly plummeted to the ground at a high speed. Duanling Tian did not think twice and quickly collected the other party's ring. Since the spatial rings in this place could not self-destruct, he would have access to the ring as long as the owner died. Silence permeated the entire place for a few moments before the people of the Misty Cloud sect finally reacted. "Vice sect leader Shi is dead? Heavens! Vice leader Shi was a level 4 Dao establishment cultivator. But this man killed him so easily? How strong is he exactly?" The people from the Misty Cloud sect were shocked by Duanling Tian's strength. They also finally realized why he had so boldly challenged the Ascending Cloud Sage, the strongest powerhouse of the Misty Cloud sect. After regaining their senses, a few of them cried out in fear, shocking the other members of the sect who were still in the sect. "Grandmaster, the sect is in danger. We need your help to deal with the enemy." "Grandmaster, the enemy has killed junior brother Shi Meng." These words stirred up a commotion in the Misty Cloud sect. "The enemy is so strong that we need the Grandmaster to personally make a move? Who is he? Are we in danger?" As chaos descended, some elders and disciples, who were more astute, moved to the edge of the sect's estate. They were ready to leave the sect and retreat to the mountains to take refuge if the situation called for it. At this moment, a scoff rang from the depths of the Misty Cloud sect's estate. Shortly after, a man with snow-white hair and a robust appearance who was dressed in a Taoist robe appeared. Despite his snow-white hair, he seemed to be only in his middle age. He stared at Duanling Tian and said in an unfriendly tone, "Sir, It's fine if you came to challenge me, but you've crossed the line by killing a member of the Misty Cloud sect. Duanling Tian said expressionlessly, "You're the Ascending Cloud Sage, right? Let me ask you, if someone intends to kill you, and you're capable of killing the other party, would you have spared the other party's life? If he did not try to kill me, I wouldn't have bothered to kill him. After all, he was no different from an ant in my eyes." Although Duanling Tian's words were arrogant, they were true. Meng had only mastered the whip Dao to the 4th stage and did not seem to have comprehended any other Dao. He was indeed no different from an ant in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian could no longer use the laws and, by extension, his doppelgangers after leaving the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, but he still had the Daos of heaven and earth he had comprehended. Not only did he comprehend the sword Dao to the 8th stage, but he had also comprehended the mastery Dao and the limitless Dao to the 7th stage. With this alone, he was still comparable to, if not stronger than, a level 8 supreme powerhouse who comprehended a law to the paramount stage. Presumptuous! In a fit of anger, the Ascending Cloud Sage released a surge of violent energy that quickly turned into a sword ray. The sword ray, which held the 6th stage of the sword Dao, shone brighter than the sun as it shot toward Duanling Tian. Buzz! The void trembled in its wake but showed no signs of spatial tearing. Duanling Tian could not help but marvel inwardly at how stable the space in the divine land was. Similar to the Ascending Cloud Sage aside, his sword ray also did not tear the space earlier. "Your moves are flashy, but they're useless," Duanling Tian said, when faced with the Ascending Cloud Sage's fierce attack. He raised his hand, and a small sword ray shot out of his finger. The sword ray was like a small star compared to the Ascending Cloud Sage's gigantic heaven-soaring sword ray. However, the seemingly insignificant sword ray exploded with a powerful force when it collided with the heaven-soaring sword ray, instantly crushing the latter. Then, it continued shooting toward the Ascending Cloud Sage without showing any signs of slowing down. "The 7th Dao Establishment Stage?" the Ascending Cloud Sage exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the anger in his eyes was replaced with shock and despair. He quickly pleaded, "I admit defeat. Please spare me, Senior." The Ascending Cloud Sage hurriedly retreated and begged for mercy when he sensed the murderous that Duanling Tian's attack emitted. He formed layers of protection with all his might, but they were all easily destroyed by Duanling Tian's sword ray. After all, the gap between the 7th and the 6th stage of the sword Dao was too big. He had been studying the sword Dao for many years and had not been making any progress, but Duanling Tian had reached the stage of the sword Dao that he had been dreaming of. Duanling Tian scoffed coldly. In the next moment, the sword ray shot past the Ascending Cloud Sage, grazing the side of his head and taking away a few strands of his gray and white hair before vanishing into thin air. "Thank you for sparing my life, Senior." The Ascending Cloud Sage trembled in fear as his unkempt hair fluttered in the air. He deeply regretted his earlier arrogance at this moment. As the strongest person in the distinct province, his arrogance had been deeply engraved in his bones. After all, although there were another 2 level 6 Dao establishment cultivators in the distinct province, none of them was a match for him. He naturally did not expect the person who came to challenge him today to be at least a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse. Not only that, but the other party seemed to be stronger than ordinary level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses. At this moment, the other members of the Misty Cloud sect, who were shocked by the turn of events, also apologized to Duanling Tian one after another after returning to their senses. "Senior, please forgive us for offending you earlier. Senior, please forgive me." Duanling Tian looked at the Ascending Cloud Sage and asked indifferently, "So, did I win the challenge today?" "Of course," the Ascending Cloud Sage said hastily as he nodded. "Senior, your strength far surpasses mine. It's only right to say that you're now the strongest powerhouse in the distinct province." "Very good," Duanling Tian said as he nodded in satisfaction. "I came to challenge you to make a name for myself after all." After a pause, Duanling Tian said in a voice that echoed in the entire Misty Cloud sect, "Remember, my name is Duanling Tian. I'm known as the God-defying sword among my friends and opponents. Spread the word that I, the God-defying sword, am now the strongest person in the distinct province. Those who are dissatisfied are welcome to challenge me at the Soaring Wind Inn in the capital city. Duanling Tian had given himself the title, the God-defying sword, because he was worried that his other family members and friends might think it was just a person who shared the same name as him when they heard about him. However, with the title God-defying sword, they would have no doubt that it was him. After that, Duanling Tian turned around and left in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword? The Ascending Cloud Sage muttered under his breath after he regained his senses. He had never heard of Duanling Tian before. As such, he assumed that Duanling Tian was a wandering cultivator who had just come out of seclusion, shaking the entire distinct province as soon as he appeared. At this moment, a high-ranking official of the Misty Cloud sect approached the Ascending Cloud Sage. He said respectfully with a flattering expression on his face, "Senior Granduncle, Lord Duan said earlier that he's staying in an inn in the capital city. It seems like he doesn't have his own place yet because he had just come out of seclusion. Our sect owns several properties in the capital city. Why don't we give him one of our properties as a gesture of goodwill? After all, when his reputation spreads, it'll be very unlikely for him to accept our gesture of goodwill. There's no doubt many of the prominent families in the capital city will be scrambling to show their goodwill to him at that time." The Ascending Cloud Sage's eyes lit up upon hearing this suggestion. He patted the man's shoulder and said with a satisfied expression, "What a brilliant idea! And you, it seems like I've underestimated you in the past." Then the Ascending Cloud Sage turned to look at the dignified middle-aged man next to him and said, "Sect leader, prepare the best property our sect owns in the capital city and follow me to the Soaring Wind Inn in the capital city to meet Lord Duan." After a moment, the Ascending Cloud Sage added, "And you should come with us as well." "Yes, Grandmaster. Yes, Senior Granduncle." And you could barely conceal his excitement. He could sense the envious gazes of his senior brothers. After the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect made the arrangements, they quickly departed for the Soaring Wind Inn in the capital city. "Did someone want to challenge me so soon?" Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Only 2 days had passed since he returned from the Misty Cloud sect. When he saw the Ascending Cloud Sage and another 2 men, he assumed they came to inform him that someone wanted to challenge him. The Ascending Cloud Sage said with a smile, "That's not it, Lord Duan. We came to offer you a property of ours. Previously, you said you were staying in an inn. Considering that you just came to the distinct province, I asked the sect leader to prepare a property for you as a gift from us." Then, the Ascending Cloud Sage said to the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, "Tell Lord Duan about the property." The sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect stepped forward and bowed respectfully before he said, "Greetings, Lord Duan. I'm Wu Danqing, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. My lord, the property we prepared for you is located." Duanling Tian naturally understood their intention. It was obvious that this was a gesture of goodwill. Since he had just arrived in the capital of the distinct province, it was true that he needed a place of his own. After all, his family members were with him. With a permanent residence, they could also settle down properly. They would be staying here for a while since he planned to wait and see if any of his other family members and friends would look for him. The property the Misty Cloud sect intended to give Duanling Tian was luxurious and huge. It was very eye-catching in the capital city of the distinct province. With the help of the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Duanling Tian and his family did not need to do anything at all in regard to moving in. Duanling Tian did not intend to keep a low profile, so he allowed the Misty Cloud sect to make the arrangements. It did not take long before everyone in the capital city knew that the Misty Cloud sect had given their best property to a wandering cultivator called Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword. As expected, his name spread like wildfire in the distinct province. "We have an extremely powerful Dao establishment cultivator in the distinct province now. He's at least a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator. I heard that Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword, defeated the Misty Cloud sect's Ascending Cloud Sage, the former strongest person in the distinct province, with just a strike. The gap between the 7th and the 6th Dao establishment stage is too big. It's not surprising that he could do that. The day before Duanling Tian and the others moved, the major forces in the distinct province sent people to the wind soaring in to look for him. The representatives were either sect leaders or the strongest powerhouses of the respective forces. The ascending cloud sage did not leave the soaring wind in after he came. He had claimed that he wanted to help Duanling Tian, but in reality, he hoped that he would be able to further comprehend the sword Dao from Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not drive the ascending cloud sage away because the latter's presence was advantageous for him. He only needed to give the other party a few pointers, and the other party would deal with various trivial matters for him. Moreover, behind the other party was the Misty Cloud sect, the top force in the distinct province, which he could use to his advantage. All in all, there was only gain and no loss for the ascending cloud sage to stay. When the matter of the ascending cloud sage staying in the inn and becoming a housekeeper for Duanling Tian spread, it naturally caused a stir. Not only did Duanling Tian defeat him, but Duanling Tian also managed to make him willingly stay and serve him. How could it not cause a stir? This is too unbelievable. The venerable patriarch of the Misty Cloud sect, a level 6 Dao establishment powerhouse and the former stronger person in the distinct province, is actually willing to be a housekeeper. Why is it unbelievable? You're too narrow-sighted. The patriarch of the Misty Cloud sect was formerly the strongest person in the distinct province. How could someone like him be stupid? It's obvious that he willingly humbled himself and followed Lord Duan because he'll benefit from it. I agree. The ascending cloud sage has lived for a long time. I'm sure all of his actions serve his interests. There's no way he'll do things that won't benefit him. The ascending cloud sage cultivates the sword Dao, and Lord Duan's title is the God-defying sword. This means that Lord Duan also cultivates the sword Dao. Since he defeated the ascending cloud sage, it's clear that his sword Dao is much more profound than that of the ascending cloud sage. His sword Dao is at least a stage higher than that of the ascending cloud sage, who's a level 6 Dao establishment cultivator. After all, it's said that he's at least a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator. If you ask me, I think the ascending cloud sage is trying to get close to Lord Duan, so he can improve his sword Dao. You have a point. Meanwhile, in Heavenly City, a small city in the distinct province, a beautiful young woman with an extraordinary bearing walked out of a restaurant with a golden-clad girl who looked as lovely as a doll. The duo quickly left the city and made their way to the capital city of the distinct province. Sister Xuanai, there's no doubt that Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword, is brother Ling Tian, the girl said to the young woman confidently. You're right, the young woman said with a smile. If it were just the name alone, it could have been someone who coincidentally shared the same name. However, with the title of the God-defying sword, there's no doubt that the other party is brother Ling Tian. He's not someone who likes to draw attention to himself. Based on how ostentatious he had been, it's obvious that he hopes that we'll hear about him and look for him. The young woman was Han Xuanai, and the girl was Little Gold. Previously, the two were gaining experience in the Divine Offering Land, which was part of Duanling Tian's little world, with Duan Xiling, Duan Nian Tian, Little Black, and Little White. The group of people split into 3 teams before they wandered the Divine Offering Land. Han Xuanai and Little Gold were in a team, Duan Xiling and Little White were in one team, and Duan Nian Tian and Little Black were in one team. Naturally, none of them expected the Divine Offering Land to collapse. Later on, Han Xuanai and Little Gold were sent to Divine Land's distinct province. They traveled for a long time before they came to Heavenly City. They had been staying in Heavenly City for a few days and had no plans of leaving until they heard rumors about Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword. They naturally understood Duanling Tian's intention and quickly left the Heavenly City to reunite with him in the capital city of the distinct province. The duo had yet to comprehend any Dao, so they had not entered the Dao establishment realm. Nonetheless, thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinities they received from Duanling Tian in the Divine Offering Land, their cultivation had improved greatly. Moreover, he also gave them abundant resources. With all these things, they successfully entered the realm of supreme gods. During their journey to the capital city, they encountered bandits, but it was easy for them to deal with the bandits. Their journey was rather smooth, and in no time at all they arrived safely in the capital city. After inquiring for a short while, they quickly found the location of the Duan residence in the capital city. When they arrived, they realized that Duan Lingtian's prestige had soared greatly in just a short time, surpassing that of the Ascending Cloud sage in the past. They saw people lining up outside the Duan residence, hoping to seek apprenticeship so they could comprehend the Sword Dao and become Dao establishment cultivators. Young ladies, did you come to seek apprenticeship as well? The guards stationed at the entrance of the Duan residence were elders of the Misty Cloud sect. The Ascending Cloud sage had asked the sect leader to station 2 elders here. In his opinion, ordinary disciples were not qualified to be Duan Ling Tian's guards. Han Xuanai said politely, "Greetings, senior. Can I trouble you to inform Lord Duan that his old friends, Han Xuanai and Little Gold, are here to visit?" Han Xuanai was very vague about her relationship with Duan Ling Tian. She was worried that revealing too much might bring unnecessary trouble. Moreover, she was certain that Duan Ling Tian would meet them as soon as he heard their names. Old friends of Lord Duan? The elders of the Misty Cloud sect did not dare to delay and quickly relayed the message. Since he was not qualified to approach Duan Ling Tian directly, he relayed the message to the Ascending Cloud sage. "Senior Granduncle, 2 young ladies claiming to be Lord Duan's old friends are here." The Ascending Cloud sage did not waste time and looked for Duan Ling Tian immediately. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Han Xuanai and Little Gold's names. With this, he knew his plan was a success. Due to the speedy arrival of the duo, he also knew that they must have also been transported to the distinct province. Li Fei, who learned about the duo's arrival from the Ascending Cloud sage, rushed outside excitedly. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Li Fei. When he arrived at the entrance, Li Fei was already hugging 2 familiar graceful figures. He smiled brightly. The arrival of the duo was a very auspicious start to his plan. "Brother!" Han Xuanai and Little Gold could not contain their excitement at all when they saw Duan Ling Tian. They pulled out of Li Fei's embrace and rushed toward him with tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had been on tenterhooks after being transported to a completely unfamiliar place. They had gotten used to being under Duan Ling Tian's protection, and the difference after coming to a new place was like that of heaven and hell. "I didn't expect to find 2 of you first," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he hugged them and patted their backs. They were like his younger sisters after all. About 15 minutes later, everyone gathered to listen to Han Xuanai and Little Gold recount their experience after arriving in this world. The duo had also gained an understanding of this world, but it was not as profound as that of Duan Ling Tian. As such, they were shocked when they heard about the legend of the life creation chart. This was their first time hearing about it after all. They had a hard time accepting that the outer boundary and the myriad worlds were just a creation of the life creation chart. After a while, Han Xuanai said, "No wonder there are no laws here." Han Xuanai and Little Gold's arrival made everyone very hopeful that the others might come looking for them in the capital city of the distinct province soon. Apart from family friends, it was also likely that people from God-defying world would come looking for him. As expected, half a month later, a visitor came to the Duan residence in the capital city of distinct province. The other party was none other than Zhao and Yi from the Outer Boundaries Azure Cloud Saint sect. When Duan Ling Tian first met him, he was the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, a formidable saint. Later on, he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Now that he was in this new world, he was a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator. "It seems like you didn't enter the heaven-traversing pagoda," Duan Ling Tian said when he saw Zhao and Yi. Previously, before Feng Qingyang and his wife returned to the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian had asked them to remind a few people in the outer boundary not to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Zhao and Yi was one of those few people. Duan Ling Tian merely gave them a reminder, and it was up to them whether they heeded his advice or not. Clearly, Zhao and Yi had listened to his reminder. Zhao and Yi cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and said, "I have to thank you for your reminder. Back then, I heard from Old Meng from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion that you asked Brother Feng to inform us about this matter. To be honest, I didn't think there'd be an issue with the heaven-traversing pagoda. However, I believed that you wouldn't give us such a reminder for no good reason. Zhao and Yi had also witnessed the collapse of the heaven-traversing pagoda and heard the horrifying screams that rang from the pagoda. After chatting for a while, Duanling Tian learned that Zhao and Yi had also heard about the life creation chart. Similar to him, he also heard that the outer boundary and the myriad worlds were created by the life creation chart and that the owner of the chart was Yuan Luo He. Also, he, just like Duanling Tian, did not know if Yuan Luo He was still alive or dead. In fact, I was not sent to the distinct province. I was sent to a nearby province. I traveled to the distinct province hoping to gain more information, Zhao and Yi said. I learned that I'm considered a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator here, and that the strongest person in the distinct province is a level 6 Dao establishment cultivator. Similar to you, I planned to defeat the other party so that my name would spread far and wide, hoping to gather the surviving members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Unexpectedly, a few days later, I heard that the Misty Cloud sect's ascending cloud sage had been defeated by someone called Duanling Tian, the god-defying sword. Naturally, I knew it was you. Zhao and Yi spent a few days catching up with Duanling Tian after their reunion before he left. Now that there was the Duan residence in the capital city of the distinct province, he knew members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect might come here. He planned to expand their network in another province by replicating Duanling Tian's plan. With that, his members and Duanling Tian's family and friends would have an extra place to go to. They agreed to send each other's people to their respective residences if anyone came to their door. It was only natural for them to cooperate now that they were in a foreign world. Moreover, they had an existing friendship before coming to this world. As time passed, several people came to the capital city of the distinct province. Some of them were from the god-defying world, and some of them were from the outer boundary. Those from the outer boundary were either from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, the Azure Cloud Saint sect, or the Jin Dynasty's 13 cities. Needless to say, Duanling Tian made arrangements for them accordingly. It also did not take long before Zhao and Yi made a name for himself. He defeated the strongest person in the Cloud Province, replacing the other party. He called himself the Azure Cloud Elder, and he named his residence the Azure Cloud Residence. When Duanling Tian heard about this, he sent the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect who had come to him to Zhao and Yi. Shortly after the group of people from the Azure Cloud Saint sect departed, Zhao and Yi sent someone over as well. It was none other than Xianxia from the Xia clan. Third uncle. Duanling Tian and Kuer were overjoyed when they saw Xianxia. Compared to Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, they were much closer to Xianxia. After that, several supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world also arrived at the Duan residence. Needless to say, now that they were in an unfamiliar world, rather than surviving on their own, the wisest thing to do was to seek refuge with Duanling Tian, a level 8 supreme powerhouse. Lord Duan is a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse? It did not take long for the ascending cloud sage to learn about this from a god-defying world's supreme powerhouse. He was thoroughly shocked to learn that Duanling Tian had comprehended the Sword Dao to the 8th stage. Although he knew Duanling Tian was much stronger than ordinary level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator. Not long after that, another visitor arrived at the Duan residence. The other party was a mischievous young girl. Although Duanling Tian had never seen her before, they had quite a significant connection. When she saw him, she said with a grin, "I didn't expect to find you before Sister 7. Junior nephew Duanling Tian. I've heard so much about you." The young girl standing in front of Duanling Tian looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. Her hair was tied into 2 braids that framed her delicate face, which would evoke admiration from others. Although he had never met her before, he had heard about her on more than one occasion. The girl was Yu Shao, the second city governor of the Jin Dynasty's 13 cities. She was the second sister of Xue Qingzhu, the wife of Duanling Tian's master. "Senior Aunt Yu." Duanling Tian greeted Yu Shao with a wry smile on his face. Despite her appearance, his seniority was lower than hers, and he could only address her as such. After all, She was the second sister of his master's wife. Yu Xiao laughed heartily in response. She looked very optimistic compared to his old friends who were rather pessimistic after being sent to this world. The duo chatted for a while. Duanling Tian learned that Yu Xiao was also aware of the life creation chart and the speculation that the myriad worlds and outer boundary were created by the life creation chart. After a while, Duanling Tian asked, "Senior Aunt Yu, do you have any plans to gather the people from the Jin dynasty's 13 cities? After all, they're likely scattered all over the divine land." "No, I'm too lazy for that," Yu Xiao said with a yawn and shook her head. "Let's just leave this matter to Qingyang. I'll stay with you and wait for seventh sister and Qingyang to show up." Duanling Tian was rendered speechless by Yu Xiao's lazy demeanor. He had long heard about her from his master, and now that he had met her, he could not help but feel amazed. How did such a lazy person, who was a saint before entering the heaven-traversing pagoda, become a level 7 supreme powerhouse after entering the pagoda? She was the second level 7 supreme powerhouse in the Jin dynasty's 13 cities, following in the footsteps of Xue Qingzhu. In the divine land, even without the laws, she was a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator. "Senior Aunt Yu, I heard from the Azure Cloud Saint Sex Zhao and Yi that apart from the absence of laws, he also could not use his bloodline power. Is it the same for you?" Duanling Tian asked. Yu Xiao nodded. "I can't use my bloodline power as well. If I'm not mistaken, bloodline powers are also related to the laws just like the doppelgangers. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Among cultivators, those who had bloodline powers could not form doppelgangers from the laws, and those who could form doppelgangers did not possess bloodline powers. Each of them has their own advantages and disadvantages. Alas, in this world, they could no longer use these two techniques. Duanling Tian knew that it was almost impossible to return to the myriad worlds and the outer boundary now that they had been seemingly destroyed. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope if he could obtain the life creation chart to restore them. However, the difficulty of this task was extremely high. Needless to say, he still wanted to try. After all, for him and the others, that world was their home. "Senior Aunt Yu, since you plan to stay here, what do you think if I leave you in charge of this place? If you agree, I plan to travel and make a name for myself so that we'll be reunited with the others quickly. If I meet Master and his wife, I'll let them know you're here so they can find you," Duanling Tian suggested. "All you need to do is stay here and cultivate while you protect my family and friends." As a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator, it was not difficult for Yu Xiao to ensure everyone's safety. Duanling Tian did not plan to bring too many people with him. At most, he would bring Huaner and Kuer who had comprehended the Dao. It was safer for those who had yet to comprehend the Dao to stay here. "Very well, I have no objection to that," Yu Xiao said with a nod. "Moreover, this task is more suited for you. It's easier for you to make a name for yourself as a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator. Moreover, even ordinary level 9 Dao establishment cultivators might not be a match for you." Due to her relationship with Xue Qingzhu, Yu Xiao was aware that Duanling Tian had comprehended the Sword Dao to the 8th stage, and that his comprehension of the Mastery Dao and Limitless Dao was also quite profound. "All right, it's settled then," Duanling Tian said, sighing in relief. With this, he would be able to leave with peace of mind. After Duanling Tian parted ways with Yu Xiao, he gathered his family and friends and told them about his plan to leave the distinct province. He planned to make a name for himself in other places, hoping to reunite with the others who had yet to be found. Needless to say, most of Duanling Tian's family and friends wanted to accompany him. However, in the end, he only allowed Huaner and Kuer to accompany him. After all, the duo had already comprehended the Dao. It was safer for the others to stay back and cultivate. Li Fei and Feng Tianwu did not have any objections regarding this matter. After staying in the distinct province for a while, they found that it was a good place to stay. As for Han Xuanai and Little Gold, they were a bit disappointed that they could not follow Duanling Tian. With this, their desire to become stronger grew. They decided to focus on cultivating so they could become level 7 supreme powerhouses as soon as they could. After telling everyone about his plan, Duanling Tian also introduced Yu Xiao to them. Everyone was very friendly and welcoming to her. After all, she was Xue Qingzhu's second sister. A few days later, Senior Aunt Yu, I'll leave my family and friends to you. Duanling Tian bid farewell to everyone before he left with Huaner and Kuer. Apart from his family and friends, even the Ascending Cloud Sage from the Misty Cloud sect came to send him off. Although he was slightly disappointed about Duanling Tian's departure, he quickly became excited again when he recalled the insight regarding the sword Dao that he had gained from Duanling Tian. His efforts during this time were not in vain at all. Thinking of this, he was even more determined to perform well during Duanling Tian's absence. If he could win Duanling Tian's favor, there was nothing he could not achieve regarding the sword Dao. At the same time, Kuer asked curiously, Brother Tian, where are we going after we leave the distinct province? Until now, Duanling Tian had not told Kuer and Huaner about their destination after leaving the capital city of the distinct province. Duanling Tian replied, We're going to the river province. It's the core territory of the surging river divine kingdom. At this point in time, Duanling Tian's knowledge about the divine land was only limited to the surging river divine kingdom and its surrounding areas. The distinct province was a relatively remote province in the surging river divine kingdom. It had been many years since there was a Dao powerhouse above the 7th level in the distinct province, and Duanling Tian was the first to emerge after such a long time. On the contrary, some cities near the divine kingdom's capital, which was in the river province, boasted more than one Dao powerhouse above the 7th level. Some even had several Dao powerhouses above the 7th level. Needless to say, any forces in the capital of the divine kingdom had their fair share of Dao powerhouses above the 7th level. Rumors had it that the patron of the divine kingdom, the great revered elder of the royal family, was a level 9 Dao powerhouse. Needless to say, as the capital of the divine kingdom, it was very prosperous. However, the capital of the surging river divine kingdom did not hold any special appeal for Duanling Tian and his 2 wives. After all, in the outer boundary alone, there were many cities just as prosperous as the capital of the surging river divine kingdom. It was not surprising that they were not particularly impressed. Kuer Huaner, let's find an inn to stay in first. I'll go out after that to deal with some matters, Duanling Tian said. The 2 women nodded, expressing their understanding. With their current strength, it was best for them to stay in the inn for their safety and cultivate, since they would not be of much help to him. With the abundance of cultivation resources and Duanling Tian's profound knowledge of the sword Dao, their cultivation was relatively smooth. After they settled down, Duanling Tian asked for directions and made his way to a big mansion in the capital. When he arrived, he looked at the plaque above the entrance that had the 2 words, Hong Clan. Then, he said to the gatekeepers, I'm Duanling Tian from the distinct province's Duan residence. I came here to Hong residence today to challenge Hong Dongchuan, your strongest powerhouse. Please convey my intention to him. Hong Dongchuan was a renowned figure in the surging river divine kingdom and its capital. He was at the 8th Dao establishment stage. Apart from that, the Hong clan also had close ties to the royal family, which further elevated Hong Dongchuan's status. The gatekeeper's eyes widened slightly upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. They did not think Duanling Tian was joking. Ordinary people would not dare to joke about this matter. Could lead to their deaths after all. For this reason, they did not dare to delay and quickly sent a servant to inform Hong Wuji, the current clan leader of the Hong clan, about this matter. Hong Wuji was also shocked when he heard about this matter. He muttered to himself, Duanling Tian from the divine province? It seems like he's the god-defying sword. Although Duanling Tian's name had not spread through the entire surging river divine kingdom yet. As the clan leader of the Hong clan, Hong Wuji knew a thing or two about rising powerhouses in the surging river divine kingdom compared to ordinary people. As such, it was only natural that he had heard of Duanling Tian. Apart from Duanling Tian, Hong Wuji also heard of another rising star in another province of the surging river divine kingdom. His name was Zhao Yi, the Azure Cloud Elder, and he was a 7th Dao establishment powerhouse. With this in mind, Hong Wuji began to speculate. Duanling Tian and Zhao Yi, the Azure Cloud Elder, seemed to be acquainted with each other. Not only that, but they both suddenly appeared out of thin air. I heard that the cultivation ground of the new master of the life creation chart was found recently. Several Dao establishment powerhouses joined forces and severely injured him and also caused significant damage to the world created by the life creation chart. I wonder if these two people came from that world. Then, a hint of unease flashed in Hong Wuji's eyes as he thought of something. He muttered, "Since Duanling Tian dares to come to our Hong residence to challenge our ancestor, I'm afraid he's not a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator like the rumors said he is. He's likely a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator." When Hong Wuji and a few of his servants arrived at the entrance, he saw Duanling Tian immediately. "Sir, are you Duanling Tian, the god-defying sword? The strongest person in the distinct province?" Hong Wuji asked politely. Although he was the clan leader of the Hong clan, he was just a level 6 Dao establishment cultivator. He naturally did not dare to be disrespectful or presumptuous when faced with the purple-clad young man in front of him. "I'm Hong Wuji, the clan leader of the Hong clan. I heard you came to challenge our ancestor." Hong Wuji asked politely. "Yes," Duanling Tian said with a nod. "I want to test the strength of your Hong clan's ancestor. If I defeat him, I hope you'll help me to challenge the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse in the royal court." Hong Wuji was shocked when he heard that Duanling Tian wanted to challenge the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse from the royal court of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, who was known as the patron of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. He could not help but wonder if Duanling Tian was really capable or if Duanling Tian was just arrogant after becoming the strongest person in the distinct province. Hong Wuji took a deep breath to calm down before he said, "Sir, I'll bring you to the ancestor. It's up to him to accept your challenge or not. I have no say in this matter." At the same time, all kinds of thoughts raced through Hong Wuji's mind. It was said that the new master of the life creation chart failed to completely control the chart just like its former master. Once someone reached the 7th Dao establishment stage in the world created by the chart, it would be very difficult to conceal the existence of the chart. Once the existence of the life creation chart was exposed, the master of the chart would be hunted down. After all, the new master of the chart had stolen the life creation chart, hoping to imitate the former owner's action of cultivating the forbidden sacrificial Dao. As such, Hong Wuji felt rather incredulous that the new master of the life creation chart actually allowed the beings in the world created by the chart to reach the 7th Dao establishment stage. This was tantamount to seeking death. No wonder he was discovered and almost killed. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian nodded and said, "Very well." Hong Wuji led Duanling Tian to a secluded courtyard in the depths of the Hong residence to meet Hong Dongchuan, the ancestor of the Hong clan who was a formidable level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. He was also known as the prison-crushing saber. Obviously, he comprehended the saber Dao. Although Hong Dongchuan was the ancestor of the Hong clan, his appearance was that of a handsome young man. He looked to be about Duanling Tian's age. When he learned about Duanling Tian's identity and the purpose of Duanling Tian's visit, battle intent flashed in his eyes immediately. "I've heard of the distinct province's god-defying sword. An old friend of mine previously mentioned that someone with a vaguely similar title to mine, the prison-crushing saber, had appeared. Since you dare to challenge me, I assume you've also reached the 8th Dao establishment stage, right?" Hong Dongchuan was a straightforward person. After learning about Duanling Tian's intention, he readily accepted Duanling Tian's challenge. He even agreed to boost Duanling Tian's fame by accepting the challenge. They quickly decided on a date to fight, which would be 6 months later. They would fight on the towering Heaven Peak, the highest peak near the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Apart from that, the Hong clan would also spread the word about the fight immediately. Similar to Hong Wuji, Hong Dongchuan had already guessed Duanling Tian's background and purpose. He speculated that Duanling Tian's purpose of becoming famous was to gather his family and friends who were scattered throughout the Divine Land. Hong Dongchuan asked bluntly, "Brother Ling Tian, you must have come from the world created by the life creation chart, right?" Duanling Tian was surprised by these words. He did not expect the other party to guess his origin so accurately. After a moment, he asked Hong Dongchuan how Hong Dongchuan had figured it out. Duanling Tian did not intend to hide his origin because he did not think it was necessary. In his opinion, the powerhouses in the Divine Land seemed to be quite righteous, even if it was only superficial. After all, the powerhouses of the Divine Land hunted down the owner of the life creation chart after they found out the other party had created a new world using the chart and cultivated the forbidden sacrificial Tao with the intention of sacrificing the lives in the world created by the chart to grow stronger, drawing the ire of heaven and mortals alike. If there were only you, I wouldn't have suspected anything. However, there was also the sudden appearance of Zhao and Yi, the Azure Cloud Elder, in the surging river Divine Kingdom. With the sudden appearance of two powerhouses who seemingly appeared out of thin air, I began to speculate and made the connections between the two of you. Originally, the strongest people in the two provinces were only level 6 Dao establishment powerhouses. It's only natural for people to speculate when two powerhouses at and above the 7th level appear. Although there are many powerhouses who keep a low profile, many of them continue to keep a low profile. The fact that both of you appeared consecutively was naturally suspicious, Hong Dong-chuan explained. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's able to guess it. I'm sure many powerhouses at or above the 7th Dao establishment stage have also guessed it, and most of them are eager to meet you. Even if you don't come to the capital, it won't be long before someone visits you at the Duan residence in the distinct province. After hearing this, Duanling Tian also realized the extent of his fame and that he had caught the attention of many powerhouses in the surging river Divine Kingdom. He also figured out the reason why Hong Dong-chuan set the fight for months later and ordered people to spread the word about the fight. Clearly, Hong Dong-chuan was helping him. Initially, he assumed that Hong Dong-chuan wanted to defeat him in front of a large group of people to satisfy his own vanity. After speaking to Hong Dong-chuan, he finally realized that he had misjudged Hong Dong-chuan and misunderstood Hong Dong-chuan's good intentions. Thank you, Brother Hong. Duanling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. With the Hong clan spreading the word, the entire surging river Divine Kingdom would soon find out about the fight that was set to take place in 6 months. At that time, many people would gather to watch the fight. Not only that, but it was possible that people from outside the kingdom might also come. You're welcome, Brother Ling Tian. By the way, you just arrived, so you must not have a place to stay yet, right? I'll tell Wu Ji to arrange a place for you and your wives to stay, Hong Dong-chuan said. He had learned earlier that Duanling Tian was accompanied by his 2 wives. Thank you, Brother Hong. Thanks to Hong Dong-chuan and Hong Wu Ji's arrangements, Duanling Tian and his wives had a place to settle down in the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom. After making the arrangements, Hong Wu Ji returned to the Hong residence and looked for Hong Dong-chuan. Ancestor, aren't you a little too generous with Duanling Tian? Hong Wu Ji asked, puzzled. Although he knew that Hong Dong-chuan was curious about Duanling Tian's strength, he was confused as to why Hong Dong-chuan was so generous. You should know that I have very keen senses, especially after comprehending the Tao. His comprehension of the sword Tao is very profound, and it's not any weaker than my saber Tao. Most importantly, I'm sure he has comprehended at least another Tao to the 7th stage. Do you know what that means? Hong Wu Ji inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. How's that possible? Comprehending one Tao to the 7th stage was already very challenging. It was even more challenging to comprehend another Tao to the 7th stage. Hong Dong-chuan was not only skilled in the saber Tao, but he was also skilled in several other Taos. However, among these Taos, the strongest was only at the 6th stage. It was difficult to comprehend the second Tao to the 7th stage due to the suppression from his main Tao, which was the saber Tao. Under the suppression of the saber Tao at the 8th stage, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to comprehend the other Taos to the 7th stage. Based on Hong Wu Ji's knowledge, currently in the surging river Divine Kingdom, there were only a few people who had successfully comprehended a second Tao to the 7th stage. These people were naturally among the strongest people in the surging river Divine Kingdom and were considered almost peerless. Among these people, one of them not only had a profound comprehension of 2 Taos, but he had also begun to merge his Taos. To merge the Taos, one had to comprehend 2 Taos to the 7th stage. The second step was to further comprehend the 2 Taos to the 9th stage. After that, one would be able to merge the 2 Taos to create a completely new Tao. Based on this, one could tell how difficult it was to merge the DAOs. He has already passed the first condition to merge the DAOs, Hong Dong-chuan said. There's no harm in befriending such a person. It'll only be beneficial to me and the Hong clan. Hong Wuji did not doubt Hong Dong-chuan's words. He knew that Hong Dong-chuan was cautious and proud. Hong Dong-chuan would not treat Duanling Tian so well for no good reason. If Duanling Tian was not extraordinary, Hong Dong-chuan would not have deigned to become Duanling Tian's stepping stone in Duanling Tian's bid for fame. Meanwhile, Kuer and Huaner were quite surprised when they heard about Duanling Tian's time in the Hong clan. The Hong clan's Hong Dong-chuan is so helpful? He actually took the initiative to help you spread your name, Kuer asked. She was puzzled and skeptical about the other party's kindness. Duanling Tian had also thought about the reason behind Hong Dong-chuan's generosity. He knew that Hong Dong-chuan likely wanted to build a good relationship with him because Hong Dong-chuan could sense his power. However, not many people would go to the extent of becoming a stepping stone for another person. Nonetheless, regardless of the reason, he had no intention of refusing Hong Dong-chuan's goodwill. News of Duanling Tian, the strongest person in the distinct province, coming to the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom to challenge Hong Dong-chuan, the strongest person in the Hong clan, spread quickly in the Surging Divine Kingdom and the surrounding areas thanks to the Hong clan. Somewhere in the Surging River Divine Kingdom, I know Hong Dong-chuan. He's a famous level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse in our Surging River Divine Kingdom. Even if he's not among the top 3 strongest people in the Surging River Divine Kingdom, he's definitely in the top 5. By the way, who's Duanling Tian? Isn't the Misty Cloud Sect's Ascending Clouds Sage the strongest person in the distinct province? You just came out of closed-door cultivation, so it's natural that you've not heard about it. Duanling Tian is a new powerhouse in the distinct province. It's speculated that he was a reclusive powerhouse who went to challenge the Misty Cloud Sect's Ascending Cloud Sage after breaking through. Due to his profound comprehension of the Sword Dao, he easily defeated the Ascending Cloud Sage. Not only that, but the Ascending Cloud Sage was so convinced by his Sword Dao that the Ascending Cloud Sage actually became his follower, helping him with various matters. There were also rumors that Duanling Tian, the God-defying sword, is not just a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse. With the recent developments, it seems like this is true. After all, he has to be at the 8th Dao establishment stage to challenge senior Hong Dong-chuan, right? I see. No wonder I've never heard of Duanling Tian until now. As it turns out, he's a new powerhouse. You said he's called the God-defying sword? It matches Hong Dong-chuan's prison-crushing saber. I wonder who will win the fight. The news came out a month ago, so there are another 5 months left. I'll definitely go and watch the fight. In the Divine Land, there was only one Divine Kingdom, which was the Surging River Divine Kingdom. However, the Surging River Divine Kingdom only occupied less than 1% of the entire Divine Land. Outside of the Surging River Divine Kingdom were vast lands with towering mountains, rivers, and seas. They were extremely dangerous places, and only powerful cultivators dared to venture out of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. These places were called Divine Domain, Divine Realms, Divine Temple, and the like. Among all these places, the Surging River Divine Kingdom was not the most prosperous in the Divine Land. It was only average. To the north of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, there was a perilous land called the Endless Sword Domain. According to the legend, this place was created in ancient times when 2 powerful sword Dao powerhouses, who had successfully merged their Daos, fought. The fight lasted for several months, and when it ended, the area became a treacherous place, which was both loved and hated by sword cultivators. They loved it because the Endless Sword Domain was a place conducive to their growth, but they hated it because it was so perilous that a single mistake could cost them their lives. At this moment in the Endless Sword Domain, I finally managed to break through. Otherwise, it'd be embarrassing. A burst of light surged out of a green-clad figure. When the light dissipated, swords rained down from the sky. The figure shot up into the sky fearlessly before a dazzling sword ray shot out from his body, annihilating the swords that rained down on him. He did not waste time and quickly flew out of the Endless Sword Domain after that. After half a day of flying, the figure finally arrived in a nearby city. The figure belonged to a tall and elegant man with a determined and handsome face. He was none other than Feng Qingyang. This city was the first city Feng Qingyang had been to since he arrived in the Divine Land. After entering the city, he finally figured out where he was and why he could not sense the laws here. However, he did not leave immediately and decided to stay here temporarily. One day, Feng Qingyang was sitting in a restaurant. As he ate, he overheard the hushed conversation between two cultivators. Although their voices were not loud, he heard them clearly. I heard that 2 level 8 Dao establishment cultivators from the southern surging river Divine Kingdom have agreed to fight on towering Heaven Peak? Yes. One of them is Hong Dong Chuan, the crushing prison saber, right? Yes, and the other party is called Duan Ling Tian, the god-defying sword. Initially, Feng Qingyang did not think much about it. He had heard about Hong Dong Chuan earlier, so he knew Hong Dong Chuan was a famous figure in the surging river Divine Kingdom, a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. However, when he heard the words, Duan Ling Tian, the god-defying sword, he was momentarily stunned. Then, a delighted and joyful expression appeared on his face. It's little Tian. Feng Qingyang did not doubt that the person the 2 cultivators mentioned was his disciple, Duan Ling Tian. He was certain about this due to the title, the God-defying sword. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian's title was derived from the God-defying world. Not much time has passed since we were transported here, but he's already made a name for himself. Surging River Divine Kingdom. Feng Qingyang did not waste time and quickly left the restaurant. He planned to bid farewell to the 2 native cultivators he had befriended after coming to the city before making his way south to the surging river Divine Kingdom. After Little Tian's battle with Hong Dong Chun, I'll ask him to explore the endless sword domain with me. There were some places I didn't dare to explore alone, but with him we should be able to explore more places. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Farewell, my friends. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Let's meet again in the future, Feng Qingyang said when he met his friends. His friends were also sword cultivators. They were both level 6 Dao establishment cultivators and were much weaker than him when he was a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator, let alone now after he became a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator in the endless sword domain. He could not help but marvel at the Divine Land. After comprehending the sword Dao to the 8th stage, he would immediately become a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator. In comparison, if he had broken through to the 8th stage of the sword Dao in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, he would still need to expend some effort to become a level 8 supreme powerhouse. After bidding farewell to his friends, Feng Qingyang wasted no time in heading south, and it did not take long before he arrived in the surging river Divine Kingdom. He traveled through the distinct province to the capital, and when he arrived at the capital he found an inn to stay, and he did not look for Duan Ling Tian immediately. He was not in a rush, so he planned to wait until after Duan Ling Tian's fight with Hong Dong Chuan to reunite with Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if Qingzhu is in the surging river Divine Kingdom, or one of the areas outside. If she's nearby, she should have heard about little Tian's upcoming fight. Back when the solitary destructive heaven collapsed, Feng Qingyang and Xue Qingzhu had been extremely shocked. In the midst of the chaos and confusion, they were separated and transported to different places in the Divine Land. Up until now, they had yet to find each other. When Feng Qingyang arrived in the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom, there were also many surviving supreme gods and supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world who had also found their way here. They did not care about anything else and went to look for Duan Ling Tian immediately. In this completely unfamiliar world, they had no sense of security. Although supreme powerhouses were considered strong, in the surging river Divine Kingdom, this was not the case. In the surging river Divine Kingdom, one had to comprehend the Tao to the 4th stage at least to be considered powerful. In some places, one had to comprehend the Tao to the 6th stage at least to be the strongest. When Duan Ling Tian met these people, he told them that he had made arrangements for them in the Duan residence in the distinct province and that they could go there. He had yet to make any arrangements in the capital. The group of people from the god-defying world prepared to leave the river province and make their way to the distinct province after listening to Duan Ling Tian. In the distinct province, they would have the protection of a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, who was also a fellow countryman. In their opinion, this was the best way for them to survive in this new world. One of them asked Duan Ling Tian, "Lord Duan, do you think we have a chance of going back to our world?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head, not giving the other party much hope. He told the other party that the probability of them returning to their world was very low. Perhaps they would have a chance of returning if Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain the life creation chart, but that was a matter for the future. For now, he still had a very long way to go. Duan Ling Tian had asked Hongdong Chuan about Yu Luo He, the new owner of the life creation chart, and he learned that Yu Luo He was a formidable powerhouse who had merged the Daos and was in the process of merging another one. If he were successful, his strength would increase significantly. At that time, he would be among the strongest people in the divine land. It was extremely difficult to merge the Daos. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. One could only imagine how difficult it was to merge another fusion Dao. Moreover, the second fusion Dao he wanted to merge was very unique. The forbidden sacrificial Dao could only be comprehended by the owner of the life creation chart. As such, only the owner of the life creation chart could merge this unique Dao. According to Hongdong Chuan, the strongest powerhouse in the Hong clan, there were only 2 known people in the entire divine land who had successfully merged 2 fusion Daos. Perhaps there were others who had succeeded but had kept a low profile, but even then, their number was likely very small. Once the owner of the life creation chart successfully merged the sacrificial Dao, not many people would be able to stop him from further comprehending the sacrificial Dao. One of the main reasons it was extremely difficult for cultivators to merge a second fusion Dao was due to their limited lifespan. They were not immortals after all. On the contrary, in the worlds created by the life creation chart, cultivators could achieve near immortality thanks to the laws. In the divine land, there were no heavenly tribulations, but one's lifespan was limited. For cultivators from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds who were nearing the end of their lives, they would not live for very long after coming to the divine land. This was because immortality did not exist in the divine land like it did in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. After learning about this matter from Hongdong Chuan, Duan Ling Tian also knew that many formidable supreme powerhouses and cultivators from the myriad worlds and the outer boundary who were old would likely die soon after they arrived at the divine land. Duan Ling Tian and his family did not need to worry about this problem for now because they were considered young. It was not a problem for them to live for tens of thousands of years even if they did not comprehend the Tao. If they comprehended the Tao, it was possible to live for more than 100,000 years. Among the group of people from the God-defying world, most of those who left for the distinct province were supreme gods. As for the supreme powerhouses, they were not in a rush to leave the capital. They were all waiting to watch the fierce battle between Duan Ling Tian and Hongdong Chuan, which would take place in 3 days, hoping to gain some insight from it. As for the supreme gods who left, they were very aware of their strength. They knew they would not be able to capture Duan Ling Tian and Hongdong Chuan's movements even if they stayed to watch the battle. Instead of wasting time here, it was better for them to head to the distinct province and cultivate to grow stronger. Although they would not have to undergo the heavenly tribulations in the divine land, there was a limit to their lifespan. To avoid growing old and dying, the only way was to grow stronger. Time passed quickly. Only 3 days were left before it was time for Duan Ling Tian and Hongdong Chuan's battle. The capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom was bustling and saw an increase in the number of people. Many people came to watch the duo's battle at the towering heaven peak. On this day, an unexpected visitor came to look for Duan Ling Tian. "Greetings, sir. You came as well?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised. The other party was none other than the Ascending Cloud Sage from the Misty Cloud sect. The Ascending Cloud Sage said, "Yes. After all, I can't miss the battle between you and Senior Hongdong Chuan. My sword Dao is just a step away from the 7th stage. I have a feeling that I'll be able to break through after watching your battle." The Ascending Cloud Sage was very excited when he spoke, and he sounded very confident. "In that case, I'll congratulate you in advance," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. He had a good impression of the Ascending Cloud Sage. Although he had helped the Ascending Cloud Sage a lot, the Ascending Cloud Sage had also helped him a lot, relieving him of many responsibilities. It was only when more and more people from the outer boundary and myriad worlds came to him that the Ascending Cloud Sage finally withdrew. "Sir, I have confidence in you. I have a very strong feeling that you'll win the battle," the Ascending Cloud Sage said. Duanling Tian only shook his head and smiled in response. However, he thought to himself that the Ascending Cloud Sage's intuition was quite good. The Ascending Cloud Sage did not stay for long and quickly bid farewell to Duanling Tian, leaving Duanling Tian to prepare for the battle that would take place in 3 days. After the Ascending Cloud Sage left, Duanling Tian continued to meditate by a pond in the courtyard, comprehending his sword Dao. "I wonder when my sword Dao will advance to the 9th stage. Although I have the memories of the Void Elder who comprehended the sword Dao to the 9th stage, it's not easy to break through." 3 days passed very quickly, and in just a blink of an eye, it was the day of the decisive battle, near the surging river Divine Kingdom's towering heaven peak. A group of people had already gathered early in the morning, and as time passed, the crowd grew even bigger. A few people flew over from the distance at this moment, and the old man in the lead caught many people's attention. That's Old Man Crane, the former sect leader of the Flying Crane sect in the Judgment Province. The old man was dressed in a loose robe with a crane embroidered on it. Although he was old, his eyes shone with vitality. The contradiction of his physical appearance and his youthful temperament was rather interesting. Old Man Crane? He's a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, the strongest person in the Judgment Province, right? Someone asked. It was his first time seeing Old Man Crane, but he had long heard about Old Man Crane. A long time ago, when Old Man Crane was only a level 5 Dao establishment cultivator, he had single-handedly defeated 3 cultivators who were on par with him. With that, he shot to fame overnight. Later on, as he grew stronger, he was also challenged by the many new level 7 Dao establishment cultivators, and he defeated all of them, cementing his reputation. In the surging river Divine Kingdom, most provinces had many powerful cultivators who had comprehended the Dao 2 or above the 7th stage. Only remote provinces like the Distinct Province did not have such powerhouses. Needless to say, after the arrival of Duanling Tian and Zhao and Yi, the average strength of their respective provinces had increased greatly. "I heard that Old Man Crane has comprehended his second Dao to the 6th stage. It's said that's why he's so strong. I wonder if it's true." "I think it's true. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acknowledged as one of the strongest level 7 Dao establishment cultivators in the surging river Divine Kingdom, right?" While the others discussed among themselves, those who knew Old Man Crane approached him and greeted him respectfully. After all, they were weaker than him. After Old Man Crane exchanged greetings with those who greeted him, he sat cross-legged in the air and began to meditate. Seeing this, many who wanted to greet him also dismissed this idea, not wanting to disturb him. Shortly after, about a dozen people flew over from afar. Just like before, the person in the lead caught many people's attention. The person was an energetic old man with a head full of white hair. "Who's that old man?" someone asked, puzzled. "That's the Azure Cloud Elder, the new strongest person from the Cloud Province. Haven't you heard of him?" A cultivator from the Cloud Province asked, surprised. "He's the Azure Cloud Elder? The strongest person in the Cloud Province? I heard that he's really powerful. Not only did he defeat the former stronger person in the Cloud Province who was a level 6 Dao establishment powerhouse, but he also defeated a level 7 Dao establishment cultivator from the Heavenly Province who came to challenge him. He only became famous recently. I'd only heard of him until today." The Azure Cloud Elder was none other than Zhao and Yi from the Outer Boundaries Azure Cloud Saint Sect. He was a level 7 Supreme Powerhouse who was acquainted with Duanling Tian. After becoming a level 7 Supreme Powerhouse, he visited Duanling Tian several times to discuss the Dao. Thanks to these visits, he had grown even more powerful. In the past, the Outer Boundary had several level 7 Supreme Powerhouses. Zhao and Yi was among the strongest, and he was just below Xue Qingzhu from the Jin Dynasty's 13 cities and a few others from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. The people behind Zhao and Yi were from the Outer Boundary. When they heard about him, They quickly looked for him in the Cloud Province's Azure Cloud residence. When they learned that Duanling Tian was going to fight a level 8 Dao establishment cultivator from the Surging River Divine Kingdom, they were all very excited and decided to follow Zhao and Yi here. Due to these people's presence, Zhao and Yi had yet to meet Duanling Tian after coming to the capital. After all, for their safety, he could not simply meet them. As such, he planned to catch up with Duanling Tian after the battle. At this moment, one of the saints behind Zhao and Yi asked, "My lord, do you think Lord Duan will win?" Zhao and Yi replied, "We'll know after we watch the fight. However, in my opinion, he's bound to win." Zhao and Yi's voice was not loud, but the surrounding powerful cultivators heard him clearly. Some of them thought that he thought too highly of Duanling Tian when they heard his words. It seems like the Azure Cloud Elder has a lot of confidence in Duanling Tian. Does he not know how formidable Senior Hong Dong Chuan is? I heard the Azure Cloud Elder and Duanling Tian came from the same place. Rumors have it that they came from the world created by the life creation chart. It's only natural that he's so confident about Duanling Tian. The world created by the life creation chart? The world created by Yu Luo He, the new owner of the life creation chart? I heard he was severely injured and was forced to flee. I heard that several level 9 Dao establishment powerhouses joined forces, but they still failed to capture him in the end. He even managed to flee with the damaged life creation chart. Even Old Man Crane, who heard the conversations in the surroundings, opened his eyes and looked at Zhao and Yi. More and more people looked at Zhao and Yi curiously when they heard that Zhao and Yi and Duanling Tian were suspected to have come from the world created by the life creation chart. Some people who were not familiar with the life creation chart could not help but inquire about it and were shocked when they learned of the details. No wonder there was a sudden influx of level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses in the Distinct Province and the Cloud Province. As it turns out, they're all from the world created by the life creation chart. I heard that in the world created by the life creation charts, thanks to the rules there, the cultivators could live as long as immortals. Live as long as immortals? Is that true? In the Divine Land, even the strongest person who has merged the Daos can't live for so long. At this time, Old Man Crane decided to approach Zhao and Yi. "Greetings, Cultivator Zhao. I'm Luo Song." "Greetings, Cultivator Luo." Zhao and Yi replied with a smile. He had heard about Luo Song from the people in his surroundings. He knew the other party was rather powerful, so he was quite polite. Luo Song did not beat around the bush and curiously asked, "Cultivator Zhao, is it true that you came from the world created by the life creation chart?" Just as Zhao and Yi was about to reply, he caught sight of someone from the corners of his eyes, and an expression of excitement appeared on his face immediately. As soon as Zhao and Yi looked over, Feng Qingyang, who had just arrived on the scene, noticed Zhao and Yi as well. He nodded and smiled before he flew over to Zhao and Yi. "After arriving in the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, I had heard a lot about the Cloud Province's Zhao and Yi. I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. "Senior Feng, I didn't expect to meet you so soon as well," Zhao and Yi replied respectfully with a smile on his face. Since Feng Qingyang was Duanling Tian's master, he always addressed Feng Qingyang as senior, even though Feng Qingyang had repeatedly told him there was no need to be so polite when they were in the god-defying world. At the appropriate moment, Zhao and Yi turned slightly and said, "This is Cultivator Luo Song. He's the top cultivator in the Judgment Province." Zhao and Yi had heard that Luo Song had cultivated a second Dao to the 6th stage. If that was true, then he knew that he and perhaps Feng Qingyang was no match for Luo Song. "I've heard about Cultivator Luo," Feng Qingyang said politely with a nod and a smile. "Cultivator Luo, this is Feng Qingyang. He's the master of one of the two protagonists today, Duanling Tian. Since he's Duanling Tian's master, I address him as Senior," Zhao and Yi said. "Greetings, Cultivator Feng," Luo Song said politely. He was shocked when he learned that Feng Qingyang was Duanling Tian's master. He also did not dare to be rude. After all, Duanling Tian was a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. At this time, Zhao and Yi said with a smile, "Cultivator Luo, Duanling Tian, Senior Feng, and I came from the world created by the life creation chart. The two of them were the strongest people in that world. Luo Song looked at Feng Qingyang and asked tentatively, Cultivator Feng. This means that you should be a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, right? Zhao and Yi wanted to say that although Feng Qingyang was a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, Feng Qingyang was far stronger than ordinary level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses. However, before he could say anything, Feng Qingyang spoke first. Unlike my disciple, I only recently broke through to the 8th Dao establishment stage, Feng Qingyang said, shocking not only Zhao and Yi, but also the people behind Zhao and Yi. Senior Feng, you've broken through? Zhao and Yi exclaimed in surprise. The group of people from the outer boundary, who were standing behind Zhao and Yi, quickly congratulated Feng Qingyang when they regained their senses. Although many of them were meeting Feng Qingyang for the first time, they were very enthusiastic and friendly. Feng Qingyang smiled and nodded in response to the group of people. Meanwhile, Luo Song thought to himself, surprised, another level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. Although Luo Song had comprehended another Dao to the 6th stage, he was still far from being a match for someone who had comprehended a Dao to the 8th stage. The gap between the stages of the Daos grew increasingly wider as they progressed. At the same time, the others in the surroundings who overheard the conversation were also shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang was Duan Ling Tian's master and also a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. Nice to meet you, Senior Feng. I am. Greetings, Senior Feng. Many of them greeted Feng Qingyang enthusiastically, and he was at the center of attention until one of the protagonists of the day, Hong Dongchuan, arrived. Those who knew him quickly approached him and greeted him. Lord Hong, are you confident about today's battle? To everyone's shock, Hong Dongchuan replied calmly, not at all. No one expected Hong Dongchuan to say this before the battle even began. After all, these words were tantamount to him admitting that he was weaker than Duan Ling Tian. Lord Hong, are you joking? If you're not confident at all, why did you accept the challenge? Someone asked, puzzled by Hong Dongchuan's actions. Hong Dongchuan replied, although I'm not confident, I still want to spar with him and see his skills. While Hong Dongchuan spoke, Feng Qingyang and Zhao and Yi saw Duan Ling Tian flying over from afar. Duan Ling Tian was accompanied by two young women, wearing a veil each and an old man. The two women were Kur and Huaner, and the old man was the Ascending Cloud Sage from the distinct province's Misty Cloud sect. Master! Duan Ling Tian, along with Kur and Huaner, was surprised when he saw Feng Qingyang. This was a pleasant surprise. Master! The Ascending Cloud Sage, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at Feng Qingyang immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian addressing Feng Qingyang as Master. When he was in the Duan residence, he heard from those who sought refuge with Duan Ling Tian talking about the world created by the life creation chart. He also heard that Duan Ling Tian had a master who was not much weaker than Duan Ling Tian and had comprehended the Dao to the 7th stage. Little Tian. Feng Qingyang grinned and flew over to Duan Ling Tian. Although they had not been apart for long, it felt as though they had been separated for many years after coming to this unfamiliar world. Master, Kur and Huaner said in unison when they saw Feng Qingyang. Seeing the two women, Feng Qingyang said with a wry smile, Little Tian, you're much more thoughtful than I am. You didn't let your two wives get separated from you. I was too distracted at that time when the spatial energy became chaotic and was separated from Qingzhu even though we were quite close to each other. Duan Ling Tian cleared his throat before he said teasingly, Master, to tell you the truth, my other wives weren't separated from me either. They're now in the distinct province. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he continued to say, Not only that, but my parents also didn't get separated from me. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang feigned an unhappy expression on his face and said, Brat, are you trying to anger me? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Master, after my battle with Senior Hong ends, come with me to the distinct province. Your wife's second sister is there too. Feng Qingyang's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. Then, he quickly waved his hands and said, Since she's there, I won't go there. Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned when he saw the slightly nervous expression on his master's face. Then, He asked with a smirk on his face. Master, it seems like there's a story between you and your wife's second sister. What do you mean? Feng Qingyang said. I just find her disrespectful to her elders, and I rather maintain a distance from her. Previously, Feng Qingyang had accompanied Xue Qingzhu several times back to the Jin dynasty's 13 cities in the outer boundary. He was fine with Xue Qingzhu's other siblings, but Xue Qingzhu's second sister gave him a headache. She would always follow him and Xue Qingzhu around, completely oblivious to the fact that she was a third wheel. He became so annoyed to the point that he would rather not see her. However, he could not express his true thoughts to his disciple. For this reason, he quickly changed the topic and asked, Were you and your family transported to the surging river divine kingdom after the destruction of the solitary destructive heaven and the collapse of space? Feng Qingyang knew that many of Duanling Tian's family and friends stayed in his little world previously. However, with the destruction of the solitary destructive heaven and the collapse of space, little worlds no longer existed. As such, it was impossible for people to stay in little worlds anymore. Yes, Duanling Tian replied with a nod. We were transported to the distinct province in the surging river divine kingdom. After Duanling Tian briefly explained the situation to his master, he saw the people from the Hong clan. The one leading them was Hong Dongchuan, the patriarch of the Hong clan. The clan leader of the Hong clan was absent. It was likely because he had to stay back to deal with matters in the Hong clan. Hong Dongchuan walked over and greeted Duanling Tian as though they were old friends. Those who did not know better would have thought they had known each other for years. He asked, Brother Ling Tian, is this your master? Big brother Hong. Duanling Tian greeted Hong Dongchuan before he replied, Yes, this is my master, Feng Qingyang. Then, Duanling Tian turned to Feng Qingyang and said, Master, this is Hong Dongchuan from the Hong clan. He's also known as the Crushing Prison Saber. I'll be fighting him today. Feng Qingyang knew that Hong Dongchuan would be Duanling Tian's opponent today, but he did not expect the duo to have such a good relationship. He could tell that Hong Dongchuan was helping Duanling Tian. Based on seniority, I'll address you as Big Brother Hong as well, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Then, I'll address you as Brother Feng. Hong Dongchuan responded with a nod and a smile. He continued to say, Brother Feng, I'm really envious of you for having such a monstrously talented disciple. On the other hand, I have a lot of direct disciples, but only a few of them are excellent. Among the people standing behind Hong Dongchuan, two of them looked slightly embarrassed when they heard Hong Dongchuan's words. Clearly, they were Hong Dongchuan's disciples. To be honest, I didn't expect him to be so monstrously talented, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. I only have a disciple. Most of the time, he learned on his own. I didn't expect him to progress this far, let alone surpass me. Everyone was speechless when they heard these words. Hong Dongchuan cleared his throat, not knowing how to continue the conversation. After a moment, he said, Brother Feng, let's chat more after my fight with Brother Ling Tian. Feng Qingyang nodded and smiled. At the same time, the eyes of the people present lit up. They had been eagerly anticipating the battle as soon as Hong Dongchuan arrived. They moved to the side, creating a large space for Duanling Tian and Hong Dongchuan, who stood across from each other. At this time, a group of people arrived, flying over from the distance. Many people exclaimed in unison upon seeing the newcomers. They're from the royal family. Although there were quite many people among the group of people sent by the royal family, the strongest among them were two level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses. The 4 strongest members of the royal family were absent. Among these 4 people, one of them was a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, and the strongest among them was rumored to have entered the Dao merging realm. Greetings, Brother Hong. Brother Hong, we've come to support you. The 2 level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses smiled and greeted Hong Dongchuan warmly. I didn't expect both of you to come after my fight with Brother Ling Tian. We'll have a proper chat, Hong Dongchuan said, cupping his hands together at the duo. Of course, please go ahead. Subsequently, everyone shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian and Hong Dongchuan. They waited with bated breath for the epic battle to start. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian looked at Hong Dong Chuan, who wore a serious expression on his face, calmly. He was very confident about facing a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. In his opinion, no level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse in the Divine Land was a match for him. After all, not only did he comprehend the Sword Dao to the 8th stage, but he had also comprehended the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao to the 7th stage thanks to the memories of the Void Elder. Without the Void Elder's memories, it would have been extremely difficult for him to comprehend the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao to the 7th stage even with the guidance of an expert and the best cultivation resources. He only realized how extremely difficult it was to achieve such a feat after he spoke to the Ascending Clouds sage previously. In his battle against Hong Dong Chuan, Duanling Tian did not plan to use his full strength. He only planned to use the Mastery Dao to boost his strength. Swoosh! Suddenly, Hong Dong Chuan's robe fluttered in the air, as fierce winds began to rage loudly in his surroundings. Needless to say, this was not from the law of wind since the laws did not exist in this world. The wind from the release of his energy. It had to be said that the energy of a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse was completely different from that of a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse. Previously, the creatures guarding the mysterious entrances were comparable to level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses. Although they could not use the laws with their strength and comprehension of the Daos, they were able to drive away formidable level 7 supreme powerhouses who had comprehended the laws to the paramount stage. It was clear that their strength could not be underestimated even though they could not use the laws. Boom! A deafening explosion rang in the air before Hong Dong Chuan suddenly moved. As the wind continued to rage and howl, the vague shadow of a saber began to materialize in his hand. It was illusory at first before it rapidly solidified into a huge saber. In the next moment, a saber ray shot out in the air. Then, the howling of the wind intensified. It sounded like the mournful wails of ghosts and wolves. Everyone felt chills running up their spines at this moment. They felt as though they were in the depths of hell at this moment. At this moment, they realized that Hong Dong Chuan had also comprehended a second Dao, the Purgatory Dao. Apart from the Saber Dao, Hong Dong Chuan was also an expert in the Purgatory Dao, which he had comprehended to the 6th stage. Combined with his Sword Dao, his power was naturally formidable. Buzz! Nonetheless, Duanling Tian showed no fear when faced with Hong Dong Chuan's Saber Ray. He met it directly without holding back, showing the greatest respect for his opponent. Swoosh! Duanling Tian's dazzling sword ray shot out like a lightning bolt in the sky. It sped up before it clashed head-on with Hong Dong Chuan's saber ray. Boom! The collision between the sword ray and the saber ray resulted in an explosion, and the shockwave raged in all directions. Hong Dong Chuan's robe fluttered vigorously as he recoiled from the explosion while Duanling Tian stepped back. Apart from those at or above the 7th Dao establishment stage, many people were forced to retreat. As for the weaker level 1 and level 2 Dao establishment cultivators, they were almost knocked off their feet. Bang! Duanling Tian and Hong Dong Chuan briefly exchanged a few moves again before they separated and faced each other from a distance. Duanling Tian's expression was calm while Hong Dong Chuan's expression was tense, and his gaze was solemn. Many of the onlookers could not help but exclaim, "What an incredible power! So this is the strength of level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses. So powerful!" Senior Hong Dong Chuan has been a renowned expert in the Surging River Divine Kingdom for many years. He's widely acknowledged as being invincible among powerhouses below the 9th Dao establishment stage. Even the 2 level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses from the royal family aren't a match for him in a one-on-one fight. That's right. In the Surging River Divine Kingdom, only the 2 level 9 Dao establishment powerhouses from the royal family can defeat Senior Hong Dong Chuan. However, even someone as strong as Senior Hong Dong Chuan can't gain the upper hand in his fight with the distinct province's rising star. Duanling Tian, the god-defying sword, is truly formidable. Many of those at and below the 4th Dao establishment stage thought that Duanling Tian and Hong Dong Chuan were equally matched. Not counting those who were familiar with Duanling Tian, only those above the 4th Dao establishment stage could tell from the duo's brief exchange that Duanling Tian had a slight advantage over Hong Dong Chuan. For this reason, Their expressions were solemn when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Amazing!" Hong Dong-chuan said with a slightly flushed face before laughing heartily. Then, he continued to say, "Brother Ling Tian, it's been a long time since I last fought so passionately. You're very strong. I'll be using my full strength after this, so don't hold back." Following that, energy surged out of Hong Dong-chuan's body. His body seemed stronger at this moment, and his aura was so domineering that the weaker cultivators felt slightly overwhelmed. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Big brother Hong, I look forward to that." Duan Ling Tian's expression was slightly solemn as sword rays flew around him gracefully. Boom! A deafening explosion rang in the air when Hong Dong-chuan's energy burst forth and formed a giant saber. Without a moment's delay, it shot toward Duan Ling Tian, buzzing loudly. Like a giant sword, Duan Ling Tian flew out. His aura was terrifying, sending chills down people's spines. This time, he discreetly cast the Limitless Tao. Although he had comprehended the Limitless Tao to the 7th stage, he limited its strength to the 6th stage. If he had fought with his full strength, it would have been easy for him to defeat Hong Dong-chuan. When the two waves of energy collided, a huge part of the peak crumbled, stirring up a heavy cloud of dust and causing many beasts in the vicinity to flee. On the contrary, the two protagonists of the day and the spectators hovering above the towering heaven peak were unaffected. Boom! 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 The towering heaven peak was enveloped in dazzling light at this moment, making it impossible for the onlookers to see what was going on. Some brave souls extended their divine consciousness only for their souls to be injured by the shockwave. Their faces paled immediately, and some even bled from their orifices, looking as though they were on the verge of collapse. The storm came and went quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the blinding light disappeared, and two figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Ling Tian was unscathed. On the contrary, not only was Hong Dong-chuan's robe torn in several places, but his face was pale and blood could be seen on the corners of his lips. A hint of terror could be seen in Hong Dong-chuan's eyes, and it took him a while for him to return to his senses. He cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I thought highly of you before this. Even then, it seems like I've underestimated you." Hong Dong-chuan was aware that Duan Ling Tian had held back earlier. He also knew that the reason the shockwave from their fight did not injure the weaker cultivators much was thanks to Duan Ling Tian suppressing the shockwave. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not a saint. He could not care less about the lives and deaths of these people. However, his two wives were standing among those people, so he made a move to lessen the impact of the shockwave. During the aftermath of Hong Dong-chuan and Duan Ling Tian's first exchange, Feng Qingyang was still capable of protecting Duan Ling Tian's two wives. However, during the final decisive blow, Duan Ling Tian was not sure if Feng Qingyang would be able to protect them, so he chose to make a move. Meanwhile, unlike the powerful cultivators who had already guessed the outcome earlier, many weaker cultivators were shocked by the outcome. Senior Hong Dong-chuan lost? Hong Dong-chuan was a renowned expert in the surging river divine kingdom, and he was acknowledged as the third strongest person in the nation. They were naturally shocked that someone from the distinct province, who had been unknown until recently, defeated the famous crushing prison saber. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang, who was standing nearby, smiled wryly as he looked at the scene. Although he had recently broken through, it seemed like there was still a long way for him to go to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the stronger cultivators who had guessed the outcome after watching Duan Ling Tian and Hong Dong-chuan's initial exchange, Hong Dong-chuan's defeat shocked everyone. As for Hong Dong-chuan, although he had anticipated the possibility of defeat, he did not expect to be defeated so decisively and, from his perspective, miserably. He had assumed that even if Duan Ling Tian won, it would be a narrow win. After all, apart from comprehending the sword Dao to the 8th stage, he assumed that Duan Ling Tian only comprehended another Dao to the 7th stage. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian also comprehended a third Dao to the 6th stage. He was thoroughly shocked by this. He was naturally unaware that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the limitless Dao to the 7th stage, and that Duan Ling Tian had limited the strength of his limitless Dao to the 6th stage, which was still enough to overpower him. Hong Dong-chuan said with a sigh. I'd underestimated you, brother Ling Tian. You've been keeping your true strength a secret. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly in response. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with Hong Dong-chuan introduced the two Level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses from the royal family to him. Initially, Hong Dong-chuan planned to invite Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang to the Hong clan after the fight, but the powerhouses from the royal family sent him a voice transmission, asking him to introduce them to Duan Ling Tian. The powerhouses from the royal family were also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength, and they could not wait to report back to the royal family. If they could invite Duan Ling Tian back to the royal family as an honored guest, the royal family would undoubtedly benefit from it greatly. Lord Duan Ling Tian. The two powerhouses from the royal family were very humble and polite. Needless to say, this was not their typical behavior, not even to those who were slightly superior to them. After all, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was more than just an ordinary Level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian exchanged greetings with the two powerhouses, reciprocating their courtesy. After that, he, his two wives, Feng Qingyang, Zhao Yi, and the Ascending Cloud Sage followed Hong Dong-chuan to the Hong residence. The Ascending Cloud Sage knew that without Duan Ling Tian, someone like him would never be able to enter the Hong residence. During their journey to the Hong residence, Hong Dong-chuan learned that the Ascending Cloud Sage had helped Duan Ling Tian greatly in the past. As such, he praised the Ascending Cloud Sage for having a discerning eye for talent. The Ascending Cloud Sage naturally felt flattered. His usually stern expression was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an excited expression after he was praised. He looked very different from when he was with the members of the Misty Cloud sect. While Duan Ling Tian and the others made their way to the Hong residence to stay for a few days, news about the outcome of the fight spread like wildfire. It did not take long before it spread to the capital and the cities nearby. For a while, everyone was fervently discussing the battle at the towering Heaven Peak. I didn't go because my cultivation is too low. After all, I might not be able to see much even if I had gone to take a look. Not only that, but there was also a risk of getting injured by the shockwaves. I have to say that I'm really surprised by the outcome. I didn't expect that the distinct province's Duan Ling Tian, the god-defying sword, would win. What? Senior Hong Dong-chuan lost. Who is Duan Ling Tian? How terrifying is his strength that he even managed to defeat the crushing prison saber. After this, the name of Duan Ling Tian, the god-defying sword, will definitely spread throughout the surging River Divine Kingdom and beyond. I heard he challenged Hong Dong-chuan just to gain fame. It was said that he came from the world created by the life creation chart. He wanted to reunite with his family members and friends, so he hopes that they'll look for him once they hear about him. They're from the world created by the life creation chart? I heard that the people in that world were just a power source raised by the owner of the life creation chart, right? When the time is ripe, he would sacrifice the lives there to improve his sacrificial Tao. I didn't expect there to be someone so powerful in the world created by the life creation chart. The Hong clan had spread the word of Duan Ling Tian's purpose after obtaining Duan Ling Tian's permission to do so. With this, even if Duan Ling Tian's family and friends were not nearby, they would eventually hear about him. The Hong clan was naturally very enthusiastic about helping Duan Ling Tian. After all, their relationship with Duan Ling Tian would only grow stronger if they successfully helped Duan Ling Tian to reunite with his family and friends. Now that Duan Ling Tian had defeated Hong Dong-chuan, a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse from the Hong clan, Duan Ling Tian was no longer just moderately famous for being the strongest person in the distinct province. Now, he was among the strongest people in the surging River Divine Kingdom, and it would not take long before his name would be known in every corner of the nation, which was exactly what he had hoped for. After spending a few days in the Hong residence, Duan Ling Tian and the others returned to the distinct province. He planned to accompany his two wives back to the Duan residence before leaving for the Endless Sword domain with Feng Qingyang. He did not plan to bring his two wives with him this time because it would be quite inconvenient. After all, according to Feng Qingyang, there were areas he did not dare to venture into even with his current strength. After hearing that he might be able to gain more insight into the Sword Dao there, he was naturally very eager to go there. Although Duanling Tian possessed the Void Elder's memories and comprehended the Sword Dao to the 9th stage with the Void Elder's memories, he had his own path of Sword Dao. As such, it was not as straightforward as when he comprehended the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao. When comprehending the Sword Dao to the 9th stage, he also needed to use his own knowledge. At this time, Duanling Tian had reached a bottleneck. After comprehending the Sword Dao to the 9th stage, the Void Elder's memories regarding the Sword Dao were no longer of much help. He would need to rely on himself or fortuitous encounters to progress further. According to Feng Qingyang, the Endless Sword Domain was a sacred land for sword cultivators in the Divine Land. Naturally, Duanling Tian was eager to go there. After his battle with Hong Dongchuan, his objective had already been achieved. As long as his family and friends were not in extremely remote places, they would eventually hear about him. At that time, they would definitely look for him in the surging river Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the Ascending Cloud Sage said, "My lord, the distinct province is up ahead." Instead of flying, Duanling Tian and the others rode on a giant divine crane that belonged to the Ascending Cloud Sage. The divine crane had begun to comprehend the Tao, so its speed was incredibly fast. Duanling Tian, Kuer, and Huaner did not react much to the Ascending Cloud Sage's words, but Feng Qingyang wore a wry smile on his face. He said, "Little Tian, I won't follow you. I don't want to meet my wife's second sister. Spend time with your family. When you're ready to leave, contact me. I'll go to the Misty Clouds sect." Duanling Tian was stunned while the Ascending Cloud Sage was overjoyed. "Senior Feng, the Misty Clouds sect welcomes you with open arms." The Ascending Cloud Sage did not expect that someone like Feng Qingyang would visit the Misty Cloud sect. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the sect. If news about this spread, people would think that Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang had a close relationship with the Misty Cloud sect after all. Seeing how his master, Feng Qingyang, feared Yuxiao, his wife's second sister, as though she was a fierce beast, Duanling Tian became even more curious. He could not help but ask, "Master, what's going on with you and her?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duanling Tian sternly and said, "Children shouldn't pry into adults' matters." Then, Feng Qingyang turned to the Ascending Cloud Sage and said, "After escorting my disciple and his 2 wives out of the capital of Distinct Province, please take me to the Misty Cloud sect." The Ascending Cloud Sage naturally agreed enthusiastically. "Master, even if I don't say anything, I'm sure Senior Aunt Yuxiao will find out that we've reunited from someone else. There are many from the myriad worlds and the outer boundary who have heard about us and are making their way to the Duan residence in the Distinct Province to seek refuge. At that time, Senior Aunt Yuxiao will definitely find out about this." Duanling Tian said helplessly. He did not want his master to think that he was the one who leaked the news when Yuxiao found out about the matter later. "It'll be fine as long as you don't tell her that I'm at the Misty Cloud sect." Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, "Only a few people know that I'll be going to the Misty Cloud sect. If you don't mention it, she won't find out. After you deal with your affairs, find me at the Misty Cloud sect. We'll depart immediately for the Endless Sword Domain. That place is a paradise for sword cultivators like us. I'm certain you'll find the trip worthwhile." Duanling Tian became even more curious about the Endless Domain after listening to his master's words. He planned to settle Kuer and Huaner down and spend a few days with them and his parents before he looked for his master at the Misty Cloud sect. After that, they would leave the surging river Divine Kingdom for the Endless Sword Domain. Not long after, Duanling Tian and the others arrived at the Distinct Province. After Feng Qingyang left with the Ascending Cloud Sage, Duanling Tian returned to the Duan residence with his 2 wives. When Duanling Tian arrived, he went to a courtyard to inform his parents of his return. When he saw another figure in the courtyard, his heart could not help but tremble. The figure, who stood next to his parents, belonged to a beautiful young woman. She was none other than Duan Xiling, Kuer and Duanling Tian's daughter. At the same time, Kuer, who was standing next to him, rushed out as tears streamed down her face. Xiling. Duanling Tian did not expect to see his daughter so soon after he returned. However, He also knew that his daughter must have been nearby when she heard the news about his battle with Hong Dongchuan and made her way to the Duan residence in the distinct province immediately. Mother! Duan Si-Ling hugged her mother as tears streamed down her face as well. Then, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and called out, Father! After that, she greeted Huaner as well. Aunt Huan. In the past, when Kur was still unconscious, Huaner had also taken care of Duan Si-Ling. As such, the two had a close relationship as well. Huaner smiled and said gently, It's good that you're here. Now that your mother and I have returned, we won't be leaving again for the time being. Duan Ling Tian gradually calmed down, and he asked with a smile, Si-Ling, are you alone? Previously, when Xuanai came, she was accompanied by Little Gold. Yes, Duan Si-Ling replied with a nod. Duan Ling Tian was slightly disappointed upon hearing this. Nonetheless, he was still very happy to be reunited with his daughter. At this moment, Duan Rufeng said to Duan Ling Tian, Little Tian, Tian Wu's father also came before Si-Ling. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Once again, he realized that he had made the right decision. One by one, his family and friends were coming to him. As long as he continued to work on making a name for himself in the Divine Land, one day everyone would be reunited. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian spent time with his family. After all, he was leaving soon. It would likely be a while before he returned again. Apart from going to the Endless Sword domain and growing stronger, he also wanted to make a name for himself. He felt that he was not famous enough yet. He was determined to make his name known in the entire Divine Land so that all of his family and friends who were in the Divine Land would be reunited. While Duan Ling Tian was enjoying his time with his family, an unexpected guest arrived. Senior Aunt Yu? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Yu Xiao. Since he returned, he had not seen her because she was not staying at the Duan residence. When he had gone to visit her, she was not around. Junior nephew Duan? Where's my brother-in-law? Yu Xiao asked bluntly. I heard that you fought Hong Dongchuan in the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, and that my brother-in-law went to watch. I heard he's already a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. Did he come back with you? Duan Ling Tian was already prepared for Yu Xiao's question, so he was not flustered. He shook his head immediately and said, No. Yu Xiao frowned. A hint of disappointment could be seen on her youthful face as she muttered, He's without roots in this unfamiliar world. Since he has found you, why didn't he come back with you? My master wants to find his wife. Duan Ling Tian replied smoothly. He had also thought about this answer in advance. Yu Xiao fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, she bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left, looking a little crestfallen. After Yu Xiao left, Feng Tianwu whispered, Brother Tian, did you see Senior Aunt Yu's reaction? I have a feeling that she likes your master. In matters of the heart, women were much more sensitive than men. You think so? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Then, he recalled how frightened his master seemed when he mentioned Yu Xiao. He thought that perhaps it was possible that Yu Xiao liked his master. He made a note to ask his master about this when they met again. In an inn in the capital of the distinct province, a bald and burly man sat in a room. He frowned as he listened to the report from his subordinate. Duan Ling Tian returned so quickly? If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would be able to identify the other party quickly. The other party was none other than Lei Hong, one of the strongest people in the Sun-Bright world, one of the 3 upper worlds who tried to kill him. Previously, after arriving at the Divine Land, Duan Ling Tian had briefly thought about Lei Hong. He felt that someone like Lei Hong would not miss out on an opportunity to grow stronger and concluded that Lei Hong must have entered the heaven-traversing pagoda. As such, he assumed that Lei Hong must have died in the pagoda and became nourishment for the owner of the life creation chart who cultivated the sacrificial Tao. Clearly, Duan Ling Tian was greatly mistaken. Lei Hong did not enter the heaven-traversing pagoda at all. Otherwise, he would not be here. In the beginning, after coming to the Divine Land, Lei Hong wandered around the various territories before he finally settled down near the Surging River Divine Kingdom. With his strength as a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, He quickly made a name for himself and gathered a group of followers. Later on, Lei Hong heard the news from the surging river Divine Kingdom about the god-defying sword and Duanling Tian. He knew for certain that the other party was Duanling Tian, whom he considered his biggest enemy in the myriad worlds. At one time, he was almost killed by Duanling Tian. It was all thanks to his life-saving means that he had narrowly escaped death. This experience left a deep mark on him, and fear lingered in his heart for a very long time. As such, he no longer dared to act rashly. After that experience, apart from Duanling Tian, he began to monitor the people from the god-defying world and the outer boundary who were related to Duanling Tian, especially those at or above the 7th Dao establishment level. He had placed a few spies among these people. When the new entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda opened, Lei Hong's interest was piqued. After all, it could help advanced supreme gods and supreme powerhouses grow stronger quickly. He had dreamed about being stronger than Duanling Tian, trampling on Duanling Tian, and killing Duanling Tian. In his lifetime, this was the first time he had suffered such a major setback at the hands of one person. However, later on, Lei Hong learned that Duanling Tian and his friends had no intention of entering the heaven-traversing pagoda after the new entrance appeared. With that, he dismissed his idea to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda even though he did not know the reason why. His spies' statuses were low and were unable to discover the reason. Nonetheless, as someone who was suspicious by nature, he could tell that something was amiss. He was even more certain that he had made the right decision when news began to spread from the Divine Offering Land that the entrance to the pagoda in the Divine Offering Land would be closed. Due to Duanling Tian's indirect reminder, he did not enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and chose to observe from outside instead. With this decision, he witnessed the heaven-traversing pagoda crumbling, the myriad worlds collapsing, and the spatial turbulence. In the end, he was transported to the divine land like many others. Lei Hong sneered and muttered to himself, "Considering everything, I really have to thank Duanling Tian for my survival and arrival in the divine land." When he received the news that Duanling Tian had established the Duan residence in the surging river Divine Kingdom's distinct province, Duanling Tian was just about to fight Hongdong Chuan in the towering heaven peak. After that, he wasted no time in making his way to the distinct province. Lei Hong's goal was simple. He planned to attack the Duan residence while Duanling Tian was away. This was not only a retaliation against Duanling Tian for killing the powerhouse in his sect in the Sunbright world, but also for that time when Duanling Tian almost killed him. However, Lei Hong did not expect that when he arrived in the distinct province, Duanling Tian had already returned from the capital of the surging river Divine Kingdom in the river province. Lei Hong's eyes shone with killing intent as he muttered, "It's best if you don't leave again. Otherwise, you'll regret offending me, Lei Hong, for the rest of your life." After 2 days, Lei Hong received a piece of unpleasant news. That old man from the Azure Cloud residence in Cloud Province is also at the Duan residence? The old man that Lei Hong mentioned was none other than Zhao and Yi. As soon as Lei Hong heard Zhao and Yi's name and title, he knew immediately that the other party was Zhao and Yi from the outer boundary. He's probably just visiting as a guest, Lei Hong thought to himself. In the Divine Land, Zhao and Yi was a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse. Although Lei Hong was not afraid of Zhao and Yi, he knew it would be difficult for him to defeat the other party. After all, they were at the same level. In his opinion, if they were in the myriad worlds or the outer boundary, he had more than a 70% chance of defeating Zhao and Yi since he could use his laws and doppelgangers. In short, he had a higher chance of defeating Zhao and Yi in their previous world. After he arrived in the Divine Land, his strength had weakened due to the absence of the laws, which also meant that he could no longer use his doppelgangers. For all these reasons, he knew he could not defeat Zhao and Yi now. This damn Divine Land. Why are there now laws here? Lei Hong felt frustrated when he thought about this. In the past, he only focused on comprehending one Dao and did not explore a second Dao. He also focused more on comprehending various laws. If he had known that he would eventually end up in a world without laws, he would have focused more on comprehending more than one Dao. Alas, there was no second chance in life. Before coming to the Divine Land, he naturally did not think that there was another world, let alone a world without laws. Needless to say, it was even more beyond his imagination that the myriad worlds and the outer boundary were only creations of the life creation chart. Duanling Tian was surprised by Zhao and Yi's arrival. After all, they had just met not long ago in the river province. He asked, "Why are you here?" Zhao and Yi chuckled and replied, "Brother Ling Tian, I feel that your fame has surpassed mine now. As such, I felt that it's better to seek refuge in your Duan residence than to stay in the Azure Cloud residence in the Cloud Province. I've already shut down the Azure Cloud residence, and my people are already on their way here. In the future, my people and I will stay in the distinct province and accompany your Duan residence. I've already spread the word in the Cloud Province that the Azure Cloud residence is relocating to the distinct province." Previously, Zhao and Yi had learned from Duanling Tian's example and left the distinct province to make a name for himself so he could gather his men. However, now that Duanling Tian's fame had surpassed his, he felt that it was more advantageous to stay in the distinct province. With Duanling Tian's fame now, he might be able to find more of his subordinates from the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the outer boundary. "I see." Duanling Tian nodded in response before he mentioned his plans to leave in the next few days to Zhao and Yi. Then he said, "If you'd come a few days later, you wouldn't be able to meet me." He continued to say, "Since you're relocating the Azure Cloud residence to the distinct province, I'll introduce you to the person who'll be looking after the Duan residence while I'm away. She's my senior aunt, the second sister of my master's wife. She was also a saint in the outer boundary, so you might have already met." Zhao and Yi smiled wryly upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. He said, "You're talking about Yu Xiao, the second city governor of the Jin dynasty's 13 cities, right? I know her. In fact, I've suffered a huge loss at her hands before." "Yes, that's her." Duanling Tian nodded. Duanling Tian wanted to introduce Zhao and Yi to Yu Xiao because he thought that the two could help each other in the future now that Zhao and Yi was relocating to the distinct province. "Old man Zhao, you're not dead?" Duanling Tian did not expect that Yu Xiao would say these words as soon as he brought Zhao and Yi to meet her. He was surprised and puzzled. "I didn't know Senior Aunt is so familiar with Zhao and Yi." Zhao and Yi coughed twice before he said, "Yu Xiao, I'm not that old. Although there's no way to achieve immortality in the divine land, I still have many years left in me. I really didn't expect to meet you here, Yu Xiao." Zhao and Yi was clearly wary of Yu Xiao. He knew she was not an easy opponent. In the past, when they were still in the outer boundary, Zhao and Yi had become a saint first before Yu Xiao became one. On one occasion, when he went to the Jin dynasty's 13 cities, he had unintentionally offended her with his words. When it happened, she did not react much. However, after she entered the realm of saints, she went to the Azure Cloud Saint sect to challenge him to settle the score. She was stronger than him because her bloodline power was stronger than his. It was not surprising that he was thoroughly defeated by her in the end. At that time, he felt that women were truly difficult to deal with. After that incident, Zhao and Yi was very cautious with his words whenever he met Yu Xiao, worried that he might unintentionally offend her again. After all, he knew very well how the seemingly harmless girl could hold a grudge. "Old man Zhao, did you come with my junior nephew to look for me for something? If that's the case, save your breath. I can't be bothered to help you. Don't forget you once bullied me," Yu Xiao said disdainfully. Duanling Tian turned to look at Zhao and Yi with a strange expression, raising an eyebrow upon hearing those words. He did not know about this matter at all. Seeing Duanling Tian's reaction, Zhao and Yi knew that Duanling Tian had misunderstood him. He felt like crying because of how misunderstood he was. He hurriedly explained, "Brother Ling Tian, please don't misunderstand. What Yu Xiao meant by me bullying her is that I unintentionally offended her with my words in the past, when I visited the Jin dynasty's 13 cities. Not only that, but she had already settled the scores with me." Zhao and Yi felt helpless and wronged. Was it possible that the matter from the past was not over yet? At that time, Yu Xiao had beaten him to a pulp, and he had to go into hiding for a while, worried that he would be ridiculed by the members of his sect. Afraid of being misunderstood, he quickly gave Duanling Tian a detailed account of how he had unintentionally offended Yu Xiao in the past through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he learned about what happened. Senior Aunt actually held a grudge to this extent? I really can't afford to offend her. Wait, I lied to her previously about Master. She'll definitely hold a grudge if she finds out that I lied to her. It looks like I can only continue lying. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian explained, Senior Aunt Yu, he didn't come to ask you for help. He's relocating the Azure Cloud residents to the distinct province, and will be allies in the future. I brought him here to greet you. If we encounter any difficulties in the future, we can help each other. Yu Zhao's expression eased a lot after listening to these words. She also restrained herself a little in front of Duan Ling Tian, since she did not want to leave a bad impression on him. I see, Yu Zhao said with a nod. Rest assured, junior nephew Duan. I'll take care of the Duan residents when you're not around. If I encounter anything I can't handle, I'll ask Old Man Zhao for help. If Old Man Zhao doesn't do his best to help us, I won't let him off lightly. As she spoke, she looked at Zhao and Yi threateningly, which made Zhao and Yi feel speechless. After all, there was no way he would not do his best to help Duan Ling Tian and the Duan residents. Miss Yu, rest assured. I promise to treat the Duan residents like I treat my Azure Cloud residents. Zhao and Yi said seriously. I hope you'll keep your promise and that you're not being perfunctory, Yu Zhao said with a scoff. Zhao and Yi shook his head and said, Of course, I'm not being perfunctory. After the meeting between Zhao and Yi and Yu Zhao, Duan Ling Tian spent 2 more days with his family before he went to the Misty Cloud sect to look for his master. You're ready to go? Feng Qingyang knew that Duan Ling Tian was done spending time with his family as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. Yes, master. We can depart immediately if you have nothing else to attend to. Duan Ling Tian replied with a nod. I have nothing to do here, so let's leave now, Feng Qingyang said. He turned to the Ascending Cloud sage who was standing at the side, before he continued to say, You've been very helpful over the past few days. If there's a chance in the future, I'll visit your Misty Cloud sect again. The environment here is quite nice, and I really like it. The Ascending Cloud sage said enthusiastically, Senior Feng, you're always welcome to visit the Misty Cloud sect again. Over the past few days, the Ascending Cloud sage had boldly sought guidance from Feng Qingyang regarding the Sword Dao. He had learned a lot from Feng Qingyang. He thought that Feng Qingyang was truly extraordinary, as expected of someone who was Duan Ling Tian's master. The Ascending Cloud sage respectfully bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, watching them leave the Misty Cloud sect. After leaving the Misty Cloud sect, Feng Qingyang asked, Little Tian, did Yu Zhao know I returned with you? Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang strangely and asked in return, Master, what's going on between you and Senior Aunt Yu? As soon as I returned, she came looking for me, asking about you. I can't help but feel that she likes you. Duan Ling Tian's curiosity was burning at this moment. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Feng Qingyang said helplessly, You noticed it as well? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Master, are you avoiding her because of this? I don't think it's necessary. If you don't like her, just tell her directly. Don't lead her on. Based on what I know about her, she's bold with her feelings and very direct. If you make it clear that you're not interested in her, I think she won't cling on to you. Although Duan Ling Tian did not interact with Yu Zhao much, he had a vague sense of the kind of person she was. Feng Qingyang sighed. You really think I've never made it clear before? I've already told her, but she didn't believe me. She thinks that I rejected her because of Qing Zhu. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Really? Is she really so narcissistic? Then he added teasingly, Master, I think you must be interested in her, but you're just too shy to make a move. Feng Qingyang said reproachfully, Brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. Then, he quickly changed the subject, saying, Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll tell you more about the situation in the Endless Sword domain. If I don't explain everything thoroughly, I'm worried you might be at a disadvantage when we're there. Not long after Duan Ling Tian left, Lei Hong, who was hiding in the city in the distinct province, received news of the former's departure. However, Lei Hong did not take action immediately. After all, there was still Zhao and Yi. If he made a move now, Zhao and Yi would surely intervene. Both of them were level 7 Dao establishment powerhouses, and he was not confident about defeating Zhao and Yi. At most, he would be evenly matched with Zhao and Yi. In fact, he might even be at a disadvantage. During Lei Hong's journey to the distinct province, Lei Hong had passed through the Cloud Province. It was at that time that he learned more about Zhao and Yi, who was now known as the Azure Cloud Elder in this new world. He learned that Zhao and Yi's mastery of the Tao had surpassed his own. It's a pity there are no laws in the Divine Land. Otherwise, I won't have to fear someone like Zhao and Yi, Lei Hong muttered with an unsightly expression on his face. It did not take long after Duanling Tian's departure before Lei Hong finally realized Zhao and Yi's intention when he saw that not only did Zhao and Yi not leave, but the other members of the Azure Cloud residence had also arrived in the distinct province. With the help of the people from the Duan residence and the Misty Cloud sect, they established a new residence. So Zhao and Yi's plan was to relocate from the Cloud province to the distinct province? Lei Hong's expression was rather bad now that his plan to take action after Zhao and Yi left failed. How could he take action if Zhao and Yi had no plans to leave and even established his own residence here? There was no doubt that Zhao and Yi would definitely protect the Duan residence if he made a move now. However, he also knew that he could not afford to wait any longer if he wanted to make a move against the Duan residence. Finally, one day, Lei Hong learned that Zhao and Yi had returned to the new Azure Cloud residence in the distinct province. With this, Lei Hong decided to act swiftly and kill Duanling Tian's family and friends in the Duan residence. In his opinion, even if he managed to kill one of them, it would be a victory for him. After that, Lei Hong planned to flee as fast as he could. The Divine Land was vast, and it would be difficult for Duanling Tian to find him. He planned to go into hiding because he knew there was no hope of him surpassing Duanling Tian. He knew very well that Duanling Tian's comprehension skills were superior to his, leaving him helpless and powerless. He knew it was likely that he would never be able to confront Duanling Tian directly in his lifetime. At most, he could only plot in secret to make Duanling Tian's life difficult and make Duanling Tian regret offending him. Boom! At this moment, Lei Hong, who concealed himself in the sky above the Duan residence, finally made a move. He chose to attack the courtyard where Duanling Tian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Rou, were living. In his opinion, the deaths of Duanling Tian's parents would cause Duanling Tian even more pain than the deaths of his wives. Moreover, Duanling Tian had several wives, and his wives lived in different courtyards. It would be impossible for him to kill them all at once. Lei Hong did not expect that as soon as he attacked, an energy, which was as powerful as his, surged from the Duan residence and instantly crushed his attack. The shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking the Duan residence and the city. Following that, Lei Hong saw the person who retaliated. It was a young woman. She was standing near Duan Rufeng and Li Rou's courtyard at this moment, staring at Lei Hong. After a brief moment, she said, "I know you. You're Lei Hong from the sun-bright world." Lei Hong was taken aback when he saw the young woman. It was completely out of his expectations to meet the other party here. Why is this woman here? Lei Hong also knew Yu Xiao, the second city governor of the Jin dynasty's 13 cities in the outer boundary. She was aggressive by nature and had once challenged the world's supreme powerhouses in the 3 upper worlds not long after she became a saint. He was among the people she had challenged in the past. Back then, Lei Hong had the advantage, relying on his laws and doppelgangers. Later on, Lei Hong also saw the heavenly text, so he knew that Yu Xiao had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse as well. After a moment, Lei Hong recalled that Duanling Tian's master, Feng Qingyang, had married Xue Qingzhu, the 7th city governor of the Jin dynasty's 13 cities. Everyone in the upper 3 worlds and the outer boundary knew about this. With this, he was no longer surprised that Yu Xiao was here. Lei Hong knew that his trip here was in vain. His plan was doomed to fail since Yu Xiao was here. Those idiots! How did they fail to discover that Yu Xiao is also in the Duan residence? Lei Hong cursed inwardly. In fact, it was not surprising that Lei Hong's men failed to discover Yu Xiao's presence. After all, she had a very low sense of existence in the Duan residence. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and his family, no one knew of her existence at all. Swoosh! Just as Yu Xiao prepared to attack again, Lei Hong noticed movements from the Azure Cloud residence. He did not think twice and quickly escaped. Just like Yu Xiao and Zhao and Yi, he was a level 7 supreme powerhouse. As such, he was not too worried that he would not be able to escape before Zhao and Yi arrived. You coward, Lei Hong! Yu Xiao did not pointlessly chase after Lei Hong. She knew it would be futile. In the end, she only projected her voice, scolding him, so he could hear her. Unsurprisingly, Lei Hong was furious when he heard those words. He almost spat out blood in anger. He replied coldly, Yu Xiao, if it wasn't for Zhao and Yi, do you think I'd be afraid of you? Don't forget that you lost to me in the past. Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi, who had just arrived, overheard this conversation. Although he arrived late, he could easily guess what had happened. Lei Hong must have tried to attack the Duan residence. Miss Yu Xiao, Zhao and Yi called out. He smiled awkwardly, blaming himself for arriving too late and allowing Lei Hong to escape. You came too late, Yu Xiao said disdainfully. Although you have the Azure Cloud residence in the distinct province, in my opinion, it's best if you stay in the Duan residence as much as you can. If Lei Hong comes again, we can join forces to deal with him. There are now laws in the Divine Land, so I'm confident we'll be able to kill him if we join forces. If we succeed, I'm sure Junior Nephew Duan will appreciate your help. The conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Lei Hong was not a secret in the Myriad Worlds and the Outer Boundary. Zhao and Yi felt even more regretful about his late arrival when he heard these words. After a moment, he said, It's indeed a pity that he escaped. I'll move to the Duan residence today. Zhao and Yi really hoped that Lei Hong would show up again. If he could kill Lei Hong and help Duan Ling Tian eliminate a threat, he would earn a favor from Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's monstrous talent, he was confident that Duan Ling Tian would eventually stand at the peak even in this world that was devoid of laws. A favor from such a person was worth much more than precious treasures. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of what had happened in the distinct province. Without laws, it was impossible for them to communicate over long distances. In the Myriad Worlds and the Outer Boundary, it was the abundance of the power of the laws that facilitated such communications. At this time, under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the Endless Sword Domain. Feng Qingyang explained, The Endless Sword Domain is up ahead. It's a holy land for sword cultivators, and it was born from the battle between two very skilled swordsmen who had comprehended the Sword Dao and also successfully merged the Daos. This is where I broke through and entered the 8th stage of the Sword Dao. Since Feng Qingyang had been to the Endless Sword Domain before, he continued to lead the way. With his familiarity and Duan Ling Tian's strength, they entered the Endless Sword Domain smoothly. The danger in the Endless Sword Domain was in fact the residual power left behind after the battle between two Dao establishment powerhouses who had succeeded in merging the Daos. The residual power lingered here and had yet to dissipate. Needless to say, it would eventually dissipate completely. The Endless Sword Domain would weaken according to the residual and would eventually disappear when the residual power completely dissipated. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang continued to travel deeper and deeper into the Endless Sword Domain. They worked together to deal with the challenges they faced. Thanks to the force of the Sword Dao in this place, both of them gained a lot of insight into the Sword Dao. They continued to further the comprehension of their Sword Dao, forging their own unique paths to advance. Feng Qingyang had just broken through to the 8th stage of the Sword Dao not long ago, so he still had ways to go before reaching the 9th stage. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian had long entered the 8th stage of the Sword Dao. The Void Elder's memory of the 9th stage of the Sword Dao could not help him break through the 9th stage of the Sword Dao, but he was already very close to the 9th stage. As they explored the Endless Sword Domain, his Sword Dao continued to improve, and now he was just a step away from entering the 9th stage. Duan Ling Tian glanced at his master as he thought to himself, I think I'll be able to break through to the 9th stage of the Sword Dao here. At this moment, countless semi-translucent energy swords were flying around Feng Qingyang at varying speeds. Each of the swords contained the essence of the sword. Duanling Tian observed Feng Qingyang carefully. After coming to the Divine Land, they had not have an in-depth conversation about the Sword Dao. Before coming to this new world, Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao was only at the 7th stage, and when they met again in this new world, Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao was already at the 8th stage. During the time they traveled to the Distinct Province and the Endless Sword Domain, they barely discussed the Sword Dao and only spoke about it superficially. While Duanling Tian observed Feng Qingyang, he could feel his own Sword Dao improving as well, inspired by Feng Qingyang. At some point, he stopped observing Feng Qingyang as he gradually immersed himself in comprehending the Sword Dao. After some time, he unexpectedly broke through the bottleneck. This process only felt like a moment, but in reality, a significant amount of time had passed. Feng Qingyang completed his comprehension and woke up first. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Duanling Tian in a state of enlightenment. As he protected Duanling Tian, he wondered curiously, I wonder how much progress little Tian will make after he awakens from the state of enlightenment. Duanling Tian continued to immerse himself in comprehending the Sword Dao. Initially, he felt as though he had returned to the time when he was still in the Saint Province realm, a mundane realm in the God-defying world. At that time, he received the teachings of his master, Feng Qingyang. It was also at that moment that the gears of fate turned, setting him on the path of Sword Dao. Later on, he continued to comprehend the Sword Dao and forged his unique spatial Sword Dao using his law of space. He continued to grow stronger and stronger, obtained the Void Elder's memories, and experienced many things along the way. Duanling Tian felt as though he was reliving his life. The experience was extremely vivid. It was only when he relived his life to the current point in the Endless Sword Domain that he was suddenly enlightened. It was at this moment that he broke through the bottleneck and entered the 9th stage of the Sword Dao. As soon as he entered the 9th stage of the Sword Dao, he felt the energy within him surging and changing dramatically. With this, he became a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Although there were no changes in his physical appearance, his gaze became even more profound than before. His aura changed completely as well. All these subtle changes did not escape Feng Qingyang's eyes. When he sensed Duanling Tian's aura, he finally realized what had happened. He exclaimed in shock, "Little Tian, you've broken through?" Feng Qingyang did not expect his disciple to break into the 9th stage of the Sword Dao so soon after entering the Endless Sword Domain. Not only did his disciple's Sword Dao improve, but his disciple's cultivation had improved as well. With Duanling Tian's latest progress, he was now invincible in the surging river Divine Kingdom where they had just left. "I was just lucky," Duanling Tian replied. His gaze was no longer as piercing as it was earlier when he looked at his master. After reliving his life, his gratitude toward his master had deepened. Without his master's Sword Dao and his master's guidance, it was not a stretch to say that he would not be able to come this far. There was no doubt that his master was his benefactor. "It seems like this place is really beneficial for you. In the future, you'll be able to continue making a name for yourself in the Divine Land," Feng Qingyang said, feeling happy for his disciple. Feng Qingyang also knew this would be advantageous to him. As Duanling Tian continued to grow more famous in the Divine Land, his wife, Xue Qingzhu, would eventually hear about it. At that time, she would surely go to the Duan residence in the surging river Divine Kingdom's distinct province. With that, he would be able to reunite with his wife. At this time, Duanling Tian suddenly asked, "Master, after leaving the Endless Sword Domain, I plan to explore other places in the Divine Land. Will you come with me?" Duanling Tian's main goal now was to make a name for himself in the Divine Land so that he could reunite with his family and friends. At the same time, he also wanted to grow stronger and enter the Dao merging realm. When he was strong enough, he wanted to try and obtain the life creation chart to see if the myriad worlds and the outer boundary still existed. If they no longer existed, he wanted to see if he could rebuild it. After all, that world was his home. If he was successful in rebuilding the old world, he had to ensure the life creation chart remained in his possession at all times. After all, if someone obtained the life creation chart, it was likely that all the beings in the world of the life creation chart would become nourishment for the new owner of the life creation chart. Duan Ling Tian was also curious about the strength of the top powerhouses in the Divine Land. The ninth Tao Establishment Realm was the end of the Tao Establishment Realm, but it was not the end of the cultivation journey. After the Tao Establishment Realm, there was the Tao Merging Realm. Needless to say, even the strongest Tao Establishment powerhouse was no match for an ordinary Tao Merging powerhouse. The former was just like an insignificant ant in front of the latter. Feng Qingyang replied honestly, "Let's travel separately. It won't be beneficial for me to travel with you." After Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang made a decision, they were not in a hurry to put it into action. They continued exploring the endless sword domain. At this time, apart from Duan Ling Tian, whose sword Dao had reached the 9th stage and had become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, Feng Qingyang's strength had also grown significantly. Duan Ling Tian was now second only to the Dao merging powerhouse in the surging Divine Kingdom's royal family. However, that was only if the Dao merging powerhouse truly existed. After all, the existence of the Dao merging powerhouse was only based on rumors and speculations. No one had ever seen the powerhouse before. As for the other powerhouse in the surging river Divine Kingdom's royal family, it was likely that he had comprehended one Dao to the 9th stage and another to the 7th stage. He might not necessarily be a match for Duan Ling Tian now. After all, Duan Ling Tian had not only comprehended the sword Dao to the 9th stage, but he had also comprehended the limitless Dao and the mastery Dao to the 7th stage. His comprehension of the Daos was extraordinary thanks to the memory of the Void Elder, whose comprehension of the Daos was very high in his prime. The Void Elder had comprehended the sword Dao to the 9th stage and also comprehended the mastery Dao and the limitless Dao to the 8th stage. Since Duan Ling Tian had forged his own path in the sword Dao, he naturally could not follow the Void Elder's sword Dao completely. On the contrary, he could follow the Void Elder's limitless Dao and mastery Dao. For this reason, he would be able to easily comprehend the limitless Dao and the mastery Dao to the 8th stage. The reason he had yet to break through was due to him focusing on his sword Dao. Previously, he would only comprehend the limitless Dao and the mastery Dao when he encountered a bottleneck while comprehending the sword Dao. Now that Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had reached the 9th stage and was on the cusp of entering the Dao merging realm, he could focus solely on comprehending the limitless Dao and the mastery Dao. When the two Daos reached the 9th stage, he would then be able to merge them into a unique Dao of his own. After successfully merging a Dao of his own, he would enter the Dao merging realm. Although Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had reached the 9th stage, it did not mean that the endless sword domain was no longer of use to him. He could still further improve his sword Dao here, laying a better foundation before he entered the Dao merging realm. In just a blink of an eye, several years had passed since Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang entered the endless sword domain. It had been 2 years since Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had reached the 9th stage. During this time, both of them had naturally grown stronger. At this time, the duo had explored almost every corner of the endless sword domain and had gained almost everything they could from the place. With this, the endless sword domain was no longer of any use to them. After leaving the endless sword domain, Feng Qingyang bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left. As for Duan Ling Tian, he had no plans to travel very far now. He intended to return to the distinct province in the surging river city to spend some time with his family and friends first. He was curious if any of his other family members and friends had returned during the years he was away. Lei Hong. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the distinct province, he learned from Zhao and Yi that after he left the distinct province a few years ago, Lei Hong had tried to attack the Duan residence. Fortunately, Yu Shao intervened in time. Otherwise, his family and friends might have died. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with killing intent after he listened to Zhao and Yi. He did not expect Lei Hong to survive and that Lei Hong had also come to the Divine Land. After all, he thought that Lei Hong had died in the heaven-traversing pagoda. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Lei Hong did not enter the heaven-traversing pagoda because of him. If he was aware of this, he would have regretted not covering his tracks more effectively. If he had been more discreet, Lei Hong would not have discovered the fact that he and the people around him did not enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. After spending time with his family, Duan Ling Tian gathered his family, Zhao and Yi Yu Shao, and the Ascending Cloud Sage to discuss the 9th stage of the Sword Dao. After reaching the 9th stage of the Sword Dao, he had a profound understanding of it. Many of his questions regarding the Sword Dao had been answered. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the Ascending Cloud Sage, whose Sword Dao was approaching the 7th stage, was shocked. "My lord, your Sword Dao." "Yes, my Sword Dao has reached the 9th stage." Apart from the Ascending Cloud Sage Zhao and Yi Yuxiao, and the others were also shocked. The only people who were not shocked were his wives. He had already told them about his breakthrough earlier. "Father, you're now a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse?" Duan Si Ling asked. Her eyes shone with admiration as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. She had always idolized her father. Even in the divine land, her father was still so powerful. As his daughter, she was naturally excited. "That's right." Duan Ling Tian responded with a nod. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, everyone improved significantly. Among them, Kuer and Huaner made the most significant progress. Their Sword Dao broke through to the next stage. There was also the Ascending Cloud Sage whose Sword Dao entered the 7th stage after he listened to Duan Ling Tian. "Thank you, my lord." The Ascending Cloud Sage was so excited that his face turned red. He prostrated himself in front of Duan Ling Tian as though he was worshipping a god. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he helped the Ascending Cloud Sage to his feet and said, "Now that you've broken through, I hope you'll help me protect the Duan residence when I'm away." The Ascending Cloud Sage said reassuringly, still unable to tamp down his excitement. "Rest assured, my lord. If there's nothing for me to deal with, I'll stay in the Duan residence and protect it." The Ascending Cloud Sage was genuinely overjoyed. Based on his talent, it was incredibly difficult for him to enter the 7th stage of the Sword Dao. It was so difficult that he had previously resigned himself to the fact that it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Unexpectedly, he met a benefactor like Duan Ling Tian who helped him comprehend the Sword Dao to the 7th stage. Now that he was a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse, his lifespan had also increased. It was only natural that he felt indebted to Duan Ling Tian. "I'll stay a little longer." Due to Lei Hong's previous visit, Duan Ling Tian was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he came up with a plan. He pretended to bring the Ascending Cloud Sage and Yuxiao away and left Zhao and Yi behind. He wanted to see if Lei Hong would take the bait and come to the Duan residence. Alas, Lei Hong did not take the bait. However, Duan Ling Tian did not leave immediately. He decided to leave only when his Limitless Dao and Mastery Dao reached the 8th stage, just like those of the Void Elder. After that, he would continue to travel and make a name for himself while he continued to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian was interested in the places outside of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. After all, those places would be his next destinations. Duan Ling Tian continued to stay in the Duan residence, spending time with his family and comprehending the Limitless Dao and the Mastery Dao with the help of the Void Elder's memory. After a considerable amount of time, Duan Ling Tian finally comprehended the Mastery Dao to the 8th stage, catching up with the Void Elder. During this time, none of the people Duan Ling Tian knew in the past showed up at the Duan residence. With this, it was clear that they were not in the Surging River Divine Kingdom or anywhere in its vicinity. Nian Tian, Little Black, Little White, and Master's wife must have been transported to other places in the Divine Land. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian continued to comprehend the Limitless Dao with the help of the Void Elder's memory. He continued to comprehend it uninterrupted until an unexpected guest arrived. "Big Brother Hong, what brings you here?" The other party was none other than Hong Dong Chuan, the patriarch of the Hong clan. He had fought with Duan Ling Tian a few years ago at the Towering Heaven Peak. He was a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse and was known as the Prison-Crushing Saber. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by Hong Dong Chuan's visit. However, he knew that Hong Dong Chuan would not visit without a reason. Only a few people knew that Duan Ling Tian was still in the Duan residence, which was located in the distinct province. Most outsiders believed that he was still away. As such, he knew that Hong Dong Chuan visited today to test his luck, not knowing if he was around or not. "Brother Ling Tian, I came today to see if you're here. If you weren't around, I would have returned and reported back to the royal family. However, since you're here, I'd like to seek your opinion, Hong Dong-chuan said. Seek my opinion? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, unable to figure out Hong Dong-chuan's purpose. It's like this, Hong Dong-chuan said before he explained the purpose of his visit. Hong Dong-chuan had come on behalf of the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom. The royal family had sent him to the Duan residence to see if Duan Ling Tian was around. The royal family wanted to meet him and asked if he would accompany a member of the royal family to represent the Surging River Divine Kingdom in a competition and earn prestige for the kingdom. Every 1,000 years, a Dao establishment competition would be held for the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea. Both sides would send 5 participants who had to be a level 7 Dao establishment powerhouse at least. The participants would then compete according to specific rules of the competition. The victorious side would win the rewards offered up by both the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea. Apart from that, they would also obtain a Dao merging tablet from the losing side. The rewards were generally ordinary and not very appealing to powerful Dao establishment cultivators. The ultimate goal for both sides was the Dao merging tablet. The Dao merging tablet was an imprint left behind by a Dao establishment powerhouse before they passed away. Using their strength and the Dao they had mastered, they would create the imprint on a specially crafted tablet. This tablet could help others to comprehend the Dao and also help lay the foundation to enter the Dao merging realm. For this reason, the Dao merging tablet was very precious in the Divine Land. It was also very rare. Even the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea only possessed 3 Dao merging tablets between them. The Surging Divine Kingdom possessed 1, while the Temple of the Bitter Sea possessed 2. The latter won one of the tablets during the competition with the Surging River Divine Kingdom 1,000 years ago. If the Surging River Divine Kingdom were to lose this time, it would lose the only Dao merging tablet in its possession. With that, the Dao establishment competition would also come to an end. The Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea have Dao merging powerhouses of their own, but they won't intervene in the competition. As such, the competition for the Dao merging tablet falls on the shoulders of Dao establishment powerhouses, Hong Dong-chuan said. As it is, the Temple of the Bitter Sea has a high chance of winning. The Surging River Divine Kingdom is naturally unwilling to lose. After all, that would mean that they'll lose their last Dao merging tablet. For this reason, the royal family hopes that you'll represent the Surging River Divine Kingdom in the competition. Hong Dong-chuan continued to say, the royal family has stated that if we win, 1/3 of the rewards will be yours. You'll also be given the priority to choose your rewards. Not only that, but you can also choose one of the Dao merging tablets, and it'll be yours to comprehend for the next 300 years. The royal family was indeed generous with their offer to Duan Ling Tian. Hong Dong-chuan listed the rewards before he said, the rewards might not be useful to you, but they're very useful for your family and friends. Duan Ling Tian's interest was piqued. Indeed, he had no use for the rewards, but this was not the case for his family and friends. The rewards would help them raise their cultivation bases. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, why did the royal family choose me? They can look for other level 9 Dao establishment powerhouses. We can't seek help from outsiders, Hong Dong-chuan said, shaking his head. I'm sure you can do it secretly, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Hong Dong-chuan shook his head again. In the Divine Land, most people at or above the 8th Dao establishment level are all famous. This includes you, Brother Ling Tian. You're famous in the Surging River Divine Kingdom now, and it won't be long before your name spreads throughout the Divine Land. Even if ordinary people don't know you, at the very least all the major forces in the Divine Land will know of you. They'll have information about you, such as the place you came from. For this reason, it's impossible to seek outside help. So I'm considered to be from the Surging River Divine Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian asked before he said, I just arrived and gained recognition in the Surging River Divine Kingdom not too long ago. What if they regard me as an outsider and reject my participation in the Dao establishment competition? You're definitely a member of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, Hong Dong-chuan said with a smile. You're from the world created by the life creation chart, and that world isn't a part of the divine land. Since you were transported to the surging river divine kingdom and made a name for yourself here, you're naturally considered as one of us. Hong Dong-chuan continued to say, after all, the Temple of the Bitter Sea used to recruit unknown reclusive powerhouses who rose to fame in their territory. Because those powerhouses lived a life of a recluse, no one knew their origin, and they were not considered outside help. Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding. Then, he said with a smile, Big Brother Hong, if I'm stronger than the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse from the royal family, can I get more rewards? Currently, the rumors in the surging river divine kingdom were that Duan Ling Tian was the third strongest person in the kingdom, behind the royal family's Dao merging powerhouse and the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Not many people knew that the Duan Ling Tian was now a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was confident that he was now stronger than the royal family's level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Hong Dong-chuan was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. When he regained his senses, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he asked, Brother Ling Tian, are you saying that you're now a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse? Hong Dong-chuan looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. Although he had not known Duan Ling Tian for long, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was not someone who spoke carelessly. If Duan Ling Tian said that he had broken through, there was no doubt that it was true. Seeing Duan Ling Tian nod in response to his question, he still inhaled sharply even though he had already mentally prepared himself. Duan Ling Tian's rate of improvement was too terrifying after all. It was shocking that Duan Ling Tian was now a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Previously, when Hong Dong-chuan and Duan Ling Tian fought at the towering Heaven Peak near the capital of River Province, Duan Ling Tian was only a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. It had not been that long, but Duan Ling Tian was already a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian explained with a smile, a while ago, I followed my master to the Endless Sword domain and achieved a breakthrough there. Hong Dong-chuan knew about the Endless Sword domain. He had also gone there before, hoping to achieve a breakthrough in his sword Dao. Alas, he gained nothing there. In comparison, Duan Ling Tian's visit allowed him to break through to the 9th stage of the sword Dao and enter the 9th Dao establishment level. Finally, Hong Dong-chuan said, if you're a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, there's no doubt that you'll be entitled to more rewards. However, I can't make promises on behalf of the royal family. You'll have to negotiate with them. Finally, Hong Dong-chuan said, if you're a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, there's no doubt that you'll be entitled to more rewards. However, I can't make promises on behalf of the royal family. You'll have to negotiate with them. It was clear that if Duan Ling Tian could demonstrate his strength, the royal family would be very generous. All right, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. At this time, he did not have anything important to attend to, so he decided to follow Hong Dong-chuan to the capital to meet the royal family. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he had a sparring match with the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse from the royal family. Although the match was short, the outcome was clear. Duan Ling Tian was the victor. Wow! Hong Dong-chuan exclaimed in shock and disbelief again. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian, who had just become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, to be stronger than the level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse from the royal family. Jiang Haishan, the level 9 Dao establishment from the royal family, was an elderly man. His hair and eyebrows were white, and he looked kind and gentle. He carried a staff with him at this moment. Although he had been defeated, he did not seem displeased, remaining calm and composed. Initially, Jiang Haishan had been curious about Duan Ling Tian, who was known as the third strongest person in the kingdom. He did not think that Duan Ling Tian was a match for him. After all, Duan Ling Tian had just recently become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Needless to say, he was shocked to discover that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than him. Jiang Haishan said, Brother Duan, with you, the surging river divine kingdom is sure to win the Dao establishment competition and the Dao merging tablet from the Temple of the Bitter Sea. Jiang Haishan was one of the ancestors of the surging river divine kingdom's royal family. His grandfather was the Dao merging powerhouse of the royal family. Senior Jiang, you're overpraising me. Duanling Tian said modestly. Duanling Tian did not even need to speak, and Jiang Haishan took the initiative to offer him more rewards, which included extending the time for him to comprehend the Tao merging tablet to 800 years. Previously, Hong Dongchuan had told him that he would be given 300 years to comprehend the Tao merging tablet. The main goal of the competition between the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea was to win the Tao merging tablet and for the participants to win a chance to comprehend the Tao merging tablet. The Tao establishment competition was held every 1,000 years. By giving Duanling Tian 800 years to comprehend the Tao merging tablet, it meant that the royal family only had 200 years with the Tao merging tablet before they had to use it as a stake in the Tao establishment competition again. Brother Duan, if you help us win the Tao merging tablet this time and also win it again in another 1,000 years, the royal family is willing to grant you the Tao merging tablet you win in the second competition. Jiang Haishan said, expressing his wish for Duanling Tian to participate in the Tao establishment competition twice. Although the temptation of the Tao merging tablet was high, Duanling Tian remained calm. He said, if I'm still in the Surging River Divine Kingdom at that time, I'm willing to assist the royal family and compete with the Temple of the Bitter Sea again. Duanling Tian's response was not definite, but Jiang Haishan nodded in satisfaction. He felt that Duanling Tian's response showed Duanling Tian's maturity. Then, Jiang Haishan turned to Hong Dongchuan and said solemnly, Brother Dongchuan, let's keep Brother Duan's breakthrough a secret for now. He'll be our trump card in our competition with the Temple of the Bitter Sea. I understand, Hong Dongchuan replied with a nod. Jiang Haishan looked at Duanling Tian, and he understood Jiang Haishan's meaning immediately. He said, rest assured, Senior Jiang. I'll keep my breakthrough a secret as well. A smile appeared on Jiang Haishan's wizened face. Duanling Tian returned to the Duan residence in the distinct province and continued spending time with his family and friends. At the same time, he also continued to comprehend the limitless Tao with the help of the Void Elder's memories. When it was almost time, Duanling Tian made his way to the capital and left with the royal family's level 9 Tao establishment powerhouse and 3 others for the Tao establishment competition with the Temple of the Bitter Sea. The previous venue for the competition was in the Surging River Divine Kingdom, so this time, it was the Temple of the Bitter Sea's turn to host the competition. During the journey, Duanling Tian did not need to fly on his own. They traveled using the massive bird-like creature with the strength of a level 7 Tao establishment powerhouse. The creature reminded Duanling Tian of the 9 creatures guarding the 9 mysterious entrances in the myriad worlds, whose strength was comparable to that of a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse. Brother Hong. Curious, Duanling Tian could not help but ask Hong Dongchuan about the 9 creatures guarding the entrances of the world created by the life creation chart. However, he soon discovered that Hong Dongchuan knew nothing about that matter. Therefore, he speculated that this matter likely had something to do with the powerful forces in the divine land that once kept parts of the life creation chart in the past. The forces were all top-tier forces in the divine land with 2 or 3 Tao merging powerhouses in their respective forces. One had to know that the number of Tao merging powerhouses in the divine land was not high. There were 5 people altogether in the group. Apart from Duanling Tian, Jiang Haishan, and Hong Dongchuan, there were also 2 other individuals. Duanling Tian was only introduced to them by Jiang Haishan before their departure, so he did not know them well. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other was an elegant and beautiful woman. The man was tall, imposing, and dignified, while the beautiful woman was dressed beautifully, looking graceful and noble. Based on their appearances, it was clear that they had a high status in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. The middle-aged man's name was Xiao Zhunnan, and the beautiful woman's name was Hua Ruo. Both of them were level 8 Tao establishment powerhouses in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. In terms of strength, they were both weaker than Hong Dongchuan. After briefly exchanging greetings with Duanling Tian, the duo would occasionally steal glances at him. They had naturally heard of Duanling Tian, the god-defying sword, and knew that he had defeated Hong Dongchuan before. They were cultivating in seclusion at that time, so they did not witness the battle. They heard all kinds of praises about Duanling Tian after that, but they were skeptical. Could Duanling Tian really defeat Hong Dongchuan? The duo was aware of Hong Dong-chuan's extraordinary strength. After all, he was stronger than then and was acknowledged as the third most powerful person in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Before Duanling Tian appeared, the 5 strongest powerhouses in the Surging River Diving Kingdom were the Level 9 Dao Establishment Powerhouse from the Royal Family, Zhang Haishan; the Level 8 Dao Establishment Powerhouse from the Royal Family, Hong Dongchuan, Huarua, and Xiao Zhennan. Both Huarua and Xiao Zhen and also represented the Surging River Divine Kingdom in competing for the Dao Merging Tablet with the Temple of the Bitter Sea previously. The group of people quickly left the River Province and the Surging River Divine Kingdom at the speed of a Level 7 Dao Establishment Powerhouse. The Temple of the Bitter Sea was located west of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, and they entered the territory of the Temple of the Bitter Sea as soon as they left the Surging River Divine Kingdom. After entering the territory of the Temple of the Bitter Sea, Hong Dong-chuan took the initiative to explain. The Temple of the Bitter Sea is not as vast as our Surging River Divine Kingdom. It's about half the size of our kingdom. You can think of it as a kingdom as well. All the cities in the Temple of the Bitter Sea are protected by the temple and are required to pay taxes to the temple. Unlike our kingdom, the temple doesn't have an emperor or a royal family. They naturally have leaders who are just like an emperor. In general, they are less formal. They place a lot of importance on equality there. Commoners don't have to pay respects to the divine monks of the Temple of the Bitter Sea. This would be a sign of great disrespect in our kingdom if we acted in such a manner to the royal family. Duanling Tian gained a better understanding of the Temple of the Bitter Sea after listening to Hong Dong-chuan's explanation. The temple was similar to countries on Earth that practiced equality and freedom of speech. Similarly, despite the equality and freedom, taxes still had to be paid. In comparison, the Surging River Divine Kingdom was more like a feudal kingdom in ancient times. It was similar to the Saint Province realm. The core territory of the Temple of the Bitter Sea is called the Boundless Territory, named after the boundless Bitter Sea. The main temple of the Temple of the Bitter Sea is located in the Boundless Territory. The Boundless Territory is surrounded by other territories, like the moon that's surrounded by stars. It's similar to our river province in the Surging River Divine Kingdom, where the capital is located. Duanling Tian nodded in understanding. The Temple of the Bitter Sea was essentially similar to some of the countries on Earth. The Temple of the Bitter Sea placed an emphasis on equality, but in Duanling Tian's opinion, the equality was a lie. If the lives of the divine monks and 10,000 commoners in the Temple of the Bitter Sea were at stake, and the temple could only choose to save one or the other, he had no doubt that the result would be the deaths of the 10,000 commoners, not the divine monk. In the end, it was still a place where the strong were revered. When they arrived at the Boundless Territory, the core territory of the Temple of the Bitter Sea, they quickly made their way to the city near the main temple of the Temple of the Bitter Sea. Unlike the royal palace of the Surging River Divine Kingdom that was located in the capital city of the kingdom, the main temple of the Temple of the Bitter Sea stood independently among the mountains just outside the city. The city was the largest and most prosperous city in the Temple of the Bitter Sea, and it was called the Temple of the Bitter Sea City. It was not inferior to the capital of the Surging River Divine Kingdom at all. Duanling Tian and the others were welcomed by the people of the Temple of the Bitter Sea, and the temple also provided them with accommodations. They were all given a private courtyard. The Dao Establishment competition will take place in 3 days. It'll be a private event. The Dao Establishment competition between the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea had always been private. Not many people knew about it. If the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom did not invite Duanling Tian to participate in the competition, he would not have heard about the competition as well, even though he had been in the Surging River Divine Kingdom for quite some time. It did not matter if he was famous or if his status had risen. He would have remained oblivious to the Dao Establishment competition if it was not for the royal family. Duanling Tian did not stay long in his courtyard before he grew bored. In the end, he decided to go out and explore the Temple of the Bitter Sea City. It did not take long for him to notice that everything in the city carried a touch of Buddhism. Many people on the streets were dressed in monks' robes. There were also many monks in the city, kneeling and kowtowing as they made their way to the main temple of the Temple of the Bitter Sea. When they arrived at the city, Hongdong Chuan had explained to Duanling Tian that these ascetic monks would kneel and kowtow all the way to the main temple of the Bitter Sea to show their devotion to Buddha. As Duanling Tian strolled on the streets, the most common sound he heard was the sound of Buddha's teachings and chants. Perhaps it was due to these sounds that he let his mind wander. He was very relaxed, and it had been a long time since he last felt this way. When he was in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, Duanling Tian thought he could retire and enjoy life after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After all, at that time, he and Feng Qingyang were the only level 7 supreme powerhouses in the world. Unexpectedly, the heavenly texts appeared, and heaven paved the way for the other saints and world supreme powerhouses to become level 7 supreme powerhouses as well. As more and more level 7 supreme powerhouses appeared, his hope of retiring and enjoying life was naturally dashed. He knew he could not afford to slack off, and in the end, he became the first level 8 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. At that time, he thought that as long as he kept cultivating, he would continue to stand at the peak of all living beings. Unexpectedly, he was transported to the divine land. A level 8 supreme powerhouse was similar to a level 8 Tao establishment powerhouse in the divine land. Although they were considered powerful, there was still a realm above the Tao establishment realm, which was the Tao merging realm. Needless to say, Duanling Tian's new goal was to enter the Tao merging realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the Tao establishment realm, the next step was for him to break through to the Tao merging realm. At that time, his strength would be on par with heaven that governed the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Duanling Tian wandered the temple of the Bitter Sea City, feeling relaxed. At some point, he entered a state similar to the state of enlightenment, and the Void Elder's memories regarding the limitless Tao began to surface in his mind. After a while, his limitless Tao reached the 8th stage. With this, Duanling Tian had successfully mastered 3 myriad Taos. His sword Tao was at the 9th stage, and his mastery Tao and his limitless Tao were at the 8th stage. Thanks to his achievements, no level 9 Tao establishment powerhouse in this generation in the Surging River Divine Kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea could compare to him at all. While Duanling Tian was in a state of enlightenment, he continued to wander the city. As he listened to the Buddhist chants, he felt as though his spirit was being purified. He felt as though he had found a completely new cultivation path that was suitable for him and would help him further improve the 3 myriad Taos he had mastered. However, just as he was about to step foot on this new path, he was suddenly pulled back to his senses, leaving the mysterious stage of enlightenment. It was as though his soul that had been wandering out of his body had returned to his body. Is this the path leading to the Tao merging realm? Duanling Tian sighed. He had just about to step foot on a new path when he was abruptly pulled back to his senses. He had a strong feeling that if he had continued, he would be able to break into the Tao merging realm. What a shame. That was so close. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled wryly. Perhaps it was due to the serenity of the city that he quickly calmed down. This was the first time he had been to such a unique city. The Temple of the Bitter Sea City was not the biggest and most bustling city he had visited, but it was the only city that purified his mind and soul. In the main Temple of the Bitter Sea, while Duanling Tian was strolling the streets of the Temple of the Bitter Sea City, a few people who would be participating in the upcoming battle against the Surging River Divine Kingdom gathered to discuss the unknown participant from the Surging River Divine Kingdom. None of these people were level 9 Tao establishment powerhouses. The Surging River Divine Kingdom brought a newcomer this time. I hope they didn't break the rules and seek external help. Something has to be done if they break the rules. A bald and muscular man dressed in a long black robe said. His gaze was piercing. A young man, who was dressed like a scholar and sitting cross-legged, fanned himself as he said, "The Surging River Divine Kingdom did not seek external help. That person is Duanling Tian, also known as the God-defying sword. He's been making waves in the Surging River Divine Kingdom recently, defeating Hongdong Chuan, the kingdom's prison-crushing saber. I've been paying attention to news about him. I didn't think that the royal family of the Surging River Divine Kingdom would be able to convince him to participate in the competition." Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, He agreed to represent the surging river divine kingdom. Fortunately, I had planted spies in the surging river divine kingdom. Otherwise, none of us would be aware of him at all until the day of the competition. After this, the young scholar revealed what he had learned about Duanling Tian. After a skinny old man with white hair holding a cane listened to the young scholar, his turbid eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "He's from the world created by the life creation chart?" The skinny old man continued to say proudly, "In that case, I must have a good fight with him. So what if he had defeated Hong Dongchuan in the past? Although Hong Dongchuan and I are both level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses, I'm confident I'll be able to defeat him within 10 moves. The surging river divine kingdom must have brought Duanling Tian because they're not confident about facing you. Alas, they're only worried about you, and they're unaware that we have another level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse participating in the competition as well," the bald and muscular man said with a chuckle. "Indeed, there's no doubt that they think that Elder Chue is our strongest participant. They're unaware that we have another divine monk representing our Temple of the Bitter Sea," the young scholar said with a laugh as he tapped his folding fan. "In the Temple of the Bitter Sea, only those above or at the 9th Dao establishment realm were called divine monks. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a divine monk would cause a huge stir in the Temple of the Bitter Sea. However, due to the Dao establishment competition, the temple deliberately hid the existence of the divine monk. The temple hoped to catch the surging river divine kingdom off guard during the competition and seize the remaining Dao merging tablet from the surging river divine kingdom. If the Temple of the Bitter Sea won the competition, they would have 3 Dao merging tablets in their possession while the surging river divine kingdom would have none. Under these circumstances, unless the surging river divine kingdom managed to obtain another Dao merging tablet, the Dao establishment competition between the surging river divine kingdom and the Temple of the Bitter Sea would cease to exist. In just a blink of an eye, the day of the Dao establishment competition arrived. Early in the morning, Duanling Tian met up with Zhang Haishan and the others. The venue of the Dao establishment competition was not in the Temple of the Bitter Sea City. Instead, it was in a remote location within the boundless territory. Whenever the Temple of the Bitter Sea hosted the competition, it would always be held in the same venue. The venue was located deep within a mountain range. Although they were traveling on a level 7 Dao establishment demon beast, it took them 2 hours after entering the mountain range to arrive at their destination. When Duanling Tian and the others arrived, they discovered that the people from the Temple of the Bitter Sea had already arrived. 5 figures stood in the distance, watching them. "Let's go." Zhang Haishan led the others and approached the group of people from the Temple of the Bitter Sea. After exchanging greetings with a middle-aged monk dressed in a black kasaya standing in the lead, Zhang Haishan continued to say, "Divine Monk Yu Hao, it's been a long time since we last met. You still look as energetic as ever." "Lord Haishan, you haven't changed at all," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Based on the duo's exchange, it was clear that the duo was quite familiar with each other. Although this was Duanling Tian's first time meeting Yu Hao, he had heard of the other party before. He had heard that the other party was the strongest powerhouse below the Dao merging realm in the Temple of the Bitter Sea. The other party was the only level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse in the temple. The other party was said to be on par with Zhang Haishan from the surging river divine kingdom's royal family. After exchanging greetings with Zhang Haishan, Yu Hao, the divine monk, looked at Duanling Tian and asked with a smile, "I'm not familiar with this person. Lord Haishan, care to introduce him to me?" Zhang Haishan said, "This is Duanling Tian, a new powerhouse in our surging river divine kingdom." Duanling Tian glanced at Yu Hao briefly and nodded slightly. His response was rather indifferent. In his opinion, he came here not to make friends but to help the surging river divine kingdom win the Dao merging tablet. "I know the other 3 people with you," Yu Hao said to Zhang Haishan before he turned to Duanling Tian and continued to say, "Duanling Tian, these are the 4 members of the Temple of the Bitter Sea who will be participating in the Dao establishment competition." Yu Hao introduced the members of the Temple of the Bitter Sea to Duanling Tian. With this, Duanling Tian also learned the names of the other 4 people. After the introduction, he received a voice transmission from Hong Dongchuan. telling him that the thin and frail elder holding a staff was known as Elder Chue. He learned that the other party was the ace from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, and that the other party was even stronger than Hongdong Chuan. Lord Haishan, shall we begin? Yu Hao asked with a smile. Prior to this, both sides had already met and confirmed the rewards, excluding the Dao merging tablet, presented by both sides. Since the arrangements had all been made, the battle could start directly. Very well, Jiang Haishan replied with a nod. Their main purpose this time was to compete for the Dao merging table after all. The sooner this was done, the better it would be. All right, let's begin then, Yu Hao said with a nod. He turned to look at the black-clad burly man next to him and said, Tai Yi, you go first. Yes, Divine Monk Yu Hao. Tai Yi, the black-clad burly man, replied. He seemed very deferential when he spoke with Yu Hao, but as soon as he stepped into the arena, his demeanor changed immediately. Tai Yi swept his gaze across the group of people from the surging river Divine Kingdom before his gaze finally landed on Duanling Tian. He asked provocatively, Pretty boy, do you want to fight me first? Tai Yi was a former monk of the Temple of the Bitter Sea. After leaving the temple, he formed his own force and was now one of the prominent figures in the Temple of the Bitter Sea, a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse. He was not any weaker than Hongdong Chuan. In fact, Tai Yi's provocation was just a smokescreen. He knew very well that Duanling Tian was stronger than him. Not only that, but he also knew that Duanling Tian was the surging river Divine Kingdom's hidden ace and would fight with their temple's elder Chue. Naturally, there was no reason for Duanling Tian to join the battle so soon. Before Duanling Tian could respond, Hongdong Chuan scoffed and said, Tai Yi, you're overestimating yourself too much. You're not strong enough to fight Brother Duan. Tai Yi feigned surprise and asked, Are you saying that he's stronger than you? Of course, Hongdong Chuan replied indifferently. At this moment, Hua Ruo, who represented the surging river Divine Kingdom, stepped forward. She looked at Tai Yi and calmly said, Tai Yi, previously I lost to you by a hair's breadth. This time, I'm going to redeem myself. Tai Yi laughed. Hua Ruo, based on your words, it seems like you've made progress in the past 1,000 years. Alas, you're too naive. Do you think you're the only one who improved over the past 1,000 years? I hope that your words aren't just pretty words and that you back them up. Without wasting time, Tai Yi attacked Hua Ruo, unleashing a storm of saber rays. Hua Ruo was already prepared for this, and her energy surged out immediately to meet Tai Yi's powerful attack. The rules of the Dao establishment were quite simple. 2 participants would fight, and the winner could choose to continue fighting and step down and wait for the next opponent. In theory, if one was strong enough to defeat all the opponents, one could fight consecutively and secure the win without needing the other participants to fight. Boom! The battle raged on. Tai Yi comprehended the Saber Dao while Hua Ruo cultivated a Dao that Duanling Tian had never seen before, the Flower Dao. When she attacked, her energy scattered like flowers, creating a beautiful sight. However, the beauty hid deadly killing intent. She easily and swiftly dealt with Tai Yi's attacks, gaining the upper hand in a few dozen moves. Bang! In the end, Hua Ruo emerged victorious. She was slightly injured from the battle. On the contrary, Tai Yi's injuries were rather serious. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Hua Ruo. He did not expect to be defeated by someone who was once weaker than him. At this time, Hua Ruo looked at Jiang Haishan and said apologetically, Lord Jiang, I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the next match. Jiang Haishan said with a smile, It's fine. You've won a match, and that's a significant contribution. Congratulations, Lord Haishan. The surging river Divine Kingdom truly has many hidden talents. Yu Hao, the divine monk, said with a smile. He did not seem concerned about the loss. It seemed like he was confident the loss would not affect their chances of winning. Moreover, the pressure on the Temple of the Bitter Sea was not as heavy as that of the surging river Divine Kingdom. After all, the temple currently had 2 Dao merging tablets while the surging river Divine Kingdom only had 1. At this moment, a man, who looked like a scholar, stepped forward. His name was Han Zheng. He was the leader of an organization that had a hand in all kinds of businesses, which included assassination business and intelligence operations. He asked, "Xiao Nan, would you like to fight me?" "Yes. I don't know how well I'll fare, but I'll give my best," Xiao Nan replied. In fewer than 30 moves, Xiao Nan was defeated by Han Zheng. Han Zheng was uninjured, so he decided to continue the fight. Hong Dongchuan stepped forward to fight next. He narrowly won against Han Zheng and sustained injuries. As such, he could not continue to fight. At this point, the Surging River Divine Kingdom seemed to be at a disadvantage. On the Surging River Divine Kingdom side, only Duanling Tian and Jiang Haishan had yet to fight, but the Temple of the Bitter Sea still had 3 participants who had yet to fight. At this time, an old man with white hair holding a staff entered the arena. He was Elder Chui. Although his eyes were usually turbid, at this moment, they shone with a cold light. He looked at Duanling Tian and said indifferently, "Duanling Tian, I heard you easily defeated Hong Dongchuan in the past. I want to witness your ability today." Duanling Tian did not respond and only raised an eyebrow. Swoosh! In the next moment, a figure flew into the arena, surprising everyone. It was none other than Jiang Haishan, the Surging River Divine Kingdom's Level 9 Dao Establishment powerhouse. Except for Jiang Haishan himself, Duanling Tian, and Hong Dongchuan, no one expected Jiang Haishan to enter the arena at this moment. They all assumed that Jiang Haishan, as the strongest Level 9th Dao Establishment powerhouse of the Surging River Divine Kingdom, would not enter the battle so soon. Could it be that Imperial Lord Jiang knows that Duanling Tian isn't a match for Elder Chui, so he doesn't think there's a need for Duanling Tian to fight? Almost everyone, including Xiao Nan and Hua Ruo, from the Surging River Divine Kingdom shared the same thoughts. As for those from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, Yu Hao and the others were baffled. They could not figure out why Jiang Haishan, a Level 9 Dao Establishment powerhouse, joined the battle so soon. At this time, Elder Chui, who was holding a walking cane, frowned slightly. His gaze was piercing as she stared at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Duanling Tian, do you believe you're not my match, so you don't even have the courage to face me on the battlefield?" Although Elder Chui was relatively powerful among Level 8 Dao Establishment powerhouses, he naturally knew he was no match for a Level 9 Dao Establishment powerhouse. If he had to face Jiang Haishan now, then he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Duanling Tian smirked upon hearing Elder Chui's words. He said, "If that's what you think, then so be it. You can think whatever you want." Elder Chui's expression darkened as soon as he saw this. What else could it be? "Don't tell me you're stronger than Lord Jiang." "You guessed it right." "Alas, there's no prize for you guessing correctly," Duanling Tian said, somewhat surprised that Elder Chui caught on so quickly. Upon hearing these words, Tuoyi, the burly monk from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, sneered and said, "Duanling Tian, why are you pretending? Do you think we know nothing about you? You fought and defeated Hong Dongchuan not long ago in the Surging River Divine Kingdom. Your strength is admirable among Level 8 Dao Establishment powerhouse, but you're not a match for Elder Chui. You're too afraid to step into the arena now because you know you're no match for Elder Chui, right?" Duanling Tian chuckled and said disdainfully, "It's always weaklings that like running their mouths." "Who are you calling a weakling?" Tuoyi asked furiously. "Of course it's you. Who else could it be?" Duanling Tian said with a smile. "You!" Tuoyi was fuming with anger, but when he remembered that Duanling Tian was stronger than him, he could only suppress his anger. He was so angry that his body was trembling, but he dared not act. At this moment, Yu Hao, the divine monk, said, "Tuoyi, how the Surging River Divine Kingdom arranges the order of their participants is their business. You and Elder Chui should not interfere." Then, Yu Hao turned to Elder Chui and said, "Elder Chui, since Lord Jiang has entered the arena, you should admit defeat." "Yes, divine monk," Elder Chui replied respectfully and retreated. After all, it was really pointless for him to fight. He would only embarrass himself if he fought Jiang Haishan. He would not even be able to exhaust Zhang Haishan's energy for the remaining two participants after him, since there was a considerable gap between their strength. Everyone from the Surging River Divine Kingdom, including Duanling Tian, assumed that Yu Hao, the divine monk, would enter the arena next. Unexpectedly, another monk entered the arena. The other party was a middle-aged monk named Bai Yan. All this time, he had been standing inconspicuously behind Yu Hao. Previously, Duanling Tian had learned from Hongdong Chuan that Bai Yan was a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse from the Temple of the Bitter Sea. Based on Hongdong Chuan's words, Bai Yan should be slightly weaker than Elder Chue. However, contrary to those words, Bai Yan actually stepped forward to face Zhang Haishan at this moment. Needless to say, not only Duanling Tian, but everyone from the Surging River Divine Kingdom, including Zhang Haishan, was surprised. Zhang Haishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Bai Yan and said, "It seems like I have to address you as Divine Monk Bai Yan now." Zhang Haishan naturally knew Bai Yan. During the Dao establishment competition 1,000 years ago, the two of them fought to a draw when they were level 8 Dao establishment powerhouses. 1,000 years later, after Zhang Haishan became a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, Bai Yan actually had the courage to face Zhang Haishan in the arena. Even Elder Chue, who was presumed to be stronger than Bai Yan, admitted defeat when faced with Zhang Haishan. What else could this mean? It meant that Bai Yan had broken through and became a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Zhang Haishan sighed and said with a complicated expression on his face, "Divine Monk Yu Hao, the Temple of the Bitter Sea really hid its talents well. First, there's Elder Chue, and now, there's Divine Monk Bai Yan. If Duanling Tian was not a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, the Surging River Divine Kingdom would have been at a great disadvantage. Fortunately, Duanling Tian was a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse and was also stronger than Zhang Haishan, greatly boosting their chances of victory. Duanling Tian and the others watched the intense battle from afar. Zhang Haishan and Bai Yan fought fiercely, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to shake. Their terrifying powers at the 9th Dao establishment stage and their mastery of the Daos brought with them overwhelming pressure with each strike. He's going all out to attack and injure Zhang Haishan. As a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, Duanling Tian easily saw through the situation. Bai Yan was clearly weaker than Zhang Haishan and was not Zhang Haishan's match at all. However, Bai Yan fought fiercely as though it was a life-or-death battle, pressuring Zhang Haishan greatly. In the end, Bai Yan was seriously injured and defeated by Zhang Haishan. But Zhang Haishan did not escape unscathed. Zhang Haishan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, and his energy weakened greatly. Bai Yan, unsurprisingly, was in a worse condition. His chest was sunken, his face was pale, and his body was drenched in blood. He seemed as though he was on the verge of collapse. If Yu Hao did not stop the fight, he might have died. "Bai Yan, you fought valiantly," Zhang Haishan said as he wiped the blood off the corners of his lips. Bai Yan, whose face was covered in blood, smiled, sending shivers down people's spines. He said, "I'm still not as strong as you, Lord Zhang. At this moment, Lord Zhang, it's now my turn," Yu Hao said, preparing to enter the arena. He had no intention of letting Zhang Haishan rest at all. At this moment, everyone in the Temple of the Bitter Sea, including Yu Hao, was certain of their victory in the Dao establishment competition. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haishan shook his head and smiled before he retreated from the arena. He said calmly, "Divine Monk Yu Hao, your opponent isn't me." As soon as Zhang Haishan's voice fell, a purple figure flew into the arena and stood across from Yu Hao. Divine Monk Yu Hao, who was dressed in a black monk's robe, moved like the wind. The benevolent and dignified expression that could usually be seen on his face was replaced by a surprised expression when he saw the purple-clad young man who stood across from him. How could he not be surprised? After all, this was not a scenario that he had anticipated. He had assumed that Duanling Tian, the god-defying sword from the Surging River Divine Kingdom, was just a level 8 Dao establishment powerhouse, stronger than Hongdong Chuan but weaker than Elder Chue, one of the Temple of the Bitter Sea's trump cards. Earlier, when Duanling Tian refused Elder Chue's challenge, Yu Hao assumed that Duanling Tian did not have the confidence to defeat Elder Chui. Elder Chui was indeed a trump card of the Temple of the Bitter Sea, but the real trump card was the Divine Monk, Bai Yan, a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Zhang Haishan was not weak. 1,000 years ago, Yu Hao managed to defeat Zhang Haishan by a close margin. However, this time he did not think he would be able to defeat Zhang Haishan. This was because his improvement over the past 1,000 years had been minimal. For this reason, he planned to let Bai Yan exhaust Zhang Haishan first before he stepped in to deal the final blow. Bai Yan lived up to Yu Hao's expectations. Although he was defeated by Zhang Haishan in the end, Zhang Haishan was also seriously injured. With this, Yu Hao expected Zhang Haishan to surrender when faced with him. If Zhang Haishan did not surrender, he would defeat the already injured Zhang Haishan. When Yu Hao entered the arena, he was not surprised when Zhang Haishan surrendered. This was within his expectations after all. What he did not expect was that Duanling Tian would enter the arena next. It was completely out of his expectations that Duanling Tian would step forward to face him. At the same time, a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Similar to Yu Hao, the other 4 participants from the Temple of the Bitter Sea were surprised and confused. Not only that, but even Xiao Nan and Hua Ruo from the Surging River Divine Kingdom were surprised and confused. They were already confused earlier when Duanling Tian refused Elder Chui's challenge, but they were even more confused now. How's this possible? He actually dares to face Divine Monk Yu Hao. What's going on? Not long after, a wild idea appeared in Xiao Nan and Hua Ruo's mind. Did Lord Zhang bring Duanling Tian here to deal with Divine Monk Yu Hao, not Elder Chui? At this time, Yu Hao stared at Duanling Tian and said, I seem to have underestimated you, Duanling Tian. I didn't expect the God-defying sword to have already become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Based on Yu Hao's words, it was clear that he had long known about Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian smiled calmly. His expression was tranquil like a calm lake as he said, I'm looking forward to our fight, Divine Monk. At the same time, despite being injured, a smile could be seen on Zhang Haishan's pale face. Upon seeing the smile on Zhang Haishan's face, Yu Hao asked probingly, Lord Zhang, you seem quite confident. Could it be that the God-defying sword is even stronger than Lord Zhang after he broke into the 9th Dao establishment stage? Zhang Haishan shook his head and replied, Divine Monk Yu Hao, there's no need for you to probe me. If you want the answer to that question, you can just fight with Duanling Tian. At the same time, Zhang Haishan thought to himself, You're lucky this is just a friendly match. Otherwise, he could kill you if he wanted to. Very well. I'd like to see what the God-defying sword strength is like, Yu Hao said. In the next moment, his black monk's robe began to flutter in the wind as the mighty and domineering energy he had mobilized a while ago surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, he grew rapidly until he was the size of a mountain. This was the giant Dao that Yu Hao comprehended to the 9th stage. It was the Dao that helped him become a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse. Boom! After Yu Hao grew to the size of a giant, looking like an indestructible mountain, a terrifying and mighty wave of energy swept out into the surroundings. Duanling Tian was very familiar with this wave of energy. It was none other than the 7th stage limitless Dao. At this time, Yu Hao condensed the energy in his hand into a staff that resembled the Monkey King's golden cudgel. A faint light shone at the tip of the staff, and its aura was profound and powerful. This was the 3rd Dao Yu Hao comprehended, the Staff Dao. To be precise, he had comprehended the Staff Dao to the 6th stage. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Yu Hao took the initiative. He charged toward Duanling Tian with great momentum in the sky. As he moved, the sounds of explosions continued to resound in the air. At the same time, terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions as he brandished his staff. Everyone present on the scene, except for Zhang Haishan, tensed up, preparing to shield themselves from the terrifying shockwaves. This was not surprising considering the fact that shockwaves were from a level 9 Dao establishment powerhouse, which was considered peerless in the Dao establishment realm. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change at all when faced with Yu Hao's fierce attack. He raised his hand casually before the power of the Tao surged into the sky and transformed into a gigantic sword. The sword's aura was even more majestic and terrifying than three of Yu Hao's Daos combined. Upon seeing this, the expression of everyone from the Temple of the Bitter Sea, including Yu Hao, turned grim immediately. Duan Ling Tian's limitless Tao is more powerful than Divine Monk's limitless Tao. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's giant sword and the staff in Yu Hao's hand finally collided. There was a brief moment of stalemate before an explosion of terrifying proportions erupted. Waves of energy surged out, and they seemed to give the gigantic sword strength. Boom! The seemingly unstoppable sword pushed forward, causing the expression on Yu Hao's pale face to change drastically. In the next moment, his staff shattered, and he was sent flying back. Yu Hao spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back in the sky. During this time, he shrank back to his original size. With this, the result was clear. Yu Hao was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. To be precise, in this fight between level 9 Dao establishment powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian defeated Yu Hao's 3 Daos with just one strike. It was a crushing victory for Duan Ling Tian. Unlike the injured and miserable Yu Hao, Duan Ling Tian stood in the air, holding the slightly dim giant sword. His expression remained unchanged. It did not seem like he had just fought at all. The difference between Duan Ling Tian and Yu Hao's strength was evident to all. Even Jiang Haishan and Hong Dong Chuan, who had long known about Duan Ling Tian's strength, could not help but feel shocked. He grew stronger again.